Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The northern host, 25,000 strong, sprawled across the eastern bank of the Green Fork, not far from the looming silhouette of the twins. Campfires crackled in the damp air, casting flickering shadows over mud-streaked tents and weary men. The scent of smoke, sweat, and churned earth clung to everything. Inside the command tent, Daron Targaryen sat at the head of a broad war table, surrounded by the grim-faced lords of the north. Maps littered the table's surface, marked with pins and sigils. Behind Daron, Ser Arthur Dayne stood like a silent blade, unmoving, watchful, ever the Kingsguard. The rest of the Targaryen kin were notably absent. Rhaella, Viserys, and Daenerys remained outside the circle of war. Though they bore the blood of kings, the North had not forgotten the dragons they had once fought to destroy. They gave Rhaella the courtesy due a dowager queen and acknowledged Daron's siblings as kin. But trust, Daron knew, was a prize not easily won. Then the tent flap rustled. Ser Brynden Tully entered, cloak damp with river mist, a hard glint in his eyes. The Blackfish had proven his value swiftly, harrying the enemy with precision since joining Daron at Moat Cailin. He tossed a bloodied Lannister banner onto the table. "A dozen scouts dead under Ser Adam Marbrand," he said. "2 ravens shot down near the twins. If they carried word to Tywin, they'll reach Ashenstead." There were murmurs of approval, but Brendan's expression only darkened. "This war is turning against us," he said. A heavy silence fell. Ned Stark leaned forward. "Speak." Brendan's voice was rough. Ser Jaime Lannister crushed Edmure beneath Riverrun's walls. "My nephew is a prisoner. So are many of our best knights." Robb clenched his jaw. "What of Riverrun?" "Holding, for now." Lord Tydo's Blackwood rallied what men he could and made it inside before the gates shut. But the siege is full and firm. The news struck like a hammer. "And Tywin?" Ned asked. Brynden nodded grimly. "He commands a second, larger host. Edmure's scattered garrisons in the Riverlands never had a chance. Tywin routed them, then claimed Harrenhal without drawing a sword. Now he sits at the Ruby Ford, holding the road between us and the Riverlands, and the path to King's Landing." No one spoke. Daron studied the board. House Tully was crumbling, its heir captured, its walls under siege, and Tywin Lannister had carved the realm in two. When the lords were dismissed, only Daron's core council remained. "The Lannisters can go to the abyss," Grey Jon Umber growled. "We strike now." "Aye," said Meage Mormont. "Riverrun will not hold forever. But brute force alone won't win us this war," said Rickard Karstark. "We need a strategy." Daron scanned the map. All eyes turned to him. Robb Stark broke the silence. "We take the cavalry, cross the twins, and strike west. Hit Jaime Lannister fast. Break the siege, free Riverrun, and rally the Riverlords." Daron nodded. A bold move, but not reckless. "And the rest of her host?" Ned asked. "They marched down the King's Road," Robb answered. "Mostly infantry, enough to hold Tywin in place. He won't risk movement with the threat of us on his flank." Brynden Tully stroked his beard. "Sound. Risky, but our best shot." A chorus of low agreement followed, until Great Jon slammed a fist on the table. "You forget Walder Frey." Silence fell again. Everyone knew what that meant. The twins were the key, and Frey was the tollkeeper. "The old vulture won't let us cross without bleeding us first," Great Jon said. "Gold won't be enough. He'll want land, marriage pacts, gods know what else. And even then, he might slit our throats for a better offer." "Then let's bypass the twins and face Tywin head-on," Karstark argued. Great Jon agreed. "Crush him, then turn west." "No," Daron said softly. All heads turned. "We cross the twins," he said. "We follow Robb's plan." "And how will you handle Walder Frey?" Great Jon demanded. Daron's lips curled into a faint smile. "Leave Lord Frey to me." That night, Daron stood alone beside the Green Fork, staring across at the twin castles. The moonlight painted them in silver, two stone towers joined by a bridge of greed and ambition. Ghost sat silently beside him, white fur glowing like snow under moonlight. "You're sure about this?" Ned's voice came from behind. Daron turned to face his uncle. "The Riverlands are burning. We can't let them fall." Ned gave a long, searching look, then tread carefully. "Walder Frey is as sly as a shadow and twice as venomous." Daron nodded. "I know." Ned rested a hand on his shoulder. "Get some rest. Tomorrow, you deal with a vulture." Daron nodded again, gaze returning to the towers. Tomorrow, he would face Lord Frey, and before this war ended, the Lord of the Crossing would learn the meaning of fire and blood. The tent was silent, save for the steady rhythm of Ghost's breathing. Daron Targaryen lay upon his cot, one hand idly stroking the direwolf's thick white fur. Outside, the northern camp settled into sleep. Campfires dimming, armor clinking faintly in the distance, and whispers giving way to wind. Tomorrow, he would ride to the twins. Tomorrow, he would face Walder Frey. He had considered calling for Lyrax. One glimpse of a dragon over the twins, and Walder Frey would open his gates with trembling hands and a false smile. But no, Lyrax was not a threat to be revealed so cheaply. Not yet. What Daron needed now was not fire, but shadow. As that thought coiled through his mind, footsteps approached. Ghost's ears twitched, but the beast did not growl. A voice called from beyond the canvas. "Your Grace, may I enter?" "Marwyn the Mage." "Come in," Daron said. The tent flap parted, and Archmaester Marwyn stepped into the firelight. In his hands, he carried a tall glass candle, dark and unlit, its surface glistening like obsidian drenched in oil. The moment Daron saw it, he understood. He said nothing. He waited. Marwyn placed the candle down with care and studied the young king. "I hear you ride to treat with Lord Frey tomorrow," the old man said. "I came to offer a different kind of aid." Daron's eyes shifted to the candle, then back to Marwyn. "My grandmother told me what you could do with such things." Marwyn's lips curled. "Did she now?" "But insight into Walder Frey's mind is worthless," Daron said, his voice low. "The problem isn't his schemes. It's that I cannot trust him. And yet, I must negotiate. I must rely on a man who would sell me to my enemies if the price were right." His eyes narrowed. "If only I could remove the uncertainty." "Remove him." At that, Marwyn's gaze sharpened. After a long silence, he stepped forward. "There may be a way," he said. Daron's voice was quiet, but firm. "Speak." "I learned it in Ass High," Marwyn began. "The shadow binders there, twisted, powerful souls. They showed me things men in Old Town call blasphemy. One of them taught me a rite. Forbidden, rare, dangerous." He ran a calloused hand over the glass candle. "But it requires a price." "What price?" Daron asked. "For a man without your blood?" Marwyn said, "Death." Daron didn't blink. "But you, your Grace." Marwyn's eyes glittered. "You are no ordinary man. When I first stood before you, I felt it. Your blood sings with magic. It brims in your veins like wildfire behind stone." Daron felt it too. Ever since bonding with Lyrax, the power within him pulsed like a second heartbeat. The air in the tent thickened, as if listening. "I'll do it," Daron said. Marwyn tilted his head. "You accept the risks?" "I do." The Archmaester nodded once, then struck flint to wick. The glass candle burst into strange, pale flame. Neither gold nor red, but something in between. Something wrong. Something old. Marwyn began to chant, his voice slipping into a language Daron did not recognize, one that made the hairs on his arms rise and the shadows along the canvas ripple like water. "A drop of your blood," Marwyn said, "for the price." Daron pricked his finger with his dagger and held it over the flame. The single drop sizzled as it fell. Then the world darkened. The fire grew taller, colder. The shadows stretched unnaturally long. Whispers filled the air, voices older than kingdoms. Ghost stiffened, lips curling but did not move. And Daron felt it. A part of his magic was being pulled from him, drawn into the fire, woven into something other. Then it appeared. At first, it was nothing but black smoke, a shifting, coiling presence in the air. But then it twisted, formed wings, tail, and claws. A creature emerged from the flame, small, no larger than a house cat, but terrible to behold. A dragon of shadow. Its wings shimmered like a mirage. Its eyes glowed molten silver, like twin stars in a moonless night. It was not Lyrax. It was not flesh. It was will. Ghost growled softly, watching with narrowed eyes. Marwyn stepped back, breath shallow. "It is done." Daron stood and took a slow step forward. The shadow dragon tilted its head as if appraising him. Then it lowered itself. A bow, a gesture of loyalty. Daron reached out. His fingers passed through the creature. It felt like smoke, like heat, like memory. But he could feel it. It was his. His shadow. His secret weapon. A king's shadow, Marwyn murmured in awe. Daron smiled, slow and deliberate. Tomorrow, he would ride to the twins. And Walder Frey would learn that the true danger of a Targaryen king was not the fire everyone feared. It was the shadow they never saw coming. The tent was dimly lit, the flickering glow of the glass candle casting long, twisting shadows across the canvas walls. Daron Targaryen stood still, his hands relaxed behind his back, his breath slow and steady. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, he was not in his body anymore. A cold sensation rushed through him, like he had plunged into icy water. His senses shifted. The world around him changed. Now he was seeing through different eyes, eyes that were not his own. The shadow dragon had become an extension of himself. Daron could feel its body, formless yet real, a creature of shadow and magic. He flexed his will, and the dragon moved. With a silent beat of its wings, it flew forward, gliding through the air inside the tent. The creature twisted and turned, moving with unnatural grace. It felt weightless, bound by no flesh, no limits. Daron willed it to perch on his shoulder. The shadow dragon obeyed, landing as lightly as a whisper. Then, it took flight again, slipping through the tent flap and vanishing into the night. The twins loomed ahead, their twin towers standing tall over the green fork. The shadow dragon flew swiftly, unseen beneath the cloak of darkness. No guards noticed its passing. No torches revealed its form. It was as silent as the wind. Through an open window, it drifted inside. It moved like mist, seeping through the cracks of stone corridors until it found its target. Lord Walder Frey. The old man was alone in his chamber, slouched in his chair, sipping from a goblet. A pile of half-eaten food lay before him, crumbs littering his lap. His breath rattled, his wrinkled hands shaking slightly. The shadow dragon hovered above him, watching. Then, it dove forward. Walder let out a startled gasp, his goblet falling from his fingers, wine spilling across his lap. "What?" His eyes went wide with terror as the shadow dragon's wings spread, looming over him. He swiped at it, but his hands passed through nothingness. His breath came in short, panicked gasps. "What cursed sorcery is this?" he wheezed. The shadow dragon did not answer. It moved closer, and then it dissolved. A wisp of dark mist slipped into Walder's open mouth. The old man convulsed, choking, clawing at his throat as if trying to rip the shadows out. His gasping breath turned into ragged wheezes. His hands clawed at his chest, pain twisting his face. Then, with a final shudder, his body went still. The shadows slid out of him, reforming into the shape of the dragon. The creature perched on the back of the chair, watching. Lord Walder Frey's lifeless eyes stared at nothing, his mouth still slightly open, as if frozen in silent horror. The shadow dragon flicked its tail once, and then it vanished, dissolving like smoke in the wind. Back in the tent, Daron's eyes snapped open. The moment he did, exhaustion hit him like a hammer. His vision blurred. His body felt heavy, sluggish. It was like he had been running for hours, his muscles aching, his limbs weak. His balance wavered. And then Ghost was there. The direwolf pressed against him, steadying him. Daron leaned on Ghost, trying to regain his breath. Marwyn stepped forward, studying him carefully. "Is it done?" he asked. Daron nodded once, unable to speak. Marwyn exhaled. Good. But look at you, you can barely stand. Daron forced himself upright, but his legs shook. Marwyn frowned. You used more magic than your body is accustomed to. The shadow dragon drained a lot from you. Daron clenched his jaw. I'll recover. You will, Marwyn agreed. But listen to me well, do not attempt this again. Daron's gray eyes flickered toward the Archmaester. Marwyn's expression was serious. Summoning another shadow would take years off your life, he warned. You may have magic flowing through you, but you are still mortal. If you do this again too soon, the cost will be more than just exhaustion. Daron stayed silent. At least a year, Marwyn insisted. Give your magic time to recover. Daron nodded once, showing that he understood. Satisfied, Marwyn bowed. Then I will leave you to rest, your grace. With that, he took the glass candle and left the tent. Daron turned toward his cot, his legs still weak. He leaned on Ghost, making his way to the bed. When he finally lay down, he felt the weight of exhaustion press upon him. Ghost lay beside him, his red eyes watching with concern. Daron ran a hand through the direwolf's soft white fur, comforting him. I'm fine, he murmured. Ghost rumbled softly in response. Then, he felt another presence in his mind. Lyrax. Her thoughts brushed against his, full of worry. She had felt his sudden exhaustion, even from afar. Daron sent back a soothing thought, letting her know he was safe. He could feel her reluctance, her urge to fly to him, to be by his side. But he calmed her. He wasn't dying, just drained. After a long moment, she finally accepted it. Still, her presence remained, watching, protecting. Daron let out a slow breath, closing his eyes. Tomorrow, when the sun rises over the twins. It would be a different day for House Frey, after they find Walder Frey dead in his chair. A smile touched Daron's lips as sleep finally took him. The crossing belongs to them now. The morning air was crisp and cool, the distant sounds of the northern army preparing for the march filling the camp. Inside Daron's tent, Rhaella Targaryen sat across from her grandson, sharing a quiet breakfast. A meal together was a rare moment. Her grandson, King Daron Targaryen, was a man of many responsibilities. She barely had time to speak with him alone, let alone sit together for a meal. Even now, Sir Arthur Dayne stood nearby, ever watchful. Rhaella picked at her food as she studied her grandson. His raven black hair, his piercing gray eyes. But even with that, he looked so much like her son Rhaegar. And yet, there was something different about him. Something sharper, stronger. Rhaegar had been a dreamer, lost in his prophecies and riddles. But Daron was a dragon. Rhaella sighed internally. Spending time with Daron was difficult enough. But for Viserys and Daenerys, it was even worse. They were still adjusting to being in Westeros, and they were surrounded by an army of Northmen. Most of the northern lords and soldiers were respectful, but that didn't mean they trusted them. Rhaella had seen it in their eyes, heard it in the whispers when they thought she wasn't listening. The Targaryens were outsiders here. Even though Daron was their king, raised by Ned Stark himself, there was still a barrier between them. That, and the dragon hatchlings, was why Viserys and Daenerys had barely had any time with their nephew. Viserys, especially, had taken it poorly. Rhaella sighed, setting down her fork. She wanted to speak, to ask her grandson how he was feeling, how he was truly handling all of this. But before she could, a servant entered the tent. Your Grace, the man bowed. Ser Stevern Frey has arrived and seeks an audience with you. Daron set down his cup of tea and wiped his mouth with a cloth. I will see him. A few minutes later, Ser Stevern Frey entered the tent. The man looked uneasy, his hands twitching slightly as he stood before Daron. Your Grace, Stevern began, bowing deeply. Rhaella studied him carefully. Stevern was nervous, but not just because he was standing before a king. There was something else. Speak, Daron commanded. Stevern swallowed. My father passed away last night, he said. The maester believes his heart gave out in his sleep. Rhaella saw how Daron's expression didn't change, but she could see Stevern shifting uncomfortably under his gaze. Tragic, Daron said, his voice empty of emotion. Stevern flinched at Daron's tone. Even Rhaella noticed it. There was no sincerity in Daron's words, no true grief or pity for Walder Frey, and Stevern knew it, but neither man said anything. Instead, Daron leaned forward slightly. "This means you are the new Lord Frey," Daron continued smoothly. "I didn't like the last Lord of the Crossing, and unlike your father, I hope you last longer." Riella's eyes narrowed. What was Daron doing? But when she glanced at Stevern, she saw fear in his face. The man turned pale, nodding quickly. I will do my best, Your Grace," Stevern stammered. Riella didn't understand, but Stevern did. There was something unsaid between them, something that only they knew. Riella studied her grandson. He was testing Stevern, and Stevern was terrified to fail. Stevern took a moment to gather himself before speaking again. "Your Grace," he said, his voice steadier. "While I am now Lord of the Crossing, some of my brothers disagree." Daron remained silent. Stevern hesitated before bowing his head. "I would be grateful if Your Grace could help me solidify my position." Daron tilted his head slightly. "I see," he mused. For a moment, the tent was silent. Then Daron spoke. "Your father raised 4,000 men before his passing," he said. Stevern nodded. "Keep a small garrison loyal to you," Daron continued, "and send all your brother's men with the rest of the Frey army under my banner. I will make sure that the Frey men earn their share of glory beating the Lannister invaders from the Riverlands." Stevern's lips parted slightly. Riella immediately understood the implication. Daron would take all the men loyal to Stevern's brothers away from the twins. He would send them to war, and while they were gone, Stevern would secure his rule over the twins. Stevern slowly nodded. "I understand," he said quietly. Daron smiled. "Good." Stevern bowed deeply before quickly excusing himself. As he left, Riella turned to Daron, narrowing her violet eyes. "You handled that quite well," she said. Daron took a sip of his tea. "I still have much to learn, grandmother." Riella studied him. She wanted to ask, did you have something to do with Walder Frey's death? But she already knew the answer, and if Daron wanted to tell her, he would have. Instead, she simply sighed and sipped her tea. She had asked the gods for a strong king to lead House Targaryen back to glory. It seemed her wish had been granted. A few hours later, the gates of the twins were opened. The northern army split into two forces. Most of their cavalry, under the command of Robb Stark and Ser Brynden Tully, crossed the Green Fork to relieve Riverrun and break the siege. The foot soldiers, under the command of Daron Targaryen and Ned Stark, marched south along the King's Road to face Tywin Lannister at Ruby Ford. Riella rode with Daron's host, alongside Viserys and Daenerys. As their horses rode down the King's Road, she glanced up at the walls of the twins. The Frey banners still hung, but Walder Frey was dead, and his house now kneels to Daron Targaryen. Riella smiled. Her grandson was truly a dragon, and the world would soon know it. The battlefield stretched before them, two great hosts facing one another across the Green Fork, banners fluttering in the wind, the silence before the storm. At the head of the northern army, King Daron Targaryen sat atop his warhorse, his Valyrian steel armor gleaming in the morning sun. Beside him, his uncle Ned Stark rode with ice strapped to his back, his expression calm and resolute. The northern army, 20,000 strong, stood in formation behind them, mostly foot soldiers, with only 1,000 cavalry. The Lannister army had 30,000 men, more knights, more cavalry, and had taken strong defensive ground on the hill. By all accounts, the North was at a disadvantage. But Daron was not worried. He knew something Tywin Lannister did not. From what Daron can see and had gathered from reports and scouting, the Lannister forces were arranged in 4 divisions. The center, commanded by Ser Kevan Lannister, held 10,000 men, heavy infantry, pikemen, and archers. The right flank, commanded by Ser Adam Marbrand, held 4,000 knights and heavy cavalry. The left flank, commanded by Ser Gregor Clegane, held 1,000 mounted freeriders, sellswords, and small folk conscripts, the weakest part of the army. The reserve, commanded by Lord Tywin Lannister himself, sat on a high hilltop with 5,000 more men, ready to reinforce wherever needed. The Lannisters had the advantage in numbers, positioning, and cavalry. They had spent the last 5 days preparing, while the North had deliberately delayed to give Robb time to relieve Riverrun. But that delay had allowed Tywin to set the battlefield in his favor. Now, the Lannister banners waved proudly in the wind, the golden lions of House Lannister glimmering beneath the sunlight. Drums and war horns sounded from the Lannister side as they prepared for battle. The northern soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, waiting for Daron's signal. Ned Stark turned to his nephew. "Are you sure about this?" he asked quietly. Daron only smiled. "You'll see, Uncle," he said. Then, without warning, a roar split the sky. The Lannister army never saw it coming. One moment, they were standing in formation, ready to crush the northern rebels. The next, a massive shadow fell over the battlefield. Then fire. Lyrax swooped down from the sky, her black and blue wings blotting out the sun. Her earth-shaking roar sent terror through the Lannister ranks, and then she unleashed her dragon fire. A torrent of blue-black flames engulfed Ser Gregor Clegane's vanguard, the Lannister men, Sellswords and free riders screaming as they burn alive. The entire left flank turned to chaos as horses reared and bolted. Men threw down their weapons, and the flames consumed everything in their path. But Daron had given Lyrax a command. Do not burn the entire army. Instead, scatter them. And that was exactly what she did. The sight of a dragon descending upon them shattered the Lannister discipline. Men began to flee in panic, some trampling over each other, others abandoning their positions entirely. The center wavered, the right flank hesitated. Even from his distant hilltop, Tywin Lannister could be seen standing suddenly from his horse, his golden armor flashing in alarm. The Lion of Casterly Rock had not expected a dragon, and by the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. The Lannister army was breaking. The great golden banners of House Lannister were tossed aside as men ran for their lives. The northern army stood frozen in place, watching in stunned silence as a dragon burned and broke their enemies. Every man had heard the old tales of Aegon the Conqueror and his dragons, of House Targaryen's rule through fire and blood. But now, they were seeing it with their own eyes. A dragon fighting for the north, fighting for King Daron. The men looked to their king and saw him smiling. "Now," Daron roared, raising his axe high. "Charge!" And the north surged forward like a storm. The Lannister army was already breaking, their lines in chaos. And the Northmen fell upon them like wolves among sheep. Swords clashed, spears pierced, axes fell, and the Lannister forces shattered completely. The men did not fight, they fled. The great army of Tywin Lannister was no longer an army. It was a mass of terrified, fleeing men. As Daron rode forward, cutting down any who dared resist, he raised his hand and gave the next order. "Capture the highborn. Let the rest flee." The northern soldiers understood. This was not a massacre. It was a lesson. They did not need to slaughter thousands. They only needed to crush the Lannister command. The highborn knights and lords were the ones who mattered. If they were captured, the war would be as good as won. So the northern cavalry rode through the fleeing ranks, knocking Lannister lords from their horses, subduing them one by one. Daron himself dismounted and strode toward a familiar, golden-armored figure. Ser Kevan Lannister. The man raised his sword weakly, his face filled with disbelief. "A dragon," he whispered. Daron knocked his sword aside with a single strike, sending the blade clattering to the ground. "You are my prisoner now, Ser Kevan," Daron said. Kevan fell to his knees. From a hilltop, Tywin Lannister turned his horse and fled south, his army burning behind him. The battle was over before it had truly begun. The Lannisters had 30,000 men. Only 5,000 escaped south with Tywin. The rest? Captured, disarmed, broken, scattered. And as smoke filled the battlefield, the northern soldiers raised their weapons and howled like wolves. The king in the north, Daron Targaryen, fire and blood. Daron watched the burning field before him, his gray eyes calm and focused. The war was far from over, but this battle, it had been his. And Lyrax roared to the heavens, sealing his first true victory in fire and blood. The battlefield was silent now. The screams, the clang of steel, the roar of war, all had faded into echoes of the past. Only the stench of burned flesh and smoldering remnants remained, drifting through the northern camp like ghosts of the fallen. But Daron paid them no mind. His mind was elsewhere. His feet carried him beyond the tents, beyond the soldiers still cheering his name, beyond the prisoners being rounded up, beyond the northern banners waving in the wind. There, in an open clearing, stood his dragon, Lyrax. Her massive black and blue form was curled upon the earth, her wings partially folded, her golden eyes reflecting the flames that still flickered in the distance. She had made her temporary roost here, in an abandoned field, far enough that she wouldn't frighten the men, but close enough to watch over Daron. The northern soldiers kept a wide berth around her, their eyes filled with awe and fear as they passed. To them, she was no mere beast. She was a living legend. She sensed his approach before he even spoke. Her great head lifted, golden eyes locking onto him. For the first time in his life, Daron Targaryen stood face to face with his dragon. Ser Arthur Dayne stepped forward, intending to follow. "My king," Arthur said. "I should." Daron shook his head. "Not this time, Arthur," Daron said, his voice gentle but firm. "This is something I must do alone." Arthur hesitated for a moment, but then bowed his head. "As you command, your grace." Daron gave him a small nod before continuing forward. A rush of emotions flooded Daron's mind, not just his own, but hers. Joy, relief, contentment. The bond between them, formed the day she hatched, had always been there, but it had been distant, fragmented, weakened by years of separation. Now it was whole again. Daron took slow steps forward, Ghost padding beside him, his ever-present shadow. He reached out with both hands and pressed them against her warm, scaled snout. For a long moment, he just stood there, eyes closed, feeling her presence. And then, unable to stop himself, he wrapped his arms around her massive head. "I've waited so long for this, girl," he whispered, his voice barely above the wind. Lyrax rumbled deep in her throat, a sound of pure contentment. She nudged him with her snout, her massive wings twitching, as if wanting to wrap him in them. It was strange, yet natural, as if something that had been missing all this time had finally returned. For the first time in his life, Daron Targaryen felt whole. Ghost remained by Daron's side, his large white form watchful, calculating, silent. Lyrax finally turned her attention to the direwolf. Her massive golden eyes narrowed. She lowered her head, sniffing at him. Ghost did not move, did not flinch. Instead, he tilted his head up, meeting her gaze with his own crimson eyes. For a moment, neither beast moved. Only silent tension filled the air. Dragon and direwolf, two creatures not meant to exist together, now bound by the same man. Lyrax let out a soft huff, a puff of smoke escaping her nostrils. Ghost, in turn, exhaled sharply, ears twitching. It was as if they had wordlessly come to an agreement. "I tolerate you. For his sake." Daron let out a laugh, shaking his head. "You two are impossible," he muttered, running a hand through Ghost's thick fur while patting Lyrax's snout. Both huffed in response, neither truly acknowledging the other. Daron only smiled. As Daron stood beside Lyrax, feeling the heat radiate from her scales, he could feel the shift in the world around him. Everything had changed. The moment Lyrax descended upon the battlefield, the Northmen had looked at him differently, not just as their king, but as something more. A Targaryen king with a dragon at his command. The sight of dragon fire had burned itself into their memories. Now, Daron was no longer just a boy raised in Winterfell, no longer just a Stark bastard, or the secret son of Rhaegar Targaryen. Now, he was a Targaryen king with fire in his blood, with a dragon under his command. Now, he was Daron Targaryen, the king in the north, the true heir to the Iron Throne, the man who rode with both direwolves and dragons. And the world would never forget it. But for now, none of that mattered. For now, Daron would enjoy this moment, away from politics, away from war. He would simply be Daron, bonded with his dragon, his direwolf by his side. He took a seat on the warm earth, leaning against Lyrax's massive head. Ghost settled beside him, resting his great white head in Daron's lap. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of fire and fur. And for the first time in years, Daron did something he had not done since he was a child. He sang a soft melody, an old northern lullaby, one he had heard from Old Nan long ago. As he sang, Lyrax's golden eyes drifted closed. Ghost let out a soft breath, nestling against him. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the song into the night. And for now, just for now, Daron let himself be at peace. The command tent was filled with the low hum of conversation. Lord Medgar Serwyn, Lord Halley's Hornwood, Harry and Karstark, Robert Glover, and Ser Wylis Manderly sat around the large wooden war table, drinking, discussing, laughing in good spirits after their decisive victory over Tywin Lannister's army. Waiting for their king, Ned Stark remained silent, hands clasped before him, listening but not joining in. Even now, after all these years, he found little joy in war. He had felt pride, yes, when their strategy had worked flawlessly, when the Lannisters had scattered like frightened sheep before their northern charge, when his men had fought and bled and won. But war was war, and Ned knew that every victory came at a price. Then suddenly, the tent fell silent. Not because Ned spoke, not because someone raised a hand, but because they all felt it. A shift in the air, a presence, as though something primal and ancient had entered their midst. The entrance to the command tent parted, and Daron Targaryen walked inside. Ned turned his head, taking in his nephew. Daron had bathed and dressed in fresh clothes, but even in simple black leathers, he looked every inch the warrior king of legends. His stark coloring, raven black curls, storm gray eyes, and a face carved from northern stone, clashed beautifully with the otherworldly beauty of his Valyrian heritage. He moved with lethal grace, like a wolf gliding through the snow, yet carried himself with the weight of a dragon. At his side, Ghost walked in silent vigilance, his crimson eyes gleaming in the dim light. And behind him, Ser Arthur Dayne, the legendary Sword of the Morning, followed with quiet deference, standing as a silent guardian. But it wasn't just their king's physical presence that gripped the northern lords in awed silence. It was what he had done. They had all seen it. They had all witnessed it. The dragon that had descended upon the battlefield, burning the Lannisters with fire and fury. The beast that had turned the tide of war in mere minutes. And here stood its master, the dragon. No one slouched now. No one dared to show even a hint of laxness. The presence of Daron Targaryen demanded respect, and just a hint of fear. Daron moved to his seat, running a hand through Ghost's thick fur as he sat down. Ser Arthur took his place behind him, standing like a shadow. It was Ser Wylis Manderly who broke the silence first. He cleared his throat, shifting slightly in his chair. "Your Grace," Wylis began carefully, "we must ask the dragon. What do we do about it?" The other lords turned their eyes toward Daron, waiting. It was the unspoken question on all their minds. What did this mean for the North? For the first time in history, a Stark-blooded king commanded a dragon. It was both a gift and a curse. Daron exhaled softly, fingers still in Ghost's fur. "You don't have to do anything," he said, voice calm but firm. The dragon, Lyrax, is mine. There was a finality in his words that left no room for argument. The message was clear. Lyrax was no threat to the North, unless Daron willed it. The lords nodded, some in acceptance, some still uneasy, but none dared question further. Then Daron leaned forward slightly. "I received a raven from Riverrun a short while ago." At that, all ears perked up. Daron's lips curled ever so slightly. Our strategy worked. The tension in the tent shattered as the northern lords erupted into cheers and exclamations. Robert Glover slammed his fist against the table. "He did it, then? He relieved Riverrun." Daron nodded, his gray eyes gleaming with something akin to pride. "Robb took the fight to Ser Jaime Lannister." The lords leaned in, eager to hear the tale. Daron continued. "After separating at the Twins, Robb and his riders marched hard for Riverrun, Ser Brynden eliminating Lannister outriders along the way. He paused, letting them take in the words. Once he reached the Whispering Wood, he set a trap. Jaime took the bait. The lords exchanged grins and nods as they heard about what happened in the Whispering Wood. And now, the young wolf had claimed his own victory there. Harry and Karstark leaned forward, eager. "And what of Jaime Lannister?" he asked, voice sharp with interest. "Who took him down?" Daron smirked. In a last-ditch attempt to turn the battle, Jaime charged straight at Robb. The tent fell silent. Ned stiffened, heart clenching at the thought of his son face-to-face with the Kingslayer. Daron let the moment stretch before delivering the answer. "But before he could reach my brother," he leaned back slightly. "Ser Walder took him down." A beat of silence. Then roaring laughter filled the tent. The image was too glorious. The towering northern knight slamming the Kingslayer into the dirt. "By the gods, I wish I'd seen it," boomed Lord Medgar Serwyn. "Serves the Kingslayer right." Robet Glover chuckled. Even Harry and Karstark grinned. "Ser Walder," he said, shaking his head in amusement, "is a bloody nightmare." As the laughter died down, Daron raised his goblet of wine. "A toast to my brother, Robb Stark." He met their gazes. The young wolf. The lords rose to their feet, cups raised high. "The young wolf," they echoed, voices thundering. Ned watched, his heart swelling with pride for both of his sons, one born of his blood, the other raised as his own. Then Ned lifted his own cup. "To Daron Targaryen." Silence fell. Ned held his nephew's gaze. "The dragon." And just like that, the room exploded with cheers. "The dragon! The dragon! The dragon!" As the chants echoed into the night, Ned watched his nephew, a stark-blooded dragon, a warrior king of legend. And for the first time, Ned knew, the realm would never be the same again. The small council of King Joffrey Baratheon, the Red Keep, King's Landing. The air in the small council chamber was thick with tension. Cersei Lannister sat at the head of the table, her green eyes burning with barely contained rage. The news was worse than she could have imagined. Her brother, Jaime, defeated and captured at Riverrun. Her father, Tywin, routed and humiliated at the Green Fork. And worst of all, the bastard of Winterfell had a dragon. A dragon. Cersei's hands clenched into fists. How? How could this happen? She had fought so hard to keep the Iron Throne secure for Joffrey, had maneuvered, plotted, and killed to ensure her blood remained in power. And now this abomination threatened to tear it all apart. The small council chamber was dead silent, save for the drumming of Lord Varys's fingers against the polished wood table. Littlefinger was smirking, looking entirely too amused. Grand Maester Pycelle looked as if he had swallowed his own tongue. And Joffrey. The boy king sat slouched on his chair, his pale face contorted in fury, lips curling in that ugly sneer that Cersei had come to know so well. "I want them dead." His voice cracked with petulant rage as he slammed his goblet against the armrest. "The Starks, the Tullys, the Targaryens, all of them." Silence. Then Peter Baelish chuckled. "If only it were that simple, Your Grace." Joffrey's eyes narrowed dangerously, but before he could lash out, Cersei spoke. "Speak plainly, Lord Baelish." Littlefinger steepled his fingers. The North was already a problem, but a Targaryen with a dragon? That changes everything. He leaned forward. "The realm has not seen a true dragon in over a century, my queen. Fear is a powerful weapon, but so is faith. Do you think the people will rally behind Joffrey, or the king who wields fire and blood?" Cersei's nails dug into her palms. Littlefinger was right. Daron Targaryen, Jon Snow, wasn't just another claimant. He was the conqueror come again in the making. And that made him far more dangerous than Stannis or Renley. Varys, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. "This changes the game entirely. There are already whispers in the streets, my queen. Some call him the dragon. Others call him the true heir. But one thing is certain." His dark eyes gleamed in the dim candlelight. "The realm is watching." And that, more than anything, made Cersei's blood run cold. The camp of King Renly Baratheon. Renly Baratheon sat in his lavish command tent, his massive host of 80,000 strong camped across the fertile lands of the Reach. Loras Tyrell sat at his side, polishing his sword with a scowl. Beside them, Randyll Tarly, the finest general of the Reach, was reading the report aloud. Jaime Lannister, defeated and captured. Tywin Lannister, routed at the Green Fork. He paused, and King Daron Targaryen has a dragon. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. For the first time since declaring himself king, Renly's confidence wavered. The game had changed. A dragon. The very word sent a chill down his spine. If Daron truly controlled a dragon, that meant we should march to King's Landing immediately. Randyll Tarly's voice was calm, but unyielding. We have the numbers. If we move now, we can take the city before Daron Targaryen reaches it. Loras Tyrell frowned. And what then? Even if we take the city, we'd still have to deal with Daron Targaryen and his dragon. Renly exhaled. The Tyrells had backed him because he was young, charming, charismatic, but even all of that meant nothing against a dragon. A single dragon is not invincible. All eyes turned to Randyll Tarly. We have tens of thousands of men. A dragon can be killed. It has been done before. Renly nodded slowly, regaining his composure. Then we will need to learn how. He turned to Mace Tyrell. Summon your maesters. I want everything there is to know about dragons. And though he did not say it aloud, the implication was clear. How to kill one. The War Council of King Stannis Baratheon, Dragonstone. The chamber of the painted table was lit with candlelight, shadows flickering over the ancient map of Westeros. Stannis Baratheon stood at the head, his jaw tight as he listened to the news. Davos Seaworth, his most trusted man, was the one to deliver it. Tywin Lannister has been routed at the Green Fork. Jaime Lannister is captured at Riverrun. And Daron Targaryen has a dragon. Silence. Then, Melisandre of Ass High smiled. It is as I have foreseen. Stannis turned to her, his blue eyes like cold steel. You foresaw a dragon? Melisandre's gaze was unshaken. I foresaw a fire reborn. A king of ice and fire, forged in the crucible of war. Davos shifted uncomfortably. And what does this mean for us? Stannis exhaled sharply. It means that this war is no longer between Baratheons. He looked down at the painted table, his fingers tracing over King's Landing. If Daron Targaryen truly controls a dragon, then he's the only real threat to the throne. Melisandre stepped forward, her red robes flowing like liquid fire. The Lord of Light has chosen champion, my king. But you must decide, will you stand against him, or will you kneel? Stannis' face was carved from stone. The Baratheons no longer kneel to Targaryens. His fingers tightened into a fist. But even as he spoke, the words felt hollow. Because in his heart, he knew, a dragon changes everything. The healer's tent was filled with the scent of herbs, blood, and burning oils, a thick, stifling mix that made even hardened men uneasy. The inside of the tent smelled of blood and death, a thick, cloying scent that clung to the air like an unshakable omen. Daron Targaryen stepped inside with Ghost at his side, the direwolf's red eyes gleaming in the dim torchlight. Behind him, Ned Stark and Ser Arthur Dayne followed in silence. The moment Daron entered, the room stilled. The Silent Sisters were at work, carefully preparing the body of Lord Roose Bolton, draping his corpse in a clean linen shroud. His pale, gaunt face was frozen in an expression of eternal stillness. The official story was simple. Lord Roose Bolton had fallen from his horse during the chaotic battle against Tywin Lannister. He had been unconscious for 2 days before succumbing to his injuries. But Daron knew the truth. Roose had not fallen. Ghost had scared the horse, sending Bolton tumbling headfirst onto the battlefield, under Daron's orders. The North could not afford to have a Bolton lingering in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to betray the Starks. And now, with no heir to inherit the Dreadfort, House Bolton was gone. Daron felt no guilt. Daron felt no remorse. But his justice was absolute. He let the wolves feast and the monsters rot. But before he could dwell on it further, a low, guttural moan interrupted his thoughts. He turned and saw a massive figure lying on a cot, barely recognizable beneath the layers of burned, peeling flesh. Ser Gregor Clegane. The mountain that rides had become the mountain that burned. His entire body was covered in burns, the result of Lyrax's fire during the battle. His once imposing form was now a mass of charred flesh, his breathing ragged and wheezing. Even now, his massive hands twitched, trying to grasp at something unseen, his eyes rolling back in agony. Daron stepped closer, and a pale, nervous healer quickly approached. "Your Grace," the healer said, bowing his head. "Ser Gregor's wounds, they are beyond saving. We have given him all the milk of the poppy we can, but his pain is—" The healer hesitated. "It is not enough." Daron studied the grotesque ruin of the man who had butchered his half-siblings in their crib. Even now, Gregor clawed weakly at the air, whimpering like a dying beast. There was no honor in this death, no justice, only pain and decay. "Put him out of his misery," Daron ordered coldly. The healer nodded in relief, but before he could act, a smooth, familiar voice cut through the tent. "No!" Daron turned. Prince Oberyn Martell stood at the entrance, his golden eyes burning with hate. Beside him was a dark-haired woman, her face set in an expression of quiet amusement, Illyria Sand. Oberyn took slow, deliberate steps toward Daron, his eyes never leaving Ser Gregor. "That monster does not deserve a quick death," Oberyn said, his voice low and dangerous. Daron sighed internally. He had been expecting this. Still, he ignored Oberyn's words and cut straight to the point. "Why are you here, Prince Oberyn?" Oberyn finally turned his gaze from the dying mountain and studied Daron. "I came to see the boy who claims to be my nephew's brother." His eyes narrowed slightly. "The son of Rhaegar Targaryen." Illyria Sand smiled at Daron with a hint of intrigue. "You do have the look of a Targaryen," she said, tilting her head. "But your eyes, those are Stark eyes." Oberyn stepped even closer, his expression shifting from curiosity to certainty. "I was hoping to get here before the battle, but alas, the winds were not in our favor. But now that I am here, there is no doubt. You are Rhaegar's son." Daron nodded, but said nothing. Oberyn studied him a moment longer before turning back to Ser Gregor, his expression twisting into pure disgust. "And yet, you would grant this beast mercy." Daron followed his gaze to the barely breathing ruin of Gregor Clegane. His voice was quiet but firm when he spoke. "This rabid dog's pain means nothing to me." Oberyn arched a brow. Daron continued, "I would melt the rock and burn the entire Westerlands to ash if it meant I could bring Aegon and Rhaenys back." A shadow passed over Oberyn's face. "But I can't." His gray eyes met Oberyn's golden ones. "Nothing I do will change the past. But what I can do is this." Daron turned slightly, gesturing toward the dying mountain, and thought about the man who was with him, Ser Amory Lorch, who was now bound in chains, waiting with the other prisoners. "They are yours." Oberyn's breath hitched. Daron held his gaze. "Do with them as you please." For a moment, Oberyn Martell said nothing. Then, slowly, a small, cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. "You honor your family well, nephew." Daron gave a slight nod. Oberyn turned to Illyria, whispering something in her ear. She grinned and whispered back. Daron didn't need to hear their words to know that Ser Gregor's suffering had only just begun. With nothing more to say, Daron turned on his heel and left the tent, Ghost padding silently behind him. Ned Stark and Ser Arthur followed, but neither spoke. Only once they had stepped into the cold night air did Ned finally break the silence. That was a kindness. Daron let out a small, humorless laugh. "No, uncle." His gray eyes gleamed like steel. "That was justice." The Northern Army camp was bustling with activity, soldiers moving about in preparation for the next march, sharpening their weapons, maintaining their armor, and sharing stories of their recent victory. The smell of roasted meat and fresh bread filled the air, blending with the earthy scent of the churned-up ground. Yet, none of this held Viserys Targaryen's attention. His focus remained on the 3 dragon hatchlings they carried. His mother, Riella, walked ahead of him, cradling the largest of the 3 hatchlings in her arms, its black and red scales gleaming under the afternoon sun. His sister Daenerys followed closely beside her, holding the remaining two, one deep green, the other the color of molten gold. The creatures had grown rapidly since their hatching, now the size of small hounds, their wings still weak, but their sharp, curious eyes ever watchful. It was no longer necessary to hide them. Since Daeron's dragon, Lyrax, had revealed herself in battle, the entire realm knew that House Targaryen once again commanded dragons. There was no reason to keep these hatchlings from sight any longer. As they walked through the camp, soldiers and knights alike paused in their tasks to watch them pass. Some looked on with awe, others with uncertainty. The northern men, hardened warriors with no love for the dragons of old, regarded them with wary respect. Viserys could hear their hushed whispers as they passed. Targaryen dragons, after all this time. 7 hells. Can you believe it? The king has a dragon already, and now there are 3 more? Viserys clenched his jaw. He had lived his entire life in exile, running from those who had sworn to kill the last of the dragons. Now, they walked freely among those who would have once hunted them down. And yet, despite the protection they now had, the scars of exile still remained, burned deep into his soul. The crown had always been a burden to him. It was never a desire, never a hunger for power as some might believe. It was simply duty, a duty that had weighed on him since he was old enough to understand what their exile meant. As the last Targaryen prince, before Daron revealed himself to the world, he had sworn to one day reclaim the throne, not for ambition, but for the simple reason that there was no one else to do it. But now there was Daron, his nephew, the son of his older brother Rhaegar, a warrior, a dragon rider, a king. Viserys had expected to resent him, to feel some bitterness at the realization that the throne was no longer his responsibility. But all he felt was relief, a weight lifting off his shoulders that he had carried for so long. He had forgotten what it felt like to stand without it. They reached Daron's tent, and a guard standing outside announced their arrival. Within moments, they were granted entry. Inside, the tent was well furnished. A large table set for a meal at the center, maps and documents laid out neatly on another smaller table to the side. Daron sat at the head of the table, looking up as they entered, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Grandmother," Daron greeted Rhaella first, stepping forward to embrace her. Rhaella stiffened for just a moment before melting into the hug, as if realizing that this was not just the king of the north but her grandson. Then Daron turned to Viserys. For a brief second, Viserys saw Rhaegar in him. The same high cheekbones, the same sharp, beautiful features. But where Rhaegar had always carried himself with a quiet melancholy, a man forever lost in thought, Daron stood firm, exuding a presence that commanded attention. "Uncle," Daron said, his voice warm. Viserys hesitated for a fraction of a second before allowing himself to be embraced. There was something grounding about the gesture. He had not been held like this since he was a boy, since before Rhaegar had died. When Daron pulled away, his gray eyes met Viserys, and for the first time in a long time, Viserys felt safe. Then Daron turned to Daenerys, and his smile widened. "And my dear aunt," he said, pulling Daenerys into a hug as well. Daenerys laughed as she returned the embrace. "You're my nephew, but you look older than me," she teased. Daron chuckled. "I suppose fate is strange that way." After the greetings, they all took their seats at the table, with Ser Arthur Dayne standing quietly behind Daron, ever the silent guardian. The meal was a feast of roasted venison, fresh bread, buttered vegetables, and thick northern stew. As they ate, Daron spoke, apologizing for not making time for them sooner. "War does not allow for much rest," he admitted. "We understand," Rhaella said gracefully. "You are leading an army, fighting a war. We did not expect you to drop everything just to entertain us." Viserys nodded. He would have been a fool to expect anything else. But still, it was good to finally sit and speak with his nephew. As he filled his plate, something large and white moved at the corner of his vision. He turned sharply to see the massive direwolf, Ghost, standing near Rhaella and Daenerys, sniffing at them curiously. Viserys tensed. The wolf was enormous, larger than any hound he had ever seen, its red eyes intelligent, watchful. He glanced at his mother and saw that she, too, was uneasy. But Daenerys, of course, showed no fear. She reached out a hand, and to Viserys' shock, the beast leaned into her touch, allowing her to scratch behind its ear. Ghost let out a contented huff, lowering his head in submission. Daron grinned. "It seems Ghost likes you, Daenerys." Daenerys laughed. "He's like a great big pup." Viserys exhaled, forcing himself to relax. If Daron trusted the wolf, then Viserys would as well. The conversation turned to lighter topics after that. Daron asked about their journey, about how they had adjusted to being back in Westeros. Rhaella spoke about their time in Driftmark, about Montford Valerion's hospitality. Daron listened with keen interest, genuinely wanting to know about their experiences. Viserys found himself speaking more than he expected, sharing memories of their childhood in exile, of the times when they had nearly been caught by assassins, of the nights spent in fear, wondering if they would live to see another day. "It must have been difficult," Daron said, his voice filled with quiet understanding. "You kept our family safe, Uncle. That is no small feat." Viserys felt something tighten in his chest. He had spent so long feeling like a failure, like a prince with no kingdom, a man with nothing but a dead family name. But here, sitting beside Daron, he felt something he had not felt in a long time. Purpose. Maybe, just maybe, they had finally found their way home. As the meal ended, Daron looked at them all and said, "We have a long road ahead, but we will walk it together. House Targaryen will rise again." And for the first time, Viserys truly believed it. After lunch, Daenerys walked alongside her brother, her mother, and the 3 dragon hatchlings as Daron led them through the northern army camp. The soldiers moved out of their way, bowing respectfully to their king, but their eyes lingered on the dragons in their arms. 3 creatures of legend, proof that the old world was returning. Daenerys could barely contain her excitement. Ever since the dragons had hatched, she had felt a connection to them, something deeper than mere fascination. They were not just beasts or weapons. They were her kin, her blood made flesh and fire. And now, for the first time, they were going to meet one of their own, a fully grown dragon, something she had only dreamed of. As they approached the outskirts of the camp, Daenerys heard it before she saw it, a deep, rumbling growl that sent a shiver down her spine. Then, stepping out from behind a cluster of trees, Lyrax emerged. She was magnificent. The great black dragon with golden eyes towered over them, her wings half spread, the late afternoon sun casting shadows across her obsidian-like scales. Every step she took was heavy with power, and when she raised her head, Daenerys saw the fire burning deep in her throat, just beneath the surface. Beside her, Rhaella, Viserys, and Daron stood in awe, but it was the hatchlings who reacted first. With tiny chirps and screeches, the 3 dragon hatchlings leapt from their arms, gliding down to the ground and bounding forward toward Lyrax. The fully grown dragon lowered her head, sniffing the hatchlings as they circled her, their little wings flapping as they eagerly took in her scent. Then, with slow, deliberate movements, Lyrax turned, grasped the leg of a freshly killed lamb in her jaws, and with one great burst of dragon fire, cooked it before dropping it in front of the hatchlings. Daenerys watched as the 3 young dragons descended upon the meat with ravenous hunger, tearing into it like wild beasts. She felt a warmth inside her chest at the sight. "They're getting along," Rhaella murmured, her voice filled with emotion. Daenerys looked up at her mother and saw the joy in her eyes. This moment was not just about the dragons. It was about their family, about the old ways returning, about the Targaryens reclaiming their destiny. Daron stepped forward, lowering himself to one knee beside the hatchlings, watching them closely. "What are their names?" he asked, looking at Daenerys. She smiled, lowering herself beside him. "The red one is Dragon," she said, watching the fiery little hatchling. "I named him after you." Daron raised an eyebrow at that, but his smile widened. "The green one is Regal," she continued, glancing at the second hatchling. "For Rhaegar." Her voice softened at the name of her lost brother. She had never known him, had only heard stories, but he had been the dream of their family. the warrior prince who was supposed to restore House Targaryen to its former glory. "And the golden one," she said, turning to the last hatchling, "is Viserion after Viserys." At this, her older brother straightened slightly, his expression unreadable. He had spent his whole life longing for recognition, for purpose, and Daenerys knew that in naming the dragon after him, she was giving him a place in this new Targaryen future. Daron nodded approvingly. "They're good names." Daenerys looked up at Lyrax, who observed them all in silence. The great dragon was intelligent. Daron had told them that she could feel emotions, could understand things beyond mere words. And now, watching her with the hatchlings, Daenerys realized that Lyrax was doing more than just watching. She was accepting them. For a long while, they simply stood there, watching the dragons bond, feeling the weight of history settle upon them. Then, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, they returned to Daron's tent, the hatchlings now trailing along after them, their bellies full and their eyes gleaming with newfound energy. Inside Daron's command tent, a large map of Westeros was laid out on the wooden table, held in place by daggers and small stones. Rhaella took a seat, while Viserys and Daenerys stood nearby, their dragons curling up at their feet. Daron stood at the head of the table, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his other hand on the table. His expression was calm, but his gray eyes were sharp, filled with quiet intensity. "What are your plans?" Rhaella asked, her voice steady. Daron looked up at her. "The Riverlands are essentially under my rule now," he said. "The Riverlords will bend the knee soon enough. The only threat that remains is Tywin Lannister." Daenerys listened carefully as her nephew spoke. Though he was only about a year older than her, he carried himself with the presence of a seasoned leader. This was not a boy playing at war. This was a king. Daron continued. "Tywin has only 5,000 men left under his command. My scouts report that the Westerland soldiers who were scattered in the battles have no intention of regrouping. They are fleeing back west, fearing Lyrax." A small smile played at the corner of his lips. Daenerys felt a surge of pride. For centuries, the power of dragons had kept the Seven Kingdoms in check. And now, that power was theirs once again. "Once Tywin is dealt with," Daron said, "I will turn my attention to the other claimants. Renley, Stannis, and the boy on the Iron Throne." Viserys folded his arms. "Joffrey is no king," he spat. Daron nodded. "No, he is not. But he still holds the Red Keep, and he still wears the crown. Until he is removed, the war is not over." Rhaella studied him carefully. "And how do you plan to deal with Tywin?" Daron's smile turned sharp. "I will give him a choice." Daenerys leaned in, intrigued. "I will offer him peace, as it is the proper way. I have his son and his brother, among others." Daron said, "He will have surrender, disband his remaining forces, and acknowledge me as his king. Obviously, he will refuse, and when he refuses..." He let the words hang in the air. Daenerys could see the unspoken threat in his eyes. From what she heard, Tywin Lannister was a man of great pride, but he was also a pragmatist. He had spent his life securing the future of House Lannister. Would he be willing to throw it all away out of sheer arrogance? And when he refuses, well, dragons had returned to the world. Rhaella nodded slowly, seeming satisfied. "It is a good plan." Daenerys glanced at Daron. He was not just marching forward with brute force. He was thinking like a king. He understood war, but he also understood diplomacy, and that made him more dangerous than any of his enemies. As the discussion ended, Daenerys looked down at her dragon hatchlings. They were curled up together, their tiny bodies rising and falling with each breath. The future of House Targaryen was here. In this tent, in this war, in these dragons. They would reclaim the throne. Not as exiles, not as beggars, but as dragons. Harrenhal loomed around them, its ruined towers black against the gray sky, as cold and lifeless as Tywin Lannister's mood. He sat at the war table, his once golden army now reduced to a mere 5,000 men, surrounded by the remnants of his command. A few lords, battle-worn and weary, stood around him, lords whose faith in House Lannister had been shaken by the crushing defeats at Riverrun and the Green Fork. Before them stood Ser Cleos Frey, son of Tywin's sister, Jenna, looking nervous as he presented the peace terms of Daron Targaryen. Tywin listened in silence, his green eyes narrowing with each word. The terms were straightforward but humiliating. Tywin Lannister must disband his army and swear fealty to King Daron Targaryen. House Lannister would relinquish all claims to the Iron Throne. Casterly Rock would remain in Lannister hands, but its power would be greatly diminished. Cersei and Joffrey were to be removed from King's Landing and placed under Daeron's protection. The air in the chamber was heavy as Tywin studied the faces of his remaining commanders. Some, like Lord Brax and Ser Frey Prester, looked uneasy, their expressions betraying their thoughts. They wanted to surrender. Tywin felt rage coil inside him like a viper. "These are generous terms," Ser Cleos said hesitantly, shifting from foot to foot. "King Daeron is willing to show mercy, my lord." Tywin raised a hand, silencing him. "Get out," he said flatly. Cleos blinked. "Uncle, I said get out." Ser Cleos bowed quickly and scurried from the chamber. The commanders hesitated, but when Tywin's gaze swept over them, they too made their way out, leaving the great lord of Casterly Rock alone in the chamber. Tywin exhaled slowly and turned his gaze to the map of Westeros spread before him. His hand clenched around the hilt of his sword as he considered his options. The Lannister army was broken. He could no longer take the fight to Daron Targaryen. Not with his men demoralized, not with his enemies closing in. He could march to King's Landing, but that would be foolish. Renley Baratheon and his army from the Reach were pressing northward. Stannis was on Dragonstone, a threat that could not be ignored. And Daron. Tywin closed his eyes. From the grave, Aerys Targaryen was laughing at him. Tywin could almost hear the Mad Kings cackling in his ears. After all his years of careful maneuvering, after decades of ruling Westeros from the shadows, he was now the one fleeing the battlefield with his tail between his legs. No, he would not surrender to Aerys' grandson, but he was no fool either. Tywin Lannister would live to fight another day, and that meant retreating to the west. At Casterly Rock, he could regroup. He could call upon what remained of his bannermen and prepare for war once more. Even as Daron Targaryen marched south, Tywin had already sent orders to Lannisport after the Battle of the Green Fork. Orders to begin constructing scorpions, weapons meant to bring dragons down from the sky. The Rock was the only fortress in Westeros that could withstand the might of a dragon. And if he could find a way to kill Daeron's dragon, he could break the boy's power. His pride be damned. This was war. His decision made, Tywin called his commanders back in and gave the order. The Lannister army would march west. They rode at dawn. The 5,000 Lannister men departed Harrenhal under the banners of the Golden Lion, moving quickly towards the Golden Tooth. They would regroup in the west, solidify their defenses, and prepare for the coming war. Tywin sat astride his great destrier, his golden armor dulled by dust and dry blood, his mind already planning the next moves in the game. Then the dragon came. A terrible roar shattered the morning calm. Tywin's head snapped up just in time to see the dragon, a shadow in the sky, its black wings blotting out the sun. Panic spread through the ranks like wildfire. The dragon dove. Before the dragon could even breathe fire, chaos erupted. Men screamed, horses reared, and the army broke apart instantly. Some fled westward toward the Golden Tooth. Others scattered into the forests. The proud Lannister army was no longer an army, just a mass of terrified men running for their lives. Tywin turned his horse, his personal retainers close behind him. They could still reach the west. They could still make it. Hoofbeats. A force of 200 riders burst from the trees, banners of House Stark flying high. Tywin barely had time to react before the riders crashed into his escort. Steel met steel, men screamed, and blood sprayed across the ground. Tywin's retainers fought fiercely, but they were outnumbered and already shaken by the dragon's arrival. Tywin cut down one Northman with his sword, but it wasn't enough. Through the chaos, he saw him. Daron Targaryen. The boy king was clad in Valyrian steel armor, his red and black cloak billowing as he fought with a massive battle-axe. Not the weapon of a regal prince, but of a warrior. Tywin's men fell before him like wheat before the scythe. One by one, his retainers died, until Tywin stood alone. He could still fight. He could still die with a sword in his hand. But as he raised his weapon, the great white direwolf emerged, its bloody maw bared in a silent snarl. Tywin exhaled slowly. His hand loosened on his sword. It was over. The Lion of Lannister had been caged. Heavy chains were wrapped around his wrists as he was forced to his knees before Daron Targaryen. For the first time in his life, Tywin Lannister was a prisoner. He did not speak, as the boy king regarded him with cold gray eyes. But in the silence, he heard it again. Aerys' mad laughter. Tywin clenched his jaw. This was not the end. Not yet. The cold stone of Harrenhal's dungeons was unforgiving against Tywin's back as he sat slumped against the wall, chained like a common criminal. His once pristine golden armor had been stripped from him, leaving him in little more than a torn and dirted tunic. His wrists bore the angry red marks of the iron shackles that bound him, the metal biting into his flesh. He had not slept. He had not eaten, but Aerys' laughter was still there, slithering in his mind like a viper. Tywin clenched his jaw, his emerald eyes staring blankly at the damp stone wall across from him. How had it come to this? This was supposed to be his moment of triumph. His grandson sat the Iron Throne. His house ruled the Seven Kingdoms. He had spent a lifetime forging the power of House Lannister, making it the greatest family in Westeros. And yet, in the span of mere months, it was all crumbling before his eyes. The boy king, Daron Targaryen, had outmaneuvered him at every turn. His armies were scattered. His daughter and grandson sat defenseless in King's Landing. His legacy, the great golden empire he had built, was teetering on the edge of ruin, and he was chained to a dungeon wall like a beaten dog. The bitter taste of failure burned on his tongue. For all his careful planning, for all his ruthlessness, he had still lost to a bastard dragon whelp. Tywin exhaled slowly. He would not beg. He would not grovel. He was Tywin Lannister, and even in chains, he would remain Tywin Lannister. Suddenly, the heavy iron door creaked open. Tywin's gaze flickered upward, and Rhaella Targaryen stepped into the cell, her long silver gold hair cascading over her shoulders, her violet eyes cold and unforgiving. Beside her, the white direwolf padded silently into the room, the direwolf's red eyes gleaming in the dim torchlight. Tywin tensed. The beast was enormous, easily the size of a warhorse. Its white fur was stained with blood, and its breath was hot against the stale dungeon air. But Tywin did not look away. He met Rhaella's gaze with his own, refusing to show weakness. For a long moment, she simply looked at him. Then she spoke. I suppose this is what happens when the great Tywin Lannister faces grown men instead of slaughtering little children. Her voice was soft, almost gentle, but the words were a dagger buried deep in his pride. Tywin's jaw tightened, but he did not rise to the bait. Not yet. Rhaella's eyes were sharp, cruel. She was enjoying this. And why wouldn't she? He had once mocked her, scorned her weakness, turned his back on her when she had pleaded for his help during Aerys' madness. Now, she stood before him, free, powerful, and victorious, while he rotted in chains. After a long moment, he exhaled slowly and spoke, his voice calm and measured. What happened to Elia, Aegon, and Rhaenys is on Ser Gregor Clegane and Ser Amory Lorch. I never gave the order. A lie. A calculated lie. But Rhaella only smiled. It was a cruel, knowing smile. I spent years in exile, Tywin, she murmured. I met all sorts of men. Cowards, murderers, thieves. And do you know what I learned? She took a step closer, her eyes never leaving his. Only weak men use cruelty and fear to make themselves seem strong. Tywin's fingers twitched. You have always been a weak man, Tywin Lannister. That struck deeper than any sword ever could. Weak. No one had ever called Tywin Lannister weak. He was the lion, the ruler, the true power behind the Iron Throne. Rhaella continued. You hid behind the rock while Rhaegar lived. You only acted once the war was already won. That too to go after little children and their sickly, frail mother. His fingers curled into fists. His pride demanded he strike her down. With a snarl, he lunged forward. Or at least he tried to. And before he could even take another breath, the direwolf moved. The direwolf lunged, slamming its massive body into Tywin's chest, shoving him back against the wall. For the first time in his life, Tywin Lannister felt fear. The beast's muzzle was inches from his face, its hot breath washing over him, its blood-stained fangs bared. It could have ripped his throat out in an instant. But it didn't. Instead, Riella chuckled. She reached out and ran a hand through Ghost's white fur, a picture of calm, as if she weren't standing beside a beast that could tear a man in half. Then she looked back at Tywin. "You are going to die tomorrow." The words were said so simply, so casually, that they might as well have been a statement of fact. Tywin did not react. He would not react. Not in front of her. "Daron has decided that you will burn," Riella continued. "By dragon fire." The words settled heavily in the air. Tywin kept his expression blank. Burned, like Ares would have done. The irony was almost laughable. But Riella was not finished. She took a step back, her smile turning sharper. "But don't worry," she murmured. "Your last night won't be a dull one." Tywin frowned. "Prince Oberyn is going to entertain you." A cold chill ran down Tywin's spine. Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne, Elia's brother. Riella's smile widened at the look on Tywin's face. Daron told him he's not allowed to kill you. She tilted her head. But everything else? Well, she turned without another word, moving toward the door. Ghost lingered a moment longer, its red eyes watching Tywin, as if daring him to move. Then it turned and padded after Riella. The door slammed shut. Tywin was alone again. For a moment. Then the door opened once more. And Prince Oberyn Martell stepped inside. His dark eyes burned with hatred. His smile was slow and cruel. He closed the door behind him. Tywin swallowed. For the first time since his capture, he wondered if death by dragon fire might have been the merciful option. The morning air was crisp and cold, but the sun was beginning to rise over the ruined towers of Harrenhal. The light painted the sky in hues of red and gold, as if the very heavens knew what was coming. Tywin Lannister was going to die today. Daron stood at the edge of the execution site, his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood his family, his blood. Uncle Ned, his second father, the man who had raised him. His face was unreadable, but when Daron had spoken about his decision regarding the fate of Tywin Lannister, Ned had nodded. The North understood justice. Riella, his grandmother, the queen who was exiled. She was dressed in black, her silver hair glistening in the morning light. Her expression was calm, but there was a fire in her violet eyes. Daenerys, his aunt, his kin. She was still young, but there was steel in her now, in the way she held herself, in the way she watched. Viserys, his uncle. He looked nervous, his hands twitching slightly. For all his talk of dragons, he is still uncomfortable with fire because of his father's madness. Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper of Dorne, stood with them as well, his golden robes swaying slightly in the breeze. His dark eyes were alive with cruel amusement, as if he had been waiting for this day for years. And in a way he had. Beyond them, lords and knights of the northern host had gathered to bear witness. Stark men, Manderleys, Umbers, Karstarks. Their faces were grim, their expressions unreadable. They had come to see the Lion of Lannister fall. Then, at last, Tywin was brought forth. The great Lion of the Rock did not look so great anymore. His once golden hair was matted with sweat, his face drawn and sickly pale. The strong, commanding figure that had once ruled the West with an iron grip was gone. What stood before them now was a man on the edge of death. Oberyn's poisons had done their work. Tywin's emerald eyes flickered over them all, taking them in one by one. His gaze lingered on Daron, and for a brief moment, Daron thought he saw something there. Fear. It was well hidden, buried beneath years of pride and discipline, but it was there. And why wouldn't it be? No sane man would not be afraid of death, and death by fire was a horrible way to go. Tywin was dragged forward and tied to the log. The executioners worked quickly, securing him in place. The great lord of Casterly Rock was now little more than a prisoner awaiting his fate. Prince Oberyn stepped forward. "You don't have to do this yourself, Your Grace," he said, a smirk playing at his lips. "I'd be happy to step in and do it for you." Daron did not turn to look at him. "Ours is the old way." Uncle Ned nodded. Oberyn sighed, but did not argue. Daron took a step forward, coming face to face with Tywin Lannister. The once mighty lion looked half dead already. Oberyn had not chosen his poisons to be merciful. The work had been slow, painful, a punishment for Rhaenys, for Aegon, for Elia. Tywin stared at him with unreadable eyes. Daron met his gaze without blinking. Then, softly, he spoke. "Don't worry." Tywin's brow furrowed slightly. Lyrax's flames burn hot. A pause. "It will be quick." For a moment, something in Tywin's posture changed. His shoulders loosened slightly. His expression eased, as if in some ways he had already accepted his death. A small mercy, and far more than he deserved. Daron's voice grew cold. "When you burn in the seven hells, I hope your screams give comfort to Aegon and Rhaenys." The world seemed to go silent. A shadow passed over them as Lyrax made her presence known. The great black dragon lowered her head, her golden eyes locking onto the man tied to the log. The gathered men and women held their breath, their gazes fixed on the beast that had returned dragons to Westeros. Tywin stared at her, but this time there was no hiding the fear. Daron took a step back, and then, in a voice strong and steady, he spoke the word of House Targaryen. "Dracarys." For a heartbeat there was nothing. Then, fire. A torrent of dragon flame erupted from Lyrax's maw, engulfing Tywin Lannister completely. The heat was immense, a roaring inferno that swallowed the log whole. The flames burned bright, blindingly so, and when the torrent finally died down, there was no life left. Only a blackened corpse and smoldering remains tied to a burning log. Tywin Lannister was dead. Daron exhaled slowly. He closed his eyes. He thought of Aegon, of Rhaenys, of his siblings Tywin had ordered slain. Their deaths had not been quick, but his had. It was done. Without another word, Daron turned and walked back into Harrenhal. The Red Keep, King's Landing. The air in the small council chamber was thick with tension. The torches lining the walls flickered, casting dancing shadows over the long table where the most powerful figures in the capital had gathered. At the head of the table, Joffrey Baratheon, King of the Seven Kingdoms, sat rigid and fuming, his face a mask of barely concealed rage. His blonde curls shook as he slammed a goblet of wine onto the table, spilling red drops onto his golden tunic. "That dragon-loving bastard burned my grandfather alive. He must be punished. I'll have his head." Across from him, Tyrion Lannister sat stone-faced, his fingers laced together as he listened. He had expected this reaction from Joffrey, but hearing it aloud still grated on him. Cersei Lannister, however, was a different matter. The Queen Regent was not fuming like her son. She was silent, but her emerald eyes burned with something deeper, something dangerous. Tywin Lannister was dead. The man who had held House Lannister together, who had ruled the Seven Kingdoms from the shadows, was now nothing but charred bones. Cersei's grip on the armrest of her chair was so tight that her knuckles had turned white. Varys was the first to break the silence, his tone as smooth as ever. "King Daron has proven his ruthlessness, Your Grace." He looked at Joffrey, his expression unreadable, and his strength. Joffrey snarled, "I am a king, not him. Enough, Joffrey." Cersei's voice was low, but it cut through the chamber like a knife. The boy king turned toward his mother, confusion flashing across his young face. "But mother, do you think screaming will bring my father back?" Her tone was ice. Joffrey hesitated, then fell silent. Cersei turned her gaze toward the rest of the council. "What is the state of our armies?" Tyrion sighed, rubbing his temples. "The Westerlands are in chaos. Our remaining forces are scattered, leaderless. With father dead, there is no one left to hold them together." Littlefinger leaned forward, ever the opportunist. "It would seem, my queen, that the power of House Lannister is waning. Cersei's fists clenched, her nails digging into her palm. Her father was dead. Her brother Jaime was still a prisoner of the Starks. And now, the throne rested on the shoulders of Joffrey, an impulsive, violent child. For the first time in her life, Cersei felt true fear. Renly Baratheon's camp, Bitterbridge. In the command tent, King Renly Baratheon sat at the head of the war table, surrounded by his knights and bannermen. The banners of House Baratheon, House Tyrell, and their many allies fluttered in the warm reach winds outside. Ser Loras Tyrell, clad in golden armor, leaned over the table, his brow furrowed. "So it is true?" Lord Mathis Rowan nodded. "It is. Tywin Lannister is dead, executed by dragon fire." A murmur rippled through the tent. Renly, however, simply smiled. Well, the boy king in the north truly is his grandfather's descendant." He chuckled, swirling the wine in his goblet. "This changes things, doesn't it?" Lord Randall Tarley, ever the strategist, stepped forward. "With Tywin dead, the Westerlands are leaderless. If we move quickly, we could take the capital before Daron Targaryen does." Renly sipped his wine. A fair point." He set his goblet down and looked around at his gathered lords. "We march for King's Landing." The tent erupted in shouts of agreement. Renly smiled. Let the dragons and lions tear each other apart. He would take the Iron Throne before either of them could claim it. Dragonstone. The chamber was dark, lit only by flickering torches and the eerie glow of red candles. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, the flames casting twisting shadows on the walls. At the head of the table, Stannis Baratheon sat rigidly, his jaw clenched. His fingers tapped against the wooden surface, his mind deep in thought. Beside him stood Melisandre, the Red Woman, her red robes flowing like liquid flame. Ser Davos Seaworth, his most loyal man, stood opposite her, his face tight with concern. "Tywin Lannister is dead," Davos said, his voice even. "Daron Targaryen burned him alive." Stannis did not react immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the table, where a map of Westeros lay before him. Finally, he spoke. "Good." Davos frowned. "Good." Stannis' expression was stone. Tywin Lannister was a corrupt, honorless man. His death was long overdue. Davos shifted. "It is not his death that concerns me, my king. It is the boy who ordered it." Melisandre smiled. "The dragon has returned," she said, her voice like a whispering flame. "And the night grows darker." Davos's frown deepened. "You sound almost pleased, my lady." Melisandre stepped closer, her red eyes gleaming. "I have seen him in the flames." Stannis finally looked up, and the Red Woman tilted her head. "He is not the one who was promised." Silence fell over the chamber. Davos exhaled, shaking his head. "It doesn't matter if he is or isn't. Daron Targaryen has an army, a dragon, and now the Riverlands too." He looked at Stannis urgently. "If we do not act soon, my king, there will be no throne left to take." Stannis leaned back in his chair. For years, he had fought for what was rightfully his. For years, he had watched Renly and others claim what should have been his by law. And now, this boy, this bastard of Rhaegar, was sweeping through the realm like a storm of fire and blood. Stannis clenched his fists. He would not stand. He would not stand for it. His blue eyes burned as he spoke his next words. "We prepare for war." Highgarden, the seat of House Tyrell. The gardens of Highgarden were in full bloom, the air thick with the scent of roses, lavender, and citrus. Bees hummed lazily around the fountains, the sun casting a golden glow over the ancient stone walls of the Tyrell stronghold. In a shaded pavilion, Lady Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, sat in her favorite chair, a goblet of sweet arbor gold in one hand. Across from her, her son, Lord Mace Tyrell, fidgeted nervously as a messenger finished relaying the news. "Tywin Lannister is dead," the young man said, swallowing hard. "Executed by dragon fire on the command of Daron Targaryen." A long silence followed. Mace paled. "The Lannisters are finished." Olenna took a slow sip of her wine. "Oh, nonsense." Her son blinked. "Mother." Olenna sighed. The Lannisters are not finished. They're merely inconvenienced. But this Daron boy, now he's the one to watch. She tapped a finger against the armrest. Dragons are troublesome things, Mace. We learned that the hard way, didn't we? Mace shifted uncomfortably. The Tyrells bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror without a fight. Olenna snorted. Yes, and that's why we still have our heads. A lesson worth remembering. She turned her sharp eyes on her son. Renley was a fool to march against this boy, and you were a fool to support him. Mace sputtered, but Olenna waved a hand. Enough. Send word to Renley. Tell him to be cautious. The game has changed, and we must move carefully. She sipped her wine again and muttered, almost to herself, Targaryens, dragons, and war. It's as if the past never truly dies. Pike, the seat of House Greyjoy. The storm winds howled outside Pike's great hall, the waves crashing against the jagged rocks below. The Greyjoy stronghold stood defiant, perched upon its precarious cliffs, as if daring the sea to take it. At the head of the long, damp table, Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, sat brooding, his fingers drumming against the dark wood. Before him, a thrall knelt, having just finished delivering the news. A dragon, Balon muttered, his face twisting in disgust. His daughter, Asha Greyjoy, stood at his side, arms crossed. I, a dragon, and a true Targaryen leading the North. Balon scoffed. The North belongs to wolves, not dragons. Asha smirked. Not anymore. Balon turned his cold gaze on his daughter. This changes nothing. Asha raised an eyebrow. Doesn't it? The room was silent except for the distant roar of the waves. Balon clenched his fists. He had been preparing to seize the moment, to take advantage of the war tearing Westeros apart. But a dragon? That was a complication he had not foreseen. Finally, he stood. We will not bend, nor will we kneel. The Ironborn do not fear dragons. Asha exhaled sharply. Then what will we do? Balon turned toward the window, staring out at the raging sea. We will take what is ours. The wolf may bow to the dragon, but the kraken bows to no one. Sunspear, the seat of House Martell. The sun beat down on the towers of Sunspear, its warmth soaking into the red and gold sandstone of the palace of the Water Gardens. The hot Dornish wind carried the scent of citrus and salt, ruffling the silken banners bearing the sun and spear of House Martell. Inside his private solar, Prince Doran Martell sat quietly, his hands folded in his lap. He did not speak as the raven's message was read aloud. His daughter, Princess Arya Martell, stood by the window, dressed in a golden dress. She smirked. I told you the boy had promise. Doran remained still. So you did. Arianne turned to face him. You disapprove? Doran let out a slow breath. I have lived long enough to know that fire is a dangerous thing. Arianne's grin widened. Dangerous, yes, but useful. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Doran spoke again. Daron Targaryen has power, and we must decide how we will respond. Arianne laughed. Respond? Dear father, Uncle Oberyn has already responded. Doran raised an eyebrow. Arianne stretched. Tywin Lannister is ash. Elia, Aegon, and Rhaenys have been avenged. Uncle Oberyn has already given Daron the Martell blessing. Doran sighed. My brother acts too rashly. Arianne approached her father, placing a hand on his shoulder. And you act too slowly. You cannot sit in this chair forever, father. Doran's fingers tightened on the armrest. Arianne gave a knowing smirk. The question is, will we stand behind the dragon, or wait until he turns his fire upon us? Doran closed his eyes. For the first time in years, he felt the sands of Dorne shifting. The banners of House Stark and House Targaryen fluttered in the wind as Robb Stark stood in the courtyard of Riverrun, flanked by his granduncle Ser Brynden Tully and his uncle Edmure Tully. Behind them, gathered in disciplined formation, were the lords of the North and the Riverlands, awaiting the arrival of their king. The Northern army, which had been divided at the Twins, was now whole again, its banners a sea of direwolves and trout outside Riverrun's walls. A sudden, earth-shaking roar split the sky, sending a shudder through man and beast alike. Robb had heard reports of Daron's dragon, but hearing about it was nothing compared to witnessing it. The dragon soared over Riverrun, its massive wings casting a shadow over the castle as the beast let out another piercing cry. Horses reared, and men muttered prayers to the old gods and the seven alike. Robb forced himself to remain steady, heart pounding at the sight of the dragon in flight. Then, the gates of Riverrun creaked open, and at the forefront of the approaching retinue rode King Daron Targaryen. His black hair caught the afternoon sun, and his dark Valyrian steel armor gleamed as he guided his horse forward with a calm confidence. Just behind him rode Lord Eddard Stark and Ser Arthur Dayne, the legendary Sword of the Morning. Their presence alone would have commanded awe, but all eyes were on Daron. As one, the assembled lords dropped to their knees in respect to their king. "Rise," Daron commanded, his voice steady and strong. Robb stood, stepping forward as Daron dismounted. He barely had time to process his emotions before Daron embraced him firmly. "It is good to see you, brother," Daron said. "And you," Robb replied, his voice thick with emotion. Then, before he could say more, his father was before him, pulling him into an embrace. Robb felt like a boy again, seeking comfort in his father's strength. "I'm proud of you, Robb," Ned Stark said. "You have done well." Robb felt a lump in his throat, but remained composed. "The gods were with us that day. Ser Brynden took care of the Lannister scouts before the battle. We had the advantage." Ser Brynden allowed himself a small smile at the praise, but remained silent. An hour later, inside the solar of Riverrun, the atmosphere was more relaxed. Daron sat at the head of the table with his father to his right and Robb to his left. Ser Brynden sat across from them, while Ser Arthur stood watch behind Daron, ever the vigilant knight. "Jaime Lannister is your prisoner," Daron remarked, glancing at Robb. "A great victory, one that has turned the tide of this war." Robb nodded. "We made sure he was well guarded, but the Lannisters won't let him stay a prisoner for long. They will push for terms." "They have little choice now," Ned said. "With Tywin dead and King's Landing vulnerable, their position weakens." Daron leaned back slightly, considering. Tywin Lannister's death was necessary, but the war is not yet won. There are still claimants to the throne, and the Iron Throne must be taken before peace can truly be secured. Robb studied Daron carefully. His cousin looked different, not just older, but hardened by battle and responsibility. There was an unmistakable fire in his gaze, a presence that commanded loyalty. "I must ask," Robb finally said, "your dragon. Lyrax, how did you come by such a creature?" Daron's expression remained unreadable. "Lyrax is a gift of my blood, of my heritage. Beyond that is a story for another time. But rest assured, she is loyal, and she will burn our enemies if need be." Robb nodded, understanding that there were secrets even he was not meant to know. As the evening wore on, they continued to speak of battles fought, of strategies ahead, of what would come next for the North, the Riverlands, and the Seven Kingdoms. As the meeting went on, Daron suddenly turned to Robb. "Come," he said, "there is something I want you to see." Robb looked at his father, who nodded, and then followed Daron out of the castle, Grey Wind at his side. Daron's dire wolf, Ghost, padded silently beside him, its white fur a stark contrast to the evening shadows. Daron led him to the outskirts of the northern encampment, where a clearing had been set aside. As they approached, Robb could feel the shift in the air, a presence unlike anything he had ever encountered. Then he saw her. Lyrax lay curled in the clearing, her golden eyes glowing in the dimming light. Grey Wind stiffened beside Robb, ears perked, muscles tense. The direwolf, fearless against men and steel, seemed to recognize the primal power of the dragon before them. Ghost, however, stepped forward with steady confidence. Lyrax lifted her head, exhaling a small gust of smoke. She studied the newcomers, her gaze falling upon Robb first, then Grey Wind. "She won't harm you," Daron reassured him. "She knows who I trust." Slowly, Robb stepped forward, keeping his movements deliberate. Grey Wind hesitated, then cautiously followed. Lyrax tilted her head before letting out a low, rumbling growl, not of hostility, but acknowledgement. Daron placed a hand on Lyrax's side, then turned to Robb. Go on. Let her know you mean no harm. Robb reached out, his palm pressing against the dragon's warm scales. He could feel the raw strength beneath them, the power coiled within her massive form. Grey Wind, after a long moment, took another step forward and sniffed the dragon's massive foreleg. Lyrax let out a soft huff, but did not pull away. The direwolf and the dragon regarded each other for a long moment before Grey Wind relaxed slightly. Daron smiled. It seems they accept each other. Robb let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. I never imagined I'd stand this close to a dragon. Neither did I, Daron admitted. Not until I did. Robb smirked. And now you have the greatest weapon in the world. Daron's expression turned serious. Perhaps. But even the greatest weapons need to be wielded wisely. Robb nodded. He understood. The dragon was not just a beast of war. It was a symbol, a legacy, and a responsibility. With that understanding settling between them, the two brothers stood side by side, watching as Grey Wind and Lyrax, creatures of old magic, acknowledged each other in the Stannis Baratheon awoke to the cold bite of steel against his throat. His mind, sharp even in the grogginess of interrupted sleep, registered the sensation before his eyes even fully opened. He did not move, did not flinch, merely adjusted his breathing, controlling the surge of anger welling inside him. He recognized the armor and sigils of the men standing over him. Valyrian men, sworn to him as Lord of Dragonstone. Or so he had thought. Up, one of them commanded, pressing the blade just slightly harder against his throat. Stannis did not dignify the betrayal with a response. Instead, he rose slowly as they pulled him to his feet and bound his hands in thick iron manacles. He tested them, finding them unyielding. His jaw tightened. These men had been his vassals, his subjects. Now, they were nothing more than turncoats. As they marched him through the halls, Stannis took in his surroundings. The Baratheon banners that once adorned the walls were gone, replaced by the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. The golden stags and black colors of his house had been stripped away as if they had never belonged here at all. But more than the banners, it was the men he saw standing guard that solidified the gravity of his situation. The castle was filled with Valyrian retainers, their silver hair and proud bearing unmistakable. Yet the common folk, those who had long lived and served on Dragonstone, remained. Only his Baratheon men and his wife's Florent retainers were missing. Stannis clenched his teeth. The betrayal was absolute. By the time he was pushed through the heavy doors of the Solar, Stannis had already guessed who had orchestrated this coup. And when he saw Montford Valerion seated comfortably in his chair, his suspicions were confirmed. Montford did not rise as Stannis entered. The man's silver hair glowed in the dim candlelight, his Valyrian heritage on full display. Stannis was shoved into a chair across from him, but even bound, he held himself with the stiff dignity that had defined his life. Montford smiled, though it did not reach his eyes. Lord Stannis, he greeted, voice smooth. I trust you have not been mistreated? Stannis did not answer immediately, instead letting his gaze bore into the traitor. A sharp, derisive chuckle escaped Stannis's lips. He met Montford's gaze, and in a dry, cutting tone, spoke part of the words of House Valerion, the true, the brave. Stannis continues. You call yourself true, Valerion, he said at last, his voice dry and laced with contempt. You betray your liege lord in the dead of night, and yet you dare speak of trust. Montford did not flinch. We are true, my lord. True to House Targaryen. Dragonstone belongs to the dragons, and you, Stannis Baratheon, are no dragon. Stannis clenched his jaw. And so you slither like snakes in the dark to take what you lack the spine to fight for openly. A fine legacy for your house. Montford chuckled. I have no need for your approval, only your understanding. Your wife and daughter are unharmed, as are your men, those who did not resist, at least. This could have gone far worse for you. Stannis ignored the veiled threat. He did not ask after Celis or Shireen. He could do nothing for them now. Instead, he studied Montford's smug expression and then turned his gaze to the guard around him. My men, Stannis said. Florent men, Baratheon men, they are all gone. Gone, yes, but dead? No, Montfort admitted. Detained for now. They will not be harmed unless they make trouble. Montfort's expression remained amused. He leaned back in his chair. There's more news you should hear. The Red Woman is dead. For the first time, something flickered across Stannis' expression. Not grief nor anger, but something like understanding. A confirmation of what he had long feared, but never spoken aloud. She did not die easily, Montfort continued, eyes narrowing as he watched for Stannis' reaction. One of my men burned when she called upon her cursed magic, but in the end, steel triumphed. And when she died, her body shriveled and rotted away like a corpse long dead. That was your Red Woman, Stannis. A creature of shadow and deceit. Stannis remained silent, processing this information. He had believed in Melisandre's power, had seen it work. But had he ever truly trusted her? He could not say. And yet, she had been part of his cause, part of his war. Her death was another failure added to the long list that haunted him. Montfort leaned forward. You gambled everything on fire and shadow, and now look where you sit, bound in chains, stripped of your seat, your banners burned. Your cause is dead. Stannis met his gaze. You are a traitor, he said simply, a usurper in all but name. Montfort merely smirked. Call me what you will, but I serve the true king. King Daron. Stannis said nothing, but inside his mind was racing. Daron Targaryen, the supposed son of Rhaegar, the dragon reborn, if the tales were to be believed. And now, it seemed, he had come to claim more than just the north and the riverlands. He had taken Stannis' seat out from under him with hardly a battle fought. Montfort raised his goblet, filled with dark red wine. To King Daron, he toasted, may his reign be long and glorious. Stannis did not speak. He did not move. He only watched as Montfort drank, and as the guards moved to escort him back to his chambers, now his prison. As they shoved him inside and barred the heavy wooden door, Stannis sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the dark stone walls. Dragonstone was lost, his banners torn down, his men captured or killed. Melisandre was dead, his wife and daughter prisoners. All his life, Stannis had clawed for what he was owed. The Stormlands, given to Renley. The crown, stolen by Joffrey, and now Daron. And now, even the castle that had been his for years had been taken from him in a single night. His hands clenched into fists against his thighs. He would not die in chains. He would not let this be his end. Somewhere, somehow, there was still a path forward. Because Stannis Baratheon did not yield. Tyrion Lannister stood atop the city walls of King's Landing, the hot sun gleaming off the red keep's crimson towers. Behind, the teeming city stretched endlessly, a tangle of alleys and crooked streets roiling with the weight of hunger and fear. Beside him stood Queen Regent Cersei and King Joffrey, both garbed in silks too rich for the times. Tyrion observed his sister's tightly drawn face and his nephew's sneer of contempt directed at the city behind them. They were not here out of concern for the common folk or admiration of the city's grandeur. No, they were here because fear gnawed at their heels, and rightly so. Were the new scorpions being mounted? Cersei asked tersely, shielding her eyes against the sun. On the battlements above the mud gate and iron gate, Tyrion replied, and more along the river walk. Though I suspect they will do little if Renly's host hurls siege stones or scales the walls with ladders. You think this rabble could withstand a siege? Joffrey scoffed, his voice cracking slightly. They should be grateful we haven't turned them out into the wilderness. Tyrion resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He knew the truth, however bitter. Gratitude is rare in starving men. Your grace, he muttered, especially when they are told their bellies are less important than your banners. Joffrey didn't hear, or chose not to. Tyrion turned his gaze outward again, surveying the preparations. The city was bursting at the seams. Thousands of refugees had poured in from the Riverlands, spreading tales of Daron Targaryen's dragon and Tywin's death. The small folk whispered the name Daron like a prayer or a curse. The fire of rebellion had been lit in their hearts, and fear could turn it into fury at any moment. Renly Baratheon and his host of over 100,000 men were drawing ever closer, a green tide from the Reach, their banners fluttering like spring blooms. Stannis, though quiet of late, remained brooding on Dragonstone. Daron was encamped at Riverrun with a dragon the size of a hall. Lyrax, they called it. The walls were closing in on House Lannister from every side. Their one hope, if one could call it that, was wildfire. Tyrion's face darkened as he remembered his recent conversation with Wisdom Pollitter of the Alchemist Guild. The ancient man had practically drooled with excitement as he described the growing cache of wildfire beneath the city. Thousands of pots, hidden in vaults, buried in tunnels, ready to rain green hellfire on any enemy foolish enough to breach their walls. But when Tyrion had pressed him about its use against dragons, the old man's tone had shifted. Wildfire, he had admitted, was born of men's futile attempts to imitate dragon flame, and failed attempts at that. No man had ever seen a dragon's scales burn. You could drown the beast in green fire, my lord, Pollitter had whispered, and she would fly out of it laughing. That single sentence haunted Tyrion more than any siege engine or cavalry charge. If the dragon came to King's Landing, there was no defending against her. Wildfire would burn men and buildings, but the dragon would remain unscathed, a flying force of fire and death. As they descended the stone stairs from the walls and made their way down the hook, Tyrion rode beside his sister and nephew, both of whom remained lost in their delusions. Cersei murmured about grain reserves and bribes to the faith. Joffrey alternated between insulting the city's people and dreaming aloud of skewering his uncle Renley on a lance. They were nearing the foot of Aegon's High Hill, where the crowd had thickened. Tyrion noticed the sullen faces, the hollow eyes, the desperate glares. This wasn't the usual muttering tide of King's Landing. This was a storm waiting to break. Then a woman stepped forward. She came from nowhere, ragged and wild-eyed, cradling something in her arms, a bundle too small, wrapped in dirty cloth. The guard tried to push her back, but she stood firm, right in the path of the royal party. "It's my babe," she cried, lifting the bundle. "He died last night. No food, no milk, just like the others." Joffrey recoiled with a look of disgust. Tyrion's heart twisted, but he hid it well. "Give her a silver stag," he told the boy king. "Show them you care." With a theatrical flourish, Joffrey tossed the coin into the crowd. The mother ignored it, tears streaking her dirt-caked cheeks. Around them, men and women began shoving and yelling, clawing for the coin like wolves. "Let's move on," Cersei said tightly. But the woman didn't move. Instead, she turned on the queen and spat. "You did this. All of you. May the stranger take your bastard son." Joffrey's face went scarlet. "I am a king, the true king. Someone arrest this hag." Then it happened. A wet splat. Joffrey reeled back, his cheek covered in brown filth, dung hurled from the crowd. For a moment, there was silence. Then chaos. "Kill them all," Joffrey shrieked, drawing his sword. "Sandor, cut them down." Sandor Clegane stepped forward, massive and armored. But even he hesitated at the sheer number of people pressing forward, roaring with rage. Shouts filled the air, not just curses at Joffrey, but chants. "Bread! Bread! Renley is king. Stannis will save us. Daron has a dragon." Tyrion pulled at the reins of his horse. "Fall back, to the Red Keep." But it was too late. The press of bodies surged forward like a wave. Stones and fists flew. A man with a broken staff swung at a gold cloak. Another hurled a melon that burst against a knight's helm. A woman shrieked and grabbed at Joffrey's cloak. Then the riot truly began. Tyrion lost sight of his sister and nephew in the chaos. The royal party fractured, guards drawing blades, horses screaming. Somewhere to his right, Sandor bellowed a curse as he swung his sword in wide, brutal arcs. The mob was upon them, and Tyrion Lannister, Hand of the King, thought grimly to himself, "The dragon hasn't even come yet, and already this city burns from within." Chaos ruled the streets of King's Landing. Tyrion Lannister could scarcely believe how quickly order had crumbled. One heartbeat the mob had cowed by the sight of Kingsguard and gold cloaks, by steel and banners and the weight of royal authority. The next heartbeat, all that was gone, broken like a cracked cup dropped from tower. The streets of King's Landing had erupted like a pot left too long over flame. From the saddle, Tyrion Lannister grimaced as stones. Filth and worse rained down around them. The riot had well and truly begun. Now, they were running for their lives. To the Red Keep, Cersei's shriek was more fury than fear. But even she knew the truth. They were surrounded. Ser Jacelyn Bywater, grim and iron-faced beneath his half-helm, spurred his horse forward. Gold cloaks, form wedge, shields up cut through them. His voice cracked like a whip over the roar of the crowd. They surged forward, a line of battered shields and drawn swords parting the mob like a ship plowing through storm-tossed seas. Screams rose all around. Curses, cries of rage, shrieks of pain. Something wet and vile splashed against Tyrion's shoulder. Gods only knew what. Tyrion cast a glance over his shoulder and felt his gut clench. The mob was closing in behind them like a tide of rats. Faces twisted with hunger and hatred. The people were starving, and now they were killing. Ser Mandon Moore rode like a wraith, pale and silent. A filthy man lunged for Cersei's leg, clutching at her silk skirts with both hands. Ser Mandon's sword flashed like lightning, and the man's hand flew from his wrist, spinning through the air to land with a wet smack upon the cobblestones. Cersei kicked the shrieking man in the face with her riding boot and spurred her palfrey over him. But the crowd was relentless. Ser Aaron Sanagar was pulled from his saddle with a scream. Tyrion saw him vanish beneath a dozen grasping hands, steel flashing as he fought. But then he was gone. Ser Balon Swan fought like a demon, his white cloak streaming crimson where a thrown stone had split his brow. He carved a path forward with sword and shield, trying to reach Cersei's side. And Sandor Clegane, the Hound, hacked and slashed and cursed louder than the mob itself, until the press of bodies swallowed him whole. 7 hells, Tyrion muttered. His heart thudded in his chest like a war drum. A sudden shriek turned him about, and his stomach dropped. Joffrey, dismounted, flailed amid the mob. His golden hair shone like a beacon for every stone, every filthy hand, every clenched fist. Ser Preston Greenfield wheeled his horse toward the boy king, but it was too late. Tyrion lost sight of Joffrey as the mob surged over him like a wave. Somehow, gods be good, somehow, a battered remnant of their party forced their way to the gates of the Red Keep. The portcullis came crashing down behind them with a shuddering clang, shutting out the worst of the mob. Cersei wheeled her horse about in a panic, her face wild. "Where is he?" she screamed. "Where is my son?" Joffrey was gone. Tyrion swung down from his saddle, every joint aching with exhaustion and terror. Cersei screamed, "Ser Boros, Ser Meryn, get out there. Find him. Find the king." Ser Boros Blunt turned pale beneath his helm, but he obeyed. Ser Meryn Trant followed, his white cloak filthy and tattered. Moments later, the gates groaned open long enough for Sandor Clegane to stumble through, blood-smeared and panting. He tore off his helm, cursing every god in the sky. Aaron's dead, the Hound rasped, skull crushed like an eggshell. Greenfield, too, cut down trying to reach the boy. Tyrion cursed beneath his breath. And as if their woes were not great enough, smoke curled into the sky over the city. Flea Bottom was ablaze. 7 bloody hells. Tyrion spun towards Ser Jacelyn. "Get to the water wagons. Guard them with your life. If that fire reaches the Alchemist's Guild Hall." "I understand," Bywater said grimly. "I'll see it done." Hours passed. The sun dipped low over King's Landing, turning the sky to blood and ash. Tyrion sent heralds into the streets to proclaim curfew. Any man, woman, or child found abroad after dark would die. They could not risk another riot. By evenfall, Ser Jacelyn returned, his face lined with exhaustion. His armor bore fresh dents and streaks of soot. "The fires are out, mostly," he reported. "We lost 9 gold cloaks. 20 wounded. The mob scattered for now, but the city's ready to explode again at any spark." Tyrion nodded wearily, and the boy, Jacelyn, hesitated, and the weight of that silence was heavier than any sword. "We found King Joffrey." Cersei turned, her eyes rimmed with red. Hope flickered, and died in an instant. The mob tore him apart, Jacelyn said. He was found in Flea Bottom, not far from the September of Baelor. Crown gone, clothes in rags. What remains? He gestured behind him. Gold cloaks entered the throne room, bearing a grotesque burden between them. What remained of Joffrey Baratheon, or what could still be called that, was scarcely recognizable. Rags of crimson silk hung from what might once have been regal garments. Limbs bent at unnatural angles. Flesh torn. The face, gods, the face, unrecognizable save for patches of golden hair matted with blood. Cersei Lannister stared. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then the Queen Regent fell to her knees and let out a cry that scraped against Tyrion's very soul. A raw, primal wail of grief that echoed through the blood-stained halls of the Red Keep. The Queen had lost her son, and Tyrion knew, with a cold certainty, that they had all lost far more than that. And winter was still coming with fire and blood. The Queen's wails echoed through the throne room, sharp and raw. A mother's grief turned to fury. Tyrion Lannister stood frozen, his mismatched eyes fixed upon the crumpled form of Joffrey Baratheon, sprawled lifeless at the foot of the Iron Throne. The boy king, cruel, petulant, and now very, very dead. Cersei's sobs faltered, strangled by a rising tide of rage. Slowly, she lifted her tear-streaked face. Her emerald eyes, bloodshot and wild, found Tyrion standing apart from the rest of the mostly empty throne room. "You!" She spat the word like venom. Her finger rose, trembling with fury, pointing straight at her brother. "You killed him. You killed my son." Tyrion's heart clenched in his chest, not with fear, though fear was surely present, but with grim inevitability. Of course it would come to this. "My lady sister always said I was a monster," Tyrion muttered under his breath. "Now here stands proof before all." But Cersei was beyond hearing reason or wit. Her face twisted in madness and grief. "This little demon killed the king," she shrieked. "Arrest him." For a heartbeat, the room hesitated. Ser Jacelyn Bywater, hard-eyed and dutiful, did not move. His gold cloaks stood rooted in place, their discipline warring with the Queen's command. But the Lannister guards, Cersei's men, loyal to her over any crown, surged forward like hounds unleashed. Rough hands seized Tyrion's arms. He offered no resistance. Resistance would be futile and worse, undignified. "Throw that little demon in the dungeons," Cersei cried, her voice cracking with grief and fury. "I don't want to see him anymore." As they dragged him away, Tyrion's gaze lingered on the sight of his sister collapsing over Joffrey's body. She clutched the corpse to her breast, rocking back and forth like a madwoman. The Iron Throne loomed above them both, sharp and cold, a fitting backdrop for the tragedy of House Lannister. Several days later, the chill of the dungeons seeped into Tyrion's bones. The cell was small, damp, and utterly devoid of comfort. Moss clung to the stones, and water dripped somewhere beyond the bars in a slow, maddening rhythm. He sat cross-legged on the hard floor, staring at the wall, lost in bitter thought. "So much for the hand of the king," Tyrion murmured to himself. He had played the Game of Thrones with skill, or so he thought. His father had sent him to King's Landing to act in his stead, to hold the city and the court together until Tywin could ride south. And gods, he had tried. He had allied with Varys, the spider with his web of whispers. He had outmaneuvered Janos Slynt, stripping the corrupt fool of his command and sending him off to the wall with his cronies. Slynt had been Cersei's creature, and Littlefinger's too. Tyrion's lips curled in faint amusement at the memory. Slynt had cursed him all the way to the docks. He had uncovered Pycelle's treachery as well, finding the Grand Maester to be little more than Cersei's spy. Into the black cells Pycelle went, a toothless old man. Yet here Tyrion sat, a prisoner all the same. He sighed heavily. "What is power worth," he whispered, "if the game ends with you rotting in a cell?" His thoughts turned darker still. Riots did not just happen. He had learned enough from Varys and Littlefinger to know that much. A mob does not materialize out of thin air, not without warning. There are always whispers, always signs. Varys knows everything, or so he likes everyone to believe. Both Varys and Littlefinger must have agents all across the city. And yet neither Varys nor Littlefinger had warned him. Neither had warned Cersei either, unless they had chosen not to. Tyrion frowned. Both of them had been absent from the royal party that day. That in itself was convenient. He chewed on the inside of his cheek. Could Littlefinger have orchestrated the riot? It would be in character. Peter Baelish thrived in chaos. He is always looking for opportunities, after all. But what of Varys? Tyrion's frown deepened. The spider prized stability, yet he also served the realm as he saw fit. If removing Joffrey brought peace, would Varys hesitate? And yet, could even Cersei be mad enough to risk her own son's life merely to destroy Tyrion? The thought chilled him. No, Tyrion muttered aloud, shaking his head. Even Cersei isn't that blind, is she? But the idea gnawed at him nonetheless. Perhaps the riot had been orchestrated. Perhaps not. But there was no doubt in his mind that someone had taken advantage of it to rid themselves of both Joffrey and Tyrion Lannister in one stroke. He leaned back against the damp stone wall, closing his eyes. This is what I get, he whispered bitterly, for trying to save this wretched city from itself. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Tyrion's eyes snapped open. A soft shuffling, measured and deliberate. He recognized that tread. The faint swish of silk robes over stone. The faint scent of sweet perfumes. The door to his cell creaked open, and there stood Varys. His round face was placid as ever, serene, yet somehow more unsettling in this place of darkness and despair. Lord Tyrion, Varys said softly, inclining his bald head. We need to talk. Tyrion's mismatched eyes narrowed as he regarded the bald eunuch standing in the doorway of his cell. So, Tyrion rasped, without bothering to hide the bitterness in his voice. Now you want to talk? After you conspired to put me here? He kept his gaze lowered, waiting, measuring. He knew it wasn't Varys, not truly. But Tyrion Lannister had learned long ago that the best way to read a man was to accuse him and watch how he squirmed. The spider did not flinch. Of course not. Varys never flinched. Conspired, Varys repeated, his soft, unctuous voice filling the small cell like perfumed smoke. Lord Tyrion, you wound me. Tyrion let out a low, humorless chuckle. I'm sure I do. But then, you've grown fat on a feast of wounds and secrets. Varys smiled faintly. The same small, almost apologetic smile that Tyrion had seen him wear at 100 council meetings. No one conspired to put you here, my lord. No one could have foreseen what happened. Not even I. That earned a glance from Tyrion, sharp and skeptical. No? You mean to say you didn't know my sweet sister would blame me for her precious monster's death? I would have thought you cleverer than that. Varys shook his head, unruffled. Cersei's grief blinds her. It is a hard thing, losing a child, even one such as Joffrey. And your sister was not the most reasonable of creatures, even before her loss. Tyrion leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. Damn him. Damn them all. So it wasn't some scheme, Tyrion muttered. No hidden dagger aimed at my back. Just bad luck. The purest, bitterest kind. Varys inclined his bald head. Your words, not mine. But yes, Joffrey's death was not a plot against you. It was chaos, plain and simple. He insisted on inspecting the defenses. The people were starving, the city boiling beneath the weight of fear and hunger. The riot was inevitable. I should have seen it, Tyrion thought, a hollow ache blooming in his chest. I should have known. He had ruled this city, not from a throne, but from the shadows. He had tightened the purse strings, struck alliances in the dark, sent traitors to the wall, and monsters to their deaths. And yet he had failed to account for the simplest thing of all. Hunger and hatred. He thought of Joffrey's smirk as he paraded past the hungry mob, of Cersei's whispered poison, of Littlefinger's smiles with no warmth behind them. The city had been a powder keg waiting for a spark. And now, here he was left to rot. I underestimated the people, Tyrion admitted, his voice low, and I overestimated my own power. Many great men have done the same, Varys replied quietly. Tyrion snorted. Yes, well, Most of them wound up with their heads on spikes. I'd rather avoid joining them if it's all the same to you. Varys stepped closer, folding his hands within the long sleeves of his robes. His perfume barely masked the stink of the cell. I fear your sister has already begun her vengeance, Varys said, his voice barely above a whisper. More than a dozen heads have rolled these past few days. Some of them good men, some not. Littlefinger has been all too happy to point out your so-called co-conspirators. Tyrion grimaced. How convenient for him. I imagine those men were in his way. Varys nodded gravely. Indeed, power reshapes itself quickly in times like these. I have seen it before. Tyrion's mind went to darker places, to the stories of the Mad King's reign, the wildfire beneath the city, the screams of those who dared defy the Iron Throne. And at that time, it was you whispering in the Mad King's ear. Tyrion said, not without venom. The spider's expression remained carefully neutral. And now it is Littlefinger. But that does not change the fact that your sister is losing her grip on reality. All the court sees it. The people speak of it openly, though only behind closed doors. Varys's voice dropped even lower. Renly Baratheon will reach the city tomorrow. And unless I misjudge the mood of King's Landing, he will find the gates open to him. The people are weary of madness. Tyrion rubbed his temples, exhaustion pulling at him like a tide. Why are you telling me this? What use do I have for truths I am powerless to act upon? Varys gave him a long, measured look, as if weighing his next words with great care. Because there is one thing you can still do, Lord Tyrion. You can save the children, Tommen and Myrcella. That caught Tyrion's attention. His blood turned cold. And why? Tyrion said slowly. Would you help me do that? What's in it for the spider? Varys hesitated, a rare thing for him. When the Targaryen children were murdered in this very city, I did nothing. I watched. I survived. And I regret that. His voice was soft, filled with a strange sorrow. History does not often grant a man the chance to correct such mistakes. Tyrion studied him for a long moment. Was it true? Was this the same Varys who had built a life out of webs and lies? Or was this yet another thread in his ever-spinning scheme? Perhaps it did not matter. Perhaps survival was the only truth worth clinging to. He exhaled slowly. Very well. Lead the way. Varys gave a slight nod, respectful, almost solemn. The secret passages still run beneath the Red Keep, he said. I can get you to the children. And from there to the docks. Tyrion rose on stiff, sore legs. The cell creaked as he moved, as though reluctant to release him. As he followed Varys into the corridor, the shadows of dungeons beneath the Red Keep stretched long before them, and the soft, measured footsteps of the spider echoed like a promise or a warning. Behind him, the cell door swung shut. Ahead lay danger, uncertainty, and betrayal. But Tyrion Lannister had always been good at surviving. And tonight, that would have to be enough. The torchlight barely reached them here, deep beneath the Red Keep. The stone passageways were cold, older than memory, and they swallowed sound like a tomb. Tyrion moved carefully behind Varys, the spider gliding through the darkness like a wraith born of silk and secrets. The soft whisper of robes was all Tyrion could hear besides his own breathing, rough, uneven. His legs ached from crouching through tight passages, the damp air clinging to him like cobwebs. They had been walking for what felt like an eternity. Every turn, every hidden stairwell deepened the gnawing pit in his stomach. He was not a brave man by nature. He preferred wine, sharp words, and well-paid swords to do his fighting for him. But tonight, none of those things could save him. Ahead of him, Varys paused near a narrow slit in the wall. The spider raised a finger, wordless. Tyrion moved up beside him and peered through the gap. They were near the royal bedchambers. He could see the heavy oak door leading to Tommen and Myrcella's room, guarded by two Lannister men, red cloaks, gold armor. Familiar faces from his sister's court, loyal to House Lannister, loyal to Cersei. Tyrion's heart sank. Ow, he whispered. Varys raised a single finger again. Patience. Moments later, footsteps echoed softly in the corridor. Two gold cloaks approached, their steps calm, unhurried. They are here to relieve the Lannister guards. The Gold Cloaks have never guarded the Red Keep, but with Renley at their door, Cersei must have called them to reinforce the Lannister guards. This is just like Cersei, even after the riots, to leave the city to fend for themselves while protecting herself. The Gold Cloaks exchanged quiet words with the Lannister guards, routine, before taking their place. The two red-cloaked lions departed, leaving the gold-cloaked watchmen behind. But just as quickly, the Gold Cloaks turned and walked away, their boots fading down the corridor. Varys had thought of everything. Varys turned to Tyrion. "You only have a short while to get the children," he whispered. "No more." Tyrion nodded, swallowing hard. He emerged from the hidden passage, his feet almost betraying him as he padded across the cold stone floor. The door loomed ahead of him like the gate to some ancient crypt. He pushed it open, wincing at the slight creak. Inside, the room was dark save for the faint flickers of candles and moonlight spilling through the narrow window. On the bed, small forms stirred beneath the covers, Tommen and Myrcella. Children, innocents, his blood. They deserved better than this den of vipers. Tyrion took a careful step forward, but that was when he saw her. His heart turned to ice. Cersei, curled protectively between them, her golden hair splayed like a lion's mane across the pillow, the very image of motherly devotion. If you could forget what monster lurked beneath that skin. Tryon cursed Varys 1,000 times in his mind. Tyrion's mind raced. He began to back away, slowly, silently, trying not to rouse her. But as fate would have it, cursed, bitter fate, her green eyes snapped open and fixed upon him. They burned with hatred. "You," Cersei spat, her voice raw with fury and madness. Tyrion froze. "You killed him. You killed my Joffrey. And now you come for my other children." She moved with frightening speed, snatching a dagger from beneath her pillow. Gods, how long had it been there? And lunged at him with a shriek of pure hatred. The world blurred. Tyrion stumbled backward, the glint of steel flashing toward him. The dagger missed, barely, as Cersei's rage overtook her sense. She stumbled, crashing into a small table near the bed. But even as she fell, she twisted to strike again. And Tyrion knew, in that moment, clear as daylight, if he hesitated, he would die here. He lunged and kicked the dagger from Cersei's hand with swiftness and strength that even surprised himself. Then his small, calloused hands found her throat. He drove her down to the ground, pinning her beneath his weight. Her nails raked across his face, drawing blood, but Tyrion squeezed. He squeezed with every ounce of hatred, pain, and fury he had buried inside him for years. Cersei bucked and writhed beneath him like a beast caught in a trap. Her eyes bulged, those lion-green eyes that had scorned him since he was born. Tears streamed down her face. Or were they his? He couldn't tell anymore. He thought of Cersei's cruelty. He thought of Joffrey's sneers. He thought of every vile word she had ever spat in his face. And he squeezed. Her hands grew weaker. The fight bled from her limbs. Then she was still. Tyrion Lannister knelt there for a long moment, his breathing ragged, the dead weight of his sister beneath his shaking hands. His sister. His blood. Dead by his hand. What had he become? A kinslayer, that's what. A vile cursed kinslayer. Behind him, the soft sounds of sleep from Tommen and Myrcella continued unbroken, innocent, blissfully unaware. He looked to them, small, vulnerable, and a cold shiver of horror passed through him. The truth hit him like a hammer. The children had not woken, even with the shouting, even with the struggle. They must have been given dream wine in their food, their milk, or some sleeping draught from the east, no doubt. The children must have had difficulty sleeping. After all, their brother just died a few days ago. Tyrion thanks the gods for this small mercy. At least his niece and nephew didn't have to witness the horror of their mother dying by his hands. Slowly, he released Cersei's throat. Her lifeless face stared back at him, still beautiful in its way, twisted by rage even in death. A lioness brought low. He staggered back, wiping the sweat from his brow, hands trembling with shock and disgust. The deed was done. There was no going back now. Tyrion stared at his sister's corpse for one final moment. Then he turned. Behind him, Cersei Lannister, Queen Regent, Lioness of House Lannister, lay dead. The Game of Thrones, Tyrion stood motionless in the dimly lit chamber, the weight of his actions pressing heavily upon him. Cersei's lifeless body lay sprawled on the cold stone floor, her once fiery eyes now void of life. The room was thick with silence, save for the soft, rhythmic breathing of Tommen and Myrcella, who remained in a deep, unnatural slumber. He turned his gaze to his niece and nephew, their serene faces untouched by the chaos that had unfolded mere feet away. Guilt gnawed at him. Approaching the bedside, Tyrion gently brushed a stray lock of hair from Myrcella's forehead. She stirred slightly, but did not wake. The depth of their sleep was unsettling. Her breath was steady, undisturbed by the horror that had played out in this room. It did not take a master of poisons to know that they had been drugged. He grimaced. "I suppose it was too much to hope you'd play with the spider without being caught in his web," Tyrion muttered under his breath. Tyrion looked down on his own stunted legs, once again cursing the gods for making him a dwarf. There was no way, no chance in all seven hells, that he could carry two sleeping children out of the Red Keep, down through secret tunnels, through the streets of a burning city, and onto a ship without being caught or killed. No, Varys never intended for him to leave with them. He had been sent here to die, either by Cersei's dagger or his own failure. Or worse, Varys had gambled that he and Cersei would destroy each other. Tyrion's jaw clenched. He would not let the spider win. As his eyes scanned the room in frustration, they fell upon something resting on the wall. Joffrey's crossbow, an ugly, gilded thing, all gold and malice, much like its previous owner. But right now, it was exactly what Tyrion needed. He grabbed it, loading a quarrel with unexpected speed, his rage sharpening his mind like whetstone to steel. Tyrion moved to the door, quietly, slowly, just as he had seen Varys do countless times. The silence was suffocating. As he got near, he smelled Varys's perfume from outside the door. Moving swiftly to the chamber door, he pressed his ear against the wood, listening intently. Faint but familiar footsteps of a spider coming towards the door. Tyrion thanked the gods for this good fortune. He feared that Varys might have been long gone by now. Varys lingered at the door for a while, most likely trying to hear anything from the chamber. But even Varys couldn't take the silence for long. Tyrion waits patiently for the right opportunity, and fate answered his prayers. The door creaked open, and Tyrion fired. The bolt hissed through the gap, slamming into Varys's soft, round belly. The spider gasped, crumbling to the floor, hands pressing desperately against the spreading bloom of red staining his robes. Tyrion did not hesitate. Another bolt was loaded and fired, striking Varys in the chest. The spider shuddered. Blood bubbled from his lips. For the first time in all the years Tyrion had known him, Varys's calm mask shattered, replaced by wide, fearful eyes staring up at the little lion who had outplayed him. "You will bring ruin," Varys croaked. Tyrion knelt beside him, his voice low and filled with quiet fury. "Ruin? You should have remembered Spider. Lannisters pay their debts." Varys breathed his last, and just like that, the Master of Whispers was gone, leaving only blood on stone. Moments later, the sound of armored boots echoed down the hall. The two gold cloaks Varys had sent earlier had returned, likely expecting to escort Tyrion's body out of the chamber. Instead, they found Tyrion Lannister standing over two corpses, his sister and the spider. They hesitated, but Tyrion raised his hand. "Fetch Ser Jacelyn Bywater." Now, they obeyed. A short while later, Jacelyn arrived, flanked by more gold cloaks. He looked from the dead to the sleeping children, then back to Tyrion, who still held the crossbow. "Cersei is dead. Varys too," Tyrion said, his voice flat. "The city will fall to Renley come the morrow. The mobs cry out for his banners. The gold cloaks don't have to fight and die for a dead queen." Jacelyn's expression was unreadable. "I need a ship. For myself, Tommen, Myrcella, and those loyal enough to come with me. We sail for Lannisport before dawn." Silence. Then Jacelyn gave a single nod. "As you command, my lord." By the first light of dawn, Tyrion stood aboard a galley slipping away from King's Landing's docks. The city behind him was quiet, too quiet. Smoke still rose from parts of Flea Bottom. The Red Keep loomed on Aegon's Hill, the banners of House Lannister still clinging to its towers, but not for long. Renly Baratheon's forces were near. Tyrion sat beside the sleeping forms of Tommen and Myrcella, still drugged, still blissfully unaware of all that had transpired. Podrick Payne sat nearby, his face pale, but loyal as ever. The Lannister guards who had chosen to accompany Tyrion stood watchfully on the deck. Tyrion was able to bring the Lannister men on his side by explaining to them that with Cersei dead and children going with Tyrion, there is nothing left for them in King's Landing. As the ship cut through Blackwater Bay, Tyrion looked back once, only once, at the city he had tried to save. It was a city of wolves, dragons, and vultures now, and his game there was over. But he was still a Lannister, and the lion survives. Always. The castle of Stokeworth was quiet, too quiet for a place sheltering two great armies of the North and the Riverlands. Ser Arthur Dayne stood like a silent shadow behind King Daron Targaryen, his eyes ever watchful, his hand never far from his sword. The solar of Castle Stokeworth was warm from the midday sun, but the mood within the room was colder, tense with strategy and war. Despite the tapestries of green and gold that decorated the walls, there was no real warmth in this room. King Daron sat at the center of the gathering, calm and poised, a stark contrast to the youthfulness of his appearance. Beside him sat Lord Eddard Stark, a man Ser Arthur respected deeply. Robb Stark, young but already proven on the battlefield, was at his father's side. Queen Rhaella Targaryen, Daron's grandmother, radiated quiet dignity, while Prince Viserys sat nearby, his expression contemplative. Princess Daenerys moved gracefully through the chamber, acting as a humble cupbearer for her nephew, despite her own noble status. At the head of it all sat Daron, dressed not in silks or jewels, but in the simple black and red leather of House Targaryen. His Stark blood was visible in his gray eyes, sharp, cold, and quiet as a hunter in the woods. Ser Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, was delivering his latest reports. The news is confirmed. Renly Baratheon has entered King's Landing unopposed. The city gates open for him without a single drawn sword. The mood in the room soured immediately. Lord Stark's frown deepened. Robb's hand clenched into a fist. Viserys cursed under his breath. Arthur noticed Rhaella's face tighten, not in fear, but irritation. Renly Baratheon, a usurper whose claim rested on ambition and the favor of the Reach, now sat in the capital of Westeros. Only Daron remained unaffected. "Good," Daron said simply, voice calm as still water. Arthur's respect for his king deepened further. Not many men could set aside their pride so easily. Daron continued, "The city will not starve anymore. The small folk will not continue to suffer needlessly while kings play their games. Let Renly wear his stolen crown for now. It will not save him." Arthur allowed the faintest smile at that. Ser Arthur felt a surge of admiration. It was a reminder that Daron was not like other kings. His concern was not only for power, but for the common folk caught in the storm of war. Daron's eyes shifted to Ser Brynden. What of Cersei Lannister, Tyrion Lannister, and the Lannister children? Ser Brynden shook his head. "No word yet, Your Grace. The last confirmed report we received told of Joffrey's death in the riot, and Queen Cersei blaming Tyrion for the boy's death. Tyrion was imprisoned. Since then, no word." Lord Stark frowned deeply. "And Stannis? Any word from Dragonstone?" Again, Ser Brynden shook his head. "Nothing." Arthur noticed the brief glance between Daron and Rhaella. Daron's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. "There is no need to worry about Stannis any longer. Montfort Valerion has seized Dragonstone in the name of House Targaryen. Stannis and his family are now prisoners." Even Brynden, ever the hardened commander, looked momentarily surprised. Robb Stark whistled low under his breath. Lord Stark gave a single approving nod. Arthur, though unsurprised, felt pride stir in his chest. The Game of Thrones was not only fought on the battlefield. It was won in the shadows, in secrets, and in loyalty earned. Daron continued, his voice firm. House Valerion and the other houses of the Narrow Sea, Bar Emin, Celtigar, Massey, and Sunglass, have bent the knee to House Targaryen. The Narrow Sea belongs to us once more. Arthur allowed himself a moment to recall the old glory of House Targaryen, the unity of the Crownlands when dragons ruled from the Iron Throne. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed against the wooden door. A servant entered quickly, head bowed. "A letter, your grace," the man said, holding out to Daron. Arthur watched carefully as Daron broke the seal. A shadow passed over the young king's face as he read. His gray eyes hardened, sharp as northern ice, and Arthur knew without a word that something had changed. Daron folded the letter. Without waiting for questions, he rose from his chair. "Forgive me," Daron said quietly. "I must see to this matter at once." Arthur stepped forward, prepared to follow, as was his duty. But Daron raised a hand, gesturing for Arthur to stay behind. It was rare for Daron to refuse his presence, rarer still for Arthur to ignore command. He inclined his head in silent acknowledgement. The room fell silent as Daron left the solar, his cloak trailing behind him like the wings of the dragon he commanded. Arthur Dane could not help but feel the weight of the moment settle upon them all. There were battles yet to come, not only with Renley Baratheon or the remnants of the other forces, but darker games, the kind fought with shadows, secrets, and blood. Arthur's hand brushed the hilt of dawn. Whatever path lay ahead for Daron Targaryen, the true king of the Seven Kingdoms and the dragon of Westeros, Arthur Dane would walk it beside him, sword drawn, vows unbroken. A week before Daron receives the letter, a gray mist hung over Moat Cailin as morning broke through the marshland haze. The stones of the ancient ruin were slick with dew, the towers barely more than crumbling husks that reached like fingers toward a pale sky. Within the modest hall, the Lord of Greywater Watch, Howland sat with his 2 children for their morning meal. Mira was tearing apart a chunk of dark rye bread, while Jojen, ever quiet, poked at his salted fish with an absent look. Howland watched them for a moment, allowing himself this rare peace. The causeway leading south from the neck was quiet, and with King Daron and most of the army far away in the south, the weight of the North's gateway rested solely on his shoulders. That peace ended when the door creaked open. One of his trusted men stepped inside, a crannogman, weather-worn and quiet as the marsh. He moved with the confidence of one who belonged to shadows and silence. Howland set down his bread. "You would not interrupt us unless it was urgent." The crannogman nodded once. Almost 100 longships sailing up the Salt Spear. Ironborn, led by the Iron Victory. "Victarion Greyjoy," Howland said, his voice low. The name tasted like salt and blood. "You're certain?" The man nodded again. They both knew how. He was a skin changer, bonded to the hawks and ravens that soared high over the neck, unseen, ever watching. Howland rose from his bench, casting one last glance at Mira and Jojen. He gave them a reassuring smile. "Continue your breakfast. I'll return shortly." The two understood without question, and the crannogman followed Howland into the solar, a damp chamber filled with maps, reed paper scrolls, and preserved herbs hanging from the rafters. The door shut with a soft thud. "How many men?" Howland asked. 8,000, for days before they land. Maybe less, if the winds favor them. Howland turned to the northern map pinned to the stone wall. The Salt Spear twisted like a snake through marshland before curling inland. Any Ironborn force sailing, it could avoid the southern bogs that protected Moat Cailin. They would land north, where the land was firmer. The neck was traitorous terrain to outsiders, but Victarion wasn't just any outsider. He was a Greyjoy, a Reaver, and he had chosen his route well. "Only fools attack Moat Cailin from the south," Howland muttered, eyes narrowing. "But the Ironborn are no fools. They are coming from the north because they know our weakness." He turned to the crannogman. "We hold less than 400 here. 200 veteran bowmen that the king left behind, and our people." The crannogman, Not enough to hold if they storm the walls, the man agreed. Howland's jaw clenched. The stones of Moat Cailin were old and in ruin. Moat Cailin would not hold against 8,000 raiders swarming from the one direction they could not adequately defend. I want Mira and Jojen back at Greywater Watch today, Howland said. You'll see to it. The Crannogmen hesitated. They'll resist. Then bind them if you must, Howland snapped, and then sighed. But do it gently. The man gave a small nod of understanding. Howland walked to his cluttered desk, brushing aside a scattering of feathers and wax. He picked up a quill, dipped it into the inkwell, and began to write, the words flowing steady and grim. To his grace, King Daron Targaryen. He did not embellish or overstate. He explained the approach of the Ironborn, the vulnerabilities of Moat Cailin, and his grim estimation of how long they could hold. He signed it simply, Howland Reed, Lord of Greywater Watch, Warden of the Neck. He sealed it with his signet, a reed swaying beneath a full moon next to the sigil of House Reed. The Crannogman came forward and took the letter without a word. He would have it in the air before long. Before they land, Howland said, returning to the map, they must cross the Fever River, 20 miles between their landing point and Moat Cailin. The Crannogman nodded. Then we make those 20 miles the longest march of their miserable Ironborn lives, Howland said, voice like steel hidden in marsh grass. They'll bleed in the bogs, choke on our poisons. Our arrows and darts will find them in the fog. We'll give them no rest, the man said, eyes gleaming. Howland nodded slowly. Then go. The man melted back into the corridor like morning mist. Howland remained, alone with maps and silence. For all his preparations, he knew what he was planning was only to buy time. 8,000 against 400. Victory was not the goal. Survival was. He turned and looked out the narrow window. The sun was rising over the marsh, casting rippling golden light across the bogwater. He thought of his king, Daron, who bore the blood of dragon and wolf, who carried the future of their house and the realm on his shoulders. The letter was on its way. All that remained now was to hold long enough for Daron to answer. Howland placed one hand against the ancient stone wall. Come then, Victarion Greyjoy, he murmured. Let's see how you fare in the neck. He would not yield Moat Cailin. He swore by ice and fire, not while breath still filled his lungs. The sun hung heavy above Moat Cailin, its pale light seeping through the drifting mists of the neck. The old stones, slick with moisture and ancient blood, bore silent witness to the gathering storm. Howland Reed stood atop the crumbling battlements of the northmost remains of the curtain wall, his graying hair damp with sweat and fog, his hand resting on the hilt of a dagger he doubted he would use. Below, the land stretched out in a slow, crawling descent, its marshes and bogs giving way to the firmer ground from which the enemy came. They were coming now. From the north, the Ironborn army poured across the land like a rot flooding a wound. Longships pulled up along the feverish banks of the Salt Spear had birthed raiders by the hundreds, and now they marched with axes glinting and shields raised. The banners of House Greyjoy snapped in the faint breeze, the golden kraken on black, reaching as though to strangle the very world. Howland let out a long breath. They're close, he murmured to no one in particular. Behind him, the sounds of preparation rang quietly. Men stringing bows, sharpening steel, whispering prayers to the old gods beneath the heart tree nestled deep within the ruins. 200 Northmen held Moat Cailin now, seasoned archers left behind by King Daron as a final line of defense in the neck. And Howland Reed, Lord of Greywater Watch, Warden of the Neck, and now, he supposed, the final stone standing between the Ironborn and the vulnerable north. A quiet footstep drew near. One of his retainers, a Crannogman with mud-streaked face and swamp-colored eyes. We've done all we can, my lord, the man said, glancing toward the horizon. Howland nodded solemnly. Then it's up to the gods now. 3 days of torment had led to this. When the Ironborn landed 20 miles north, they'd found no opposition, at least none they could see. But the Crannogmen had been there, with reed darts, poisoned thorns, nets hidden in the reeds, and arrows that came from nowhere, they had harassed and ambushed the invaders at every step. Over 600 Ironborn now lay dead in bogs, hung from trees, or missing entirely, lost to the shifting, deceptive terrain. And, just as importantly, those who remained looked like ghosts. Hollow-eyed, smeared with muck, dragging themselves forward with desperation rather than bloodlust. Howland's men made sure that the Ironborn found no proper sleep or rest these last 3 days. But now Howland had pulled his remaining Crannig men out before the battle, knowing they'd be little use in open war. Now, it was just him, his handful of retainers, and the Northmen archers on the walls. The king placed Moat Cailin in Howland's care, and he swore he'd die with a spear in his hand before yielding it to the Ironborn. Howland could see the fury in the Ironborn lines, the hunger for vengeance that overcame the sheer exhaustion. Their leader, a looming figure in dark armor, rode ahead. Victarion Greyjoy. Even at a distance, Howland could feel the man's presence, like a thundercloud waiting to break. The enemy drew near. War cries echoed across the boglands, answered only by the twang of bowstrings. "Loose!" came the cry, and the air filled with death. The Ironborn stumbled and fell. Shields splintered, men cried out, and still they came. The Northmen held fast, raining volley after volley down from the high ground of the ruined fortress. The enemy numbers thinned, but not fast enough. Howland's heart beat steady, even as the Ironborn closed the distance, inch by inch. Another volley. The archers obeyed, but it was clear now they would be overrun. Even weakened, even bloodied, the Ironborn were too many. Soon, they would reach the base of the hill, and then a sudden shadow fell across the field. Howland turned his eyes to the sky. For a heartbeat, he thought a cloud had drifted over the sun, but then the shadow moved, and the air filled with a deep, ear-splitting roar. The soldiers froze. Both Ironborn and Northmen stopped in place, every head turning skyward. Out of the clouds came a shape of legend. The dragon. Obsidian scales shimmered in the sunlight. Massive wings beat the air like thunderclaps. Fire flickered in the beast's throat as it descended, screeching its fury to the world. "Lyrax," Howland whispered, his voice trembling with relief. She dove. Flame poured from her maw, a black-hot torrent that scorched the ground and turned the Ironborn charge into a panicked rout. Victarion's men screamed and scattered as the fire consumed ranks of soldiers. Ash filled the air. Men dropped weapons and fled. The charge was over before it began. Lyrax soared upward again, a beacon of fire and fury, then wheeled around and descended once more, her eyes glowing like twin suns. Her fire did not chase, it punished. Carefully, precisely, she struck where the enemy was thickest, where the resistance was heaviest. On the battlements, the Northmen stood in awe. Their arms were lowered, their faces lit by flame and wonder. Howland dropped to his knees, overwhelmed. The letter had made it. King Daron had received his plea, and he had answered. Through the flames and smoke, Howland watched as Ironborn fled into the marshes they had once thought to conquer. Behind them, the hill of Moat Cailin stood untouched. Not a single man had breached the gates. Howland rose slowly, his joints aching, and turned to his archers. "Hold your fire," he said. "The dragon fights for us now." Cheers erupted from the men on the wall, some throwing helmets into the air, others dropping to their knees, thanking the old gods. Howland Reed turned back to the sky, where Lyrax wheeled overhead like a star of war, and he allowed himself a smile. The moat was still theirs. Smoke drifted on the wind like the spirits of the dead. Howland Reed stood atop the crumbling remains of the walls of Moat Cailin, eyes fixed on the horror unfolding below. The Ironborn had broken. What had been a host of nearly 8,000, hardened raiders from the Isles, proud and arrogant, was now a scattering of black specks across the bloodied land, desperately trying to flee. Above them soared death itself. Lyrax dove low once again, fire erupting from her jaws and a sweeping arc trees caught like torches. Men screamed and vanished in a flame, and earth turned to cinder. She moved with terrifying purpose, no hesitation in her flight, no mercy in her wrath. The dragon was hunting, not for survival, not for defense, but to destroy. It was a punishment. Howland's heart trembled at the sheer power of it. He had seen battle, had faced men and monsters both in the neck, but nothing had ever humbled him quite like this. The dragon was Daron's wrath, given form. This was what it meant to have Targaryen blood. It was only once the iron-born survivors, what few remained, vanished into the dense northern woods that Lyrax wheeled around and climbed the sky. She circled once, then descended gracefully, wings slowing like sails against the wind, landing just north of the keep with a rumble of earth and air. A cheer rose from the battlements. Howland was already descending the hill before the cries even faded, his retainers following swiftly behind. Mud clung to his boots as he crossed the land, the ancient stones of Moat Cailin still warm with the aftertaste of dragon fire. Lyrax stood still, calm and silent now, like a great cat lounging after a feast. Her eyes burned like embers. And then the rider dismounted. Daron Targaryen slid down from the dragon's back with fluid grace, boots landing softly against the stone. His raven-black hair was tousled from the wind, his black armor marked with soot and smoke. The crimson cloak billowed behind him, clasped with a three-headed dragon wrought in gold. Howland dropped to one knee at once, his men following suit without hesitation. "Your Grace," he said, bowing his head. Daron stepped forward, his voice clear and steady as it cut through the smoky air. "Rise, Lord Reed." Later that day, in the solar of Moat Cailin, the room smelled faintly of marsh herbs and old paper. Sunlight filtered through the narrow windows, the rays casting long shadows across the rough-hewn table between them. Howland Reed sat across from Daron, a cup of water in hand. The king had refused wine, despite Howland offering it twice. There was clarity in Daron's eyes, a sharpness that unnerved and reassured in equal measure. "I still find it hard to believe," Howland said softly, voice hoarse from smoke and fatigue. "Your Grace came just in time." Daron shook his head. "I came late, Lord Reed, and you still held the moat." He leaned forward slightly. "You should be thanked, not me. I would be dead. All of us would be," Howland replied, "if not for your arrival. And I would be riding to retake the neck if you hadn't slowed the Ironborn long enough for me to get here," Daron answered, tone steady but edged with steel. "If they had taken Moat Cailin." He exhaled slowly. "It would have been a disaster. You knew that. You held long enough to prevent it." "How?" Howland allowed himself a small smile, a flicker of pride surfacing for the first time. "My Crannogmen," he said, 200 of them, stalked the Ironborn from the moment they landed, strangled their sleep, bled them dry, delayed their march by 3 whole days. Daron's gray eyes lit with understanding. "I'd heard the legends about your people, Lord Reed, but now I've seen what you're truly capable of." "You haven't seen them yet," Howland said with a knowing glance. "They're not done." Daron tilted his head. "Where are they now?" "Hunting," Howland said simply, following the survivors into the trees. "Ironborn don't know the neck like we do. They'll learn what it means to draw blood here." Daron's lips curved into a smile. "Then the iron price will be paid in full." Howland said, "They'll regret ever setting foot in the neck. They may have landed with 8,000. By the time they reach their ships, they'll be lucky to count half that." The moment lingered in silence. 2 men of very different worlds, united by duty and bloodshed. Howland sipped from his cup, the tension beginning to ease from his shoulders for the first time in a week. "You'd like to meet them?" he asked. Daron turned to him. "I would. Brave men deserve to be seen and thanked. Their king owes them that much. They are shy around strangers," Howland said with a faint smile. "But I'll see what I can do." The knock on the door came then, soft but urgent. "Enter," Howland called. A young northern soldier stepped inside, breathless from running. "Forgive the interruption, Your Grace, my lord. Ser Marlon Manderly has arrived. He brings 200 mounted men from White Harbor." Howland raised his brows. "I sent word to White Harbor after I sent my letter to you. Knew they likely wouldn't arrive in time, but I had to try." Daron gave a single approving nod. Wise. You plan for the worst and hope for the best. That's what good commanders do. Daron, smiling, reached for his cup and raised it to Howland. To the crannogman, he said, and to the neck that swallowed the kraken. Howland clinked his own cup to Daron's. To the dragon that guards the north. The sun had just begun to dip behind the crumbling towers of Moat Cailin as the light slanted through the solar's windows, catching flecks of ash still lingering in the air. Moat Cailin still smelled of fire and blood, but the solar, damp with the eternal chill of the neck, smelled of old stone and rushes. Daron sat in his chair, facing Howland, his cloak folded behind him, his armor still buckled on, dark and worn from the battle just hours before. The door creaked open, and a northern soldier stepped in, leading a dust-covered knight behind him. "Sir Marlon Mandoley, your grace," the soldier announced. Daron rose to his feet as Marlon entered, his face lined with exhaustion, his gray-blue cloak stained by the ride. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, and too young for the streaks of weariness under his eyes. He dropped to one knee without ceremony. "Your grace." "Lord Reed." Howland inclined his head. Daron stepped forward, offering his hand. "You've ridden hard, Sir Marlon. You and your men must be exhausted." "We came as fast as we could, your grace," Marlon said as he stood, though it was clear he favored one leg. Daron motioned to the chair across from him. "Sit. You've earned that much." Marlon hesitated for a breath before sitting. Daron could see the man's pride warring with fatigue. The fatigue won. Howland leaned forward, his voice even. "White Harbor's response is commendable. You led 200 riders through rough lands of the neck, and you did it in days. That speaks well of your house." Marlon bowed his head slightly. "Lord Wyman knows the importance of Moat Cailin, Lord Reed. He said if we lost it, we'd be fighting to reclaim the moat for months. So when your letter came, he sent me and the 200 best riders we could spare. But it seems—" He paused, glancing toward the window. "We were too late." "Late, perhaps," Daron said, "but not without worth." Marlon looked surprised. To ride across the wild lands of the neck knowing you were outnumbered, to face down iron-born raiders without hesitation. "That's courage," Daron said. "And courage is never wasted." Marlon shifted uncomfortably but accepted the praise with a quiet nod. "We just did what was needed." Daron studied him a moment before leaning back. "And you brought news as well?" "Aye." Marlon's face darkened. "Before we left White Harbor, we received a raven. The Ironborn have struck again, this time on the west coast. We don't know the full scale, but the message spoke of Ironborn longships seen on the west coast sailing north." Daron's brow furrowed, though he kept his voice level. "I suspected they wouldn't strike Moat Cailin alone." He exchanged a look with Howland, who silently agreed. "My uncle Ben-Jin holds Winterfell," Daron said. "He'll be ready. He's no fool. He's seen this coming. If anyone can hold them back, it's Lord Ben-Jin," Howland added. A knock came at the door. One of the northern soldiers, armor flecked with dry blood, stood at the threshold, helmet under his arm. "Your Grace, Lord Reed, pardon the interruption. We've recovered a body from the field." Daron stood. "Boo! Victarion Greyjoy, your Grace." The silence in the room sharpened. Marlon sat straighter. Howland rose to his feet. "Take us to him," Daron said. They crossed the courtyard in silence. The tent where the dead were being sorted was quiet, save for the soft prayers of a lone septon and the whispered steps of the silent sisters moving among the bodies. Inside of the tent was thick with the smell of death. Rows of corpses were wrapped in cloth or left uncovered for sorting. Soldiers, raiders, all burned and broken. Near the far end, beneath a bloodied tarp, lay the Ironborn commander. Victarion Greyjoy's corpse was unrecognizable to most. His armor had melted to him in some places. The stench of burned flesh clung to the air. But his face, blackened though it was, remained whole, the wind having spared it the worst of Lyrax's fire. "Dragon fire," one of the healer murmured. "Burns hot, so hot it cauterizes even the soul." Daron stepped closer. He stood over him in silence. There was no joy, no smug satisfaction, only certainty. Victarion had tried to take the north. He had brought death to the neck and would have butchered thousands if given the chance. Now, he was nothing but ash and bone. Daron turned to the soldier, standing nearby. "Take the head," he said. "Have it cleaned and prepared. The Silent Sisters will tend to it." The soldiers exchanged glances, then nodded. "Shall we prepare it for transport, Your Grace?" "Yes. Have it preserved." Daron turned away from the corpse. "It's time the King of Salt and Rock saw what price he and the Ironborn pay when they cross into my kingdom." Outside the tent, the wind had picked up. Smoke still clung to the treetops, though the worst of the blaze had burned out. Daron's cloak stirred behind him as he turned to Marlin and Howland. "Sir Marlin," he said, "you and your men will remain here for now. Moat Cailin must be held until I can send a proper force. I want it properly guarded. Victarion may be dead, but the Ironborn are stubborn fools. We can't afford a second surprise." "Of course, Your Grace," Marlin replied. "We'll hold it until we're relieved." Daron nodded. "Good." He turned his gaze northward, toward the forests and the lands beyond. "I leave for Winterfell at first light. The skies are faster than ravens, and if the Ironborn are striking again, I need to be there." Neither man questioned him. Neither needed to. Daron Targaryen didn't wait for war to find him. He flew to meet it. The wind rushed past Daron's face as Lyrax soared high over the summer snow-covered forests of the north. Below, Winterfell stood proud and ancient, her gray towers bathed in sunlight. Daron leaned forward, and Lyrax responded, tilting her wings and circling once above the castle. Her roar echoed across the land, a sound that shook trees, startled birds, and brought the people of Winterfell to a halt in the yards and corridors, heads tilting to the sky. Let them see, Daron thought. Let them know the North is still strong. He leaned down against Lyrax's warm, scale-covered neck. "Land just west," he said aloud, though they needed no words. Her wings shifted again, and with the practiced grace of a beast born of fire and sky, Lyrax descended beyond the walls, sending gusts of wind sweeping over the battlements. The earth rumbled as she touched down. Daron slid from her back, his boots crunching on snowy ground. He had barely taken a few steps when hooves approached, Jory Castle and a handful of Winterfell riders coming fast across the open field. The men halted. Jory dipped his head low. "Your Grace," he greeted. Daron nodded in return, his breath fogging in the cold. "I take it Winterfell still stands." "As strong as ever, Your Grace," Jory said, offering him a horse. "Your uncle is waiting." Mounting, Daron gave Lyrax one final look. She watched him with one great golden eye, her tail twitching like a cat's. "Stay close," he told her through their bond. She huffed, content. The castle walls of Winterfell always made Daron feel grounded. No matter how far he flew, or how high he soared with Lyrax, stepping into this keep brought a strange sense of quiet to his blood. The solar was warm, the fire crackling. Benjen Stark rose at once from his chair as Daron entered. "You're here," Benjen said, voice thick with emotion. Daron strode forward. "Of course I am." They embraced like kin long separated. It lasted only a second, but Daron held it longer than he meant to. The smell of fur, firewood, and snow clung to his uncle's cloak. Then Benjen dropped to a knee. "Winterfell is yours, Your Grace." "Enough of that," Daron said with a half-smile, pulling him back to his feet. "Your family, uncle. Family and bannermen." Benjen's eyes twinkled, but the gravity remained. He gestured for Daron to sit. Once seated, the talk was easier. "I'd heard," Benjen said, "about your dragon. Still had trouble believing it. I see her every day, but she takes my breath away even now," Daron admitted. "Every time." Benjen shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips. "A dragon in the north again. My father would have laughed himself to death at the idea." The smile faded quickly. "I take it you've heard what happened." Daron leaned forward. "The Ironborn. How bad?" Benjen sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "They struck from the sea. I had the Northern Fleet patrolling the western coast. I gave the orders as soon as you marched south, and that let us act fast. They hit the stony shore first." Daron narrowed his eyes. "That far north?" "It was a distraction. They hoped we'd send everything to repel that raid." A few longships, some reavers looking to burn and steal. The real targets were farther inland, Torrhen Square, Deepwood Mott, and Moat Cailin. At the mention of Moat Cailin, Benjen's voice grew tight. I saw the signs, he continued. I expected attacks on Deepwood and Torrhen Square. Got ravens out, sent what I could. We beat them back at both places. Sent them crawling back to their boats with fewer men than they landed with. But you didn't think they'd try for Moat Cailin, Daron said. Not accusing, just understanding. Benjen's jaw clenched. No, I should have. The damn Ironborn came down the Saltspear and Fever River. Avoided the coast entirely. I knew they wouldn't come from the south, but I didn't think they'd dare from the north. That was my failure. Daron said nothing. The fire crackled softly. Outside the walls, the faint roar of Lyrax reminded the people who now ruled the skies. If you hadn't come when you did, Benjen went on, voice low. If Lyrax hadn't scorched them. They were already bleeding by the time I arrived, Daron said. Howland's Crannogmen slowed them. Wore them down. We Northmen are strong, and more importantly, stubborn to a fault, uncle. Moat Cailin still stands because of it. Benjen looked away. Still, I should have seen it. Daron rose and stepped over to the window. He looked westward, toward the distant coast. The Ironborn might have been pushed back, but they would come again. That was their way. You did what you could, Daron said, voice soft. None of us are gods. Benjen chuckled despite himself. But thankfully, we've a dragon on our side. Daron turned to face him, firelight flickering across his black armor. We'll strike back soon. I'll make sure the Ironborn remember what happens when they test the north. Benjen nodded slowly. What do you need from me? Report for now, Daron said. We'll set up forward posts near the coast. I want to know if so much as a rowboat leaves the Iron Isles. If the Greyjoys want war, we'll bring it to them. Benjen rose from his seat. You'll have it. They stood in silence a moment longer. Two men, uncle and nephew, bound by blood and war. I'm glad you came back, Benjen said finally. It's been strange here without you. I'm not going anywhere, Daron said. Not until the north is safe. Benjen clapped him on the shoulder. Then we'll make it so. Outside, Lyrax let out another roar, and Daron felt it echo in his bones. The fire in the solar had burned low, casting a quiet orange glow across the stone walls of Winterfell. Daron sat across from Benjen, elbows resting on the carved wooden table, his eyes still turned toward the fire, thinking of the western coast and the Iron Islands beyond it. Benjen poured 2 cups of warmead. A good winter drink, he said, handing one across. Before Daron could reply, the door creaked open. Maester Luwin stepped inside with his usual calm, a scroll clutched in his hand. A raven arrived just now, the Maester announced, his tone low but laced with interest, marked with the castle seal. Benjen reached out and broke the wax, scanning the letter with sharp eyes. Slowly, a smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. Well, Benjen said, glancing up at Daron. Ser Roderick sends good news. Daron straightened. From Deepwood Mott? Benjen nodded. You already knew he pushed the Ironborn back. But now it seems he did more than just drive him off. He turned the letter so Daron could see the last line. He caught Asha Greyjoy. She's as captured, shackled and under guard. Daron's brow arched. The Kraken's only daughter. His last child, Benjen confirmed. With 2 of his brothers dead, and now his heir taken, Balon has little left to stand on. Daron allowed himself a rare smile. The drowned god must be weeping. Benjen chuckled. Roderick will bring her to Winterfell as soon as his wounded men can travel. He'll want to know what you intend to do with her. Daron leaned back in his chair, the firelight catching the silver threadwork of the direwolf and dragon on his black tunic. That depends on how Balon reacts. If he still seeks to call himself king. And if he bends a knee, then she lives. Daron's voice was flat, final. Either way, the Ironborn will learn. The north protects its own. Benjen raised his cup. To the north. Daron raised his own. To the end of Kraken's. They drank in quiet satisfaction. The corridors of Winterfell were warm and busy as Daron stepped out of the solar beside Benjen. Voices echoed ahead. Laughter, boots, children's chatter. Home. They passed through the great hall and into the family wing, where Daron was met with a flurry of warmth. Catelyn Stark, overseeing the kitchens, looked up sharply. Her face shifted from worry to relief as she saw him. Daron, thank the gods, she said, stepping forward, her voice taut. How are Ned and Robb? He clasped her hand gently. Lord Stark and Robb are well. The Riverruns have all but cast off the lion's yoke. Robb has earned his name, the young wolf. And your lord husband is as steady as the stones beneath this castle. Catelyn's shoulders sagged in relief, and she nodded. Thank the gods. Then Daisy Stark, née Mormont, crossed the floor in 3 strides and wrapped Daron in a firm hug. You took too long, boy, she murmured gruffly. Daron hugged her back. You know better than to think anything could kill me while you're still watching over me. I'm always watching, she said, pulling back with a grin. That's the only reason you still have both ears. Children's voices rang out then, Bran, Rickon, and even Lyanna. They surged toward Daron, peppering him with questions. Is it true your dragon's bigger than the tower? Did you burn the Lannisters all by yourself? Can I ride your dragon? Daron laughed as he knelt among them, letting them tug at his sleeves and ask their questions. Lyrax isn't ready to accept passengers yet, he teased. But when she is, I'll let you ride her. One at a time. A chorus of squeals and cheers followed. Catelyn smiled, watching the chaos unfold. Benjen leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, an easy smile on his face. For a brief moment, it felt like peace had returned to the north. The noise faded as Daron stepped into the godswood alone. The quiet came quickly here, muffled by the thick curtain of leaves, moss, and snow. The great heart tree stood like a silent sentinel at the center, its pale bark glowing in the afternoon light, red sap trickling down its face like old tears. And there beneath its boughs sat Arya with the Direwolves. She hadn't come to greet him with the others. Not that he'd expected her to. Arya had always been different. Wild, headstrong, too much wolf in her blood for courtyards and pleasantries. Arya sat cross-legged under the tree, her eyes closed. She must have heard him, but she didn't speak. Her face was set in a deep pout, and when she finally opened her eyes to look at him, she quickly turned her head and looked away. Daron stood in silence, unsure whether to speak or sit. He decided on both. Crossing to the heart tree, he settled a few paces away and rested his back against the trunk, feeling the cold seeping through his cloak. The wind rustled the red leaves above them. You're sulking, he said gently. I'm not, Arya replied, her voice sharp and petulant. She didn't lift her head. You didn't come to see me when I arrived. I didn't want to. Arya finally looked at him then, her eyes bright with frustration. You're king, she said, accusation thick in her tone. Everyone has to listen to you. But when I asked to go with you and Robb, you still said no. Daron blinked, taken aback by the rawness in her voice. Arya, you could have taken me, she insisted. You could have told father or mother or anyone. But you didn't. You left me here because I'm just a little girl. Daron looked down at his hands, rough and covered in blood from war. I didn't leave you here because I thought you were weak, he said, or because I don't trust you. Then why? She demanded, her voice rising. Because I've seen what war does to people, he said quietly, and I didn't want it to do that to you. I'm not afraid of war. I know you're not, he said, turning to face her. That's why I was. Arya looked at him, her expression tight, and for a moment Daron saw the storm of emotion she was holding in, anger, hurt, pride, longing. I could have helped, she muttered, folding her arms across her knees. You still can, Daron said, but not by picking up a sword and following me into fire. The North needs you here. Your brothers and sisters need you here. The people trust Starks, and you are one. Arya didn't reply, but she didn't argue either. She shifted a little closer to him, her shoulder brushing his. After a long moment, she spoke again, her voice softer. You'll take me next time. Daron smiled faintly. I'll think about it. I'll hold you to that, Arya said, and finally, he saw the smallest hint of a smile tug at her mouth. Pike, the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy stood in the great hall of the Drowned Keep, cold salty wind seeping in through the open windows and tugging at the black cloak that draped over his broad shoulders. Below, the sea thundered against the rocks of pike. It had always been a welcome sound to him, the voice of the drowned god speaking in waves and storm. Today, it sounded like a dirge. The crumpled raven's message lay beside the sea stone chair, forgotten on the wet stone. His brother Victarion was dead, roasted alive by dragon fire outside Moat Cailin. The letter gave no embellishments, no poetry, just the truth. Thousands of iron-born dead, burned and broken in the swamps of the neck. The iron victory, his brother's pride and joy, was now ash or prize. And Asha, his only heir, his fierce, sharp-tongued daughter, was captured. Alive, yes, but in the hands of the North. Balon clenched his fists so tightly that his rings bit into his skin. He had sent them both to bring glory to House Greyjoy, to seize the North while the wolves marched south to fight for a crown that didn't belong to them. And now, what did he have to show for it? Another one of his brothers dead. His daughter lost. His iron-born scattered and beaten in the swamps like sheep caught in a bog. His captains stood around him in uneasy silence. No one dared speak. Not even Aaron Damphair, who normally would call for retribution, for another raid in the name of the drowned god. Even the zealot priest seemed shaken by the news of Dragonfire. Balon could see it in their eyes, fear, uncertainty. That cursed boy with the dragon had done what none in the south could do, make the Ironborn afraid. "I will not yield," Balon said, his voice low but steady. "Let them think they've won a victory. Let the North cheer and the dragons preen. We're not broken. The sea is still ours. And while I draw breath, the Iron Islands will kneel to no one." No one answered. The room remained heavy with silence. Balon turned away from them and walked to the open window. The wind tore at his cloak as he looked down upon the black waves crashing far below. "But the tides have turned," he whispered to no one but the sea. "And the drowned god may have taken more from me than I can ever reclaim." Dragonstone, Tyrion Lannister's perspective. Tyrion sat in a modest chamber on Dragonstone, its walls bare and damp, its furnishings sparse. The sea wind rattled the shutters, and beyond the narrow window the waves hissed like serpents slithering across stone. He sipped weak wine and stared at the flames of a sputtering hearth. Days ago, his ship, laden with Lannister men, Tommen, Myrcella, and a handful of loyal Lannister retainers, had been intercepted near the waters of Dragonstone by Velaryon. It had been a moment of pure dread, a cold spike of fear in his gut as he realized they were sailing straight into the grip of one of his family's many enemies. He had prepared himself for imprisonment, maybe even execution, but instead of being brought before Stannis Baratheon or dumped in a dungeon to rot, they were escorted to Dragonstone, now flying the red banners with three-headed dragons. The guards bore the seahorse of House Velaryon, but the authority they answered to was Daron Targaryen. Stannis was also a prisoner here now. That was another cruel twist of fate. The would-be king of Dragonstone, now a guest without teeth in his own castle. Tyrion had been given his own chambers, not large, but comfortable enough. Tommen and Myrcella were being well treated, guarded, but not confined to cells. Tyrion checked on them daily, watched over them like a nervous uncle. He knew they were hostages. No matter how politely they were treated or how comfortable the rooms, they were leverage. Pieces on a board now ruled by a dragon-riding king. Daron Targaryen, the boy who had once lived in Winterfell as Jon Snow, the bastard of Eddard Stark, now a king with fire in his blood and a direwolf at his side. Tyrion had heard the stories of how Daron had destroyed his father's army, had taken Harrenhal and burned his enemies with dragon fire. Tyrion didn't know what frightened him more, that a Targaryen now sat just north of the capital with the North and Riverlands behind him, or that he had done it all so quickly. He got up from his chair and paced the room, running a hand through his hair. The Iron Throne was no longer Cersei's to protect. Joffrey was dead. Tommen and Myrcella were in enemy hands. And here he was, alone, a prisoner of a boy king never met. Poetic, in a way, Tyrion muttered. But the poets never say what happens to the clever ones who don't die in the final act. He sat down again and poured himself more wine. Not for comfort, but to think. He could wait. He always had patience when it counted. Perhaps Daron would call for him soon, perhaps not. In the meantime, he would keep his wits, keep the children safe, and watch. He glanced at the corner of the chamber where Podrick slept on a small bed, still loyal despite everything. The game was not over. Far from it. He only hoped Daron would be a king wise enough not to let vengeance blind him, and kind enough to remember that children should never pay for the sins of their parents. Tyrion drained the wine and stared out at the sea beyond Dragonstone, waiting for the next turn of the tide. The narrow solar of Castle Stokeworth was modest, the stone walls lined with faded tapestries depicting victories long forgotten. But today, the room was not filled with talk of the past. Around a heavy oak table sat Lord Eddard Stark, Queen Rhaella, Ser Arthur Dayne, Ser Brynden Tully, and Robb Stark. Outside, the sounds of a vast northern Riverrun's host preparing for war echoed through the narrow windows, steel clashing in drills, smiths hammering out dents in armor, and a low hum of thousands waiting. Ser Brynden leaned forward, his weathered face grave. Scouts have reported more movement in Renly's camp. They're building more scorpions, dragging archers and crossbowmen toward the south wall. They're testing us little by little. Their commanders grow bold. He looked around the table before adding, 3 days ago, everyone in the city saw the king flying north on that dragon of his. They know he's gone. Robb's brow furrowed. Daron didn't leave on a whim. He had no choice. Moat Cailin was under attack by Victarion Greyjoy himself. If he hadn't gone, the Ironborn could have taken it and cut the north off from the rest of the realm. I don't doubt his reasons, Robb, Brynden said, but Renly and his men don't care about reasons. They see opportunity. Every day our king is gone, they grow bolder. And if they believe Daron and his dragon won't return in time, they'll test us. Hard. Rhaella, seated in a modest chair near the hearth, sipped from her goblet. Her silver blonde hair was tied in a loose braid, and her violet eyes studied the men around her. Our forces are strong, she said calmly, but not invincible. The North and Riverlands stand together, yes, but without Daron, without Lyrax. Ser Arthur finished her thought. 100,000 Stormlanders and Reachmen is no small thing. Ned nodded. His fingers absently tapped the table. If Renly attacks now, it will cost him dearly, but he may be willing to pay that price if it means destroying us here and maintaining his hold on the capital. The truth is, we need Daron back. Arthur frowned. Even the fastest raven would take at least 2 days to reach Winterfell. More if he's flown somewhere else by now. And even then, it would take Daron a full day on Dragonback to return. The timing is tight. Robb looked to Ned, something unsaid lingering in the air between them. There's another way, Ned said, his voice low but certain. We don't need a raven. Brynden blinked. And how else do you intend to send a message across half the realm? We send it through Ghost, Robb said quietly. Daron and I share a bond with our direwolves. Not of this world, perhaps, but it's real. Arthur and Brynden exchanged looks. Rhaella said nothing, but her eyes flicked toward Ned, curious. The bond between them is strong, Ned explained. It was strong even before Daron claimed the dragon, before he was king. I've seen it myself. Robb has too. Robb nodded. He'll hear us. If Ghost listens. Brynden crossed his arms. And what if he doesn't? What if Daron's too far away? Or the bond isn't strong enough? Then we've lost nothing by trying, Ned said. No one argued after that. The meeting broke soon after. As the others returned to their duties, Ned and Robb walked together through the cold halls of Castle Stokeworth. The corridors echoed with the faint sounds of marching feet and the rustle of armor. They reached Robb's chambers, a converted room near the keep's western tower. Inside, a warm fire crackled in the hearth, and 2 great direwolves rested nearby. Ghost lay still as fresh snow, his red eyes half-lidded but alert. Beside him, Grey Wind stirred as Robb entered, tail thudding softly against the stone. Robb knelt beside Ghost. You ready, old friend? He whispered. Ghost stared back, ears twitching. Robb leaned in closer, until his forehead nearly touched the direwolf's. He closed his eyes. Daron, brother, he whispered into the white fur. Come back. We need you. Renly's getting restless. Ned watched in silence, his heart heavy. There were some forces in this world he would never fully understand, bonds of blood and soul that defied ravens and logic. But he'd seen it once before, when Daron was still Jon Snow, a quiet boy in Winterfell who had more in common with his direwolf than with most men. Ghost's ears twitched. He let out a soft, silent growl. Then he stilled again. Far to the north, Winterfell basked in the pale light of morning. In his chambers, Daron Targaryen stood by the window, brushing the sleep from his eyes. The cold northern air smelled of pine and distant snow. He wasn't sure why, but something pulled at him, a whisper in his mind, a sensation crawling over his skin like goose flesh. He turned from a window just as Ghost's presence echoed in his mind. Daron, come back. It wasn't a voice. Not quite, but it was there, urgent and unmistakable. He saw flickers of images in his mind. Robb's face, Castle Stokeworth, the distant sprawl of King's Landing. He snapped into motion. An hour later, the castle gate opened, and Daron strode out fully armored, his black cloak trimmed in red silk. Men scurried aside. Outside, in the open lands, Lyrax was already ready and fed, as if she too had sensed the shift in the wind. By the time Daron climbed onto her back, the sky had begun to change. Gray clouds gathered. The smell of war lingered. Fly, he whispered. With a thunderous roar, Lyrax leapt into the sky, her massive wings tearing through the air as she soared southward, toward Stokeworth, towards his army, and toward the war that was waiting for him. The midday sun burned bright through the stained glass windows of the Red Keep's small council chamber, bathing the long oak table in fractured colors. King Renley Baratheon sat at the head of the table, drumming his fingers lightly against the armrest of his ornate chair, the golden stag on his chest catching glints of the light. Around him sat his council, Ser Loras Tyrell, his beloved and brother-in-law, Lord Mace Tyrell, the Lord of Highgarden, Lord Randyll Tarly, a seasoned commander, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, and Ser Jacelyn Bywater, the commander of the City Watch. Renly's fingers drummed on the table as he surveyed the map spread before them. The Northern and Riverrun's army, under the command of Daron Targaryen, had set camp at Castle Stokeworth. The threat loomed large, especially with the knowledge that Daron possessed a fully grown dragon. I say we strike now, said Loras, leaning forward with the eager intensity of a knight desperate for action. We've wasted enough time watching them sit comfortably in the fields of Stokeworth. The dragon's gone. The so-called King of the North flew off like a shadow. This is our moment. Spoken like a man who's never fought a battle, Randyll Tarly replied coolly, arms folded across his broad chest. You want to lead 100,000 men into an open field while the real threat can return from the skies at any moment? The dragon's gone, Loras insisted again. We confirmed it. Daron Targaryen is in the north, even his dragonfly, fast enough to get here in time. He doesn't have to be that fast, Randyll snapped. He just needs to arrive when we're outside the safety of these walls. You know what a single pass from a dragon's flame does to an army caught in the open. Ser Jacelyn Bywater cleared his throat. We've started mounting scorpions on the walls. Per your orders, your grace, he said to Renly. 35 of them so far, and more being made in the smithies. Renly steepled his fingers, thoughtful. He had read every raven scent record he could get from the Citadel on dragons. When he summoned the maesters, he had hoped for a secret, some ancient weapon, or a hidden truth that could give him an edge. What he got was dust, ink, and disappointment. They all say the same thing, Renly muttered aloud. The only thing that can stop a fully grown dragon is another bigger, full-grown dragon. The scorpions might help, but it would take a near-impossible shot to bring one down. The room fell quiet. They're not invincible, Loras said, quieter this time. Dragons have died before, even Balerion. Renly nodded, but not to swords and spears, and not to scorpions made in the rush of desperation. He turned his gaze to Littlefinger, lounging as usual with a smirk playing on his lips. What of our spies, Peter? What does your network whisper about our noble guests camped outside the gates? Littlefinger shrugged. My whores have plenty to say about the Northern and Riverrun's lords, but it appears that Daren's most trusted commanders don't indulge in the pleasures of the flesh. Robb Stark and Ser Brynden Tully are stubborn. Ned Stark even more so. Pure as Septons claim to be, the lot of them. Renley arched a brow. None of them indulge. Edmure Tully does, Littlefinger said with a laugh. He's very fond of good wine and soft company. But Daron doesn't trust him. He shares nothing of value, not even with his own kin. A wise choice, it seems. Randyll Tarly snorted. Then what use are your whores, Baelish, if they can't uncover real secrets? Littlefinger didn't flinch. It was my network that first learned of the Ironborn attacking the north. And more importantly, of Moat Cailin. That's why the dragon and its master are gone. Gone for now, Randyll replied, and could return tomorrow. Renley raised his hand to stop the back and forth. The silence that followed was thick with tension. He sat back, fingers tapping again against the wood. Their strength inside King's Landing was impressive. 100,000 men, most of them from the fertile lands of the Reach and the Stormlands. Enough food to last a year. Gold, weapons, walls, everything a king could want to defend his city. And yet, one dragon was enough to unravel it all. My lords, Renley said finally, I called this meeting for your advice. I appreciate your boldness, Ser Loras, and your caution, Lord Randyll. But we must not let fear paralyze us. What will you do, your grace? Asked Ser Jacelyn. We will wait, Renley said. Not out of cowardice, but out of strategy. Let's see how long it takes for Daron to return. Let them show their hand. Perhaps the North will stretch Daron too thin. Perhaps the people of this city will see their Dragon Lord as more threat than savior. And if he does return soon, Mace Tyrell asked, looking more worried than usual. Then we will greet him with fire and steel, Renley replied. The Scorpions may not kill a dragon, but they may keep it from flying too low. And if Daron wishes to burn his way into the city, he'll do it while standing on the bones of his own countrymen. Silence followed. Renley stood slowly. This council is done. You're dismissed. The men filed out one by one. Randyll Tarly and Mace Tyrell exchanged stiff bows. Jacelyn Bywater nodded, the weight of command heavy on his shoulders. Littlefinger gave a mocking half-bow and vanished like a shadow. Only Loras remained, crossing his arms as he stared at Renley. You're afraid, he said quietly. Renley looked at him. Of dragons? I'd be a fool not to be. Loras stepped closer. Then let me lead a raid. A fast strike torch their supplies, disrupt their command. If they scatter, the dragon's return won't matter. Renley considered it. Not yet, he said. Let's wait for now. Loras didn't look happy, but he nodded. Renley leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. This war is not going as planned. Loras approached, placing a reassuring hand on Renly's shoulder. We'll find a way. Together. Renley looked up, meeting Loras's gaze. I hope you're right. The chamber was silent save for the faint rustling of silk as Queen Marjorie Tyrell shifted in her seat, staring out at the fading afternoon sun as it bathed the red keep in gold. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap, though her mind was anything but calm. The velvet and perfume of her station did little to mask the anxiety that simmered beneath her carefully practiced poise. The clatter of boots outside the door broke her thoughts. A guard's voice called, Your Grace, the Lady Olenna requests your company. Marjorie stood at once, a rare smile easing her features. Let her in. The door opened, and in swept the Queen of Thorns. Dressed in her signature headdress and a gown of deep green, she exuded the sharp wit and unyielding strength that had become her hallmark. Her stride was as sharp as her tongue, and the moment their eyes met, Marjorie felt like a child again, safe but under scrutiny. Well, Olenna said, glancing at her over, there never was a queen more worthy of a crown, or more surrounded by idiots. You look radiant, my dear. Marjorie gave a soft chuckle. Thank you, grandmother. Don't thank me. Thank the gods you inherited your looks from me, and not your oath of a grandfather. A pair of serving girls entered, placing a small table between them and laying out lemon cakes, fruits, and a steaming pot of tea. Olenna dismissed the girls with a wave before pouring 2 cups. "Well then," Olenna said, stirring her tea with a clink of silver, "how is married life treating you? Does Renley still dress better than you?" Margaery lifted her cup, her smile thinning. "It's going well." Olenna gave her a look that cut through layers of royal pretense. "Going well? That's court speak for miserable. Has he at least put his seed in you yet? Or does his sword still only rise for your brother?" "Grandmother," Margaery gasped, cheeks flushing crimson. Olenna took a bite of a lemon cake, entirely unrepentant. "Oh, please, don't act so shocked. I was married to your grandfather for 50 years. I've heard worse in my sleep." Margaery set her cup down with a sigh. "I've tried everything. I even," she paused, lowering her voice, "had Lyrax in the chamber just to ease him. But Renley doesn't respond to me. Not at all." Olenna blinked, then hummed, considering. A tragedy, truly. You're a rose in bloom, and he's more interested in the gardener." Margaery shot her grandmother a look, but there was no venom in it. They both knew the truth, spoken or not. "I did my duty," Margaery said. "I married the man who could give us a crown, but I wonder for how long I'll keep it. There's an army outside the gates, and a dragon riding king leading it." Olenna waved a dismissive hand. "Nonsense. You were born to be queen. Let the men play their war games. We have our own battles to fight." "Daron," Olenna continued, lips pursed. "That boy's a storming cloak. Burns armies by day and inspires songs by night. He's everything Renley pretends to be." Margaery looked down at her tea. "Do you think he'll kill us all?" Olenna reached across the table, her age-spotted hand resting gently on her granddaughter's. "You were born to be a queen, Margaery. Whether it's on the Iron Throne or in the ashes, I'll see to it you stay one." A thunderous roar split the skies as a shadow eclipsed the sun above Castle Stokeworth. Men in the yard looked up with awe and dread, some dropping tools or weapons, others reaching instinctively for blades they knew were useless. Lyrax had returned. The dragon swooped above once, her wings casting a massive shadow across the field. Then, with practiced grace, she landed just beyond the outer walls, dirt and grass churning under the power of her descent. Her scales shimmered in the afternoon light, silver and blue like moonlight over water. Daron Targaryen, dressed in black leather trimmed with red, slid down her side with the ease of someone who had done this 100 times. His boots hit the ground lightly, and he exhaled as Lyrax gave a low rumble behind him. A dozen riders came from the camp, among them Ser Edric Mallister and Lord Glover, but it was Robb Stark who arrived first, Grey Wind at his side. "Back so soon?" Robb grinned, dismounting before Daron could say a word. "Moat Cailin is secure," Daron said. "Victarion Greyjoy is dead. Asha Greyjoy is our prisoner." Robb gave an impressed whistle. "And here I thought you were just flying off for a bit of fresh air." Daron smiled. "I could say the same. I heard you were having conversations with Ghost." Robb chuckled, then clapped his friend on the back. "Father's waiting." Inside the keep, the tension that had hung over the lords of the north and Riverlands eased as word spread of the king's return. Men bowed, women stared in awe, and soldiers stood taller, knowing the dragon was back. In the solar, Ned Stark stood when Daron entered, followed by Ser Brynden Tully, Ser Arthur Dayne, and several other high-ranking lords. "You made good time," Ned said, walking forward to greet him. "I take it Lyrax didn't stop to enjoy the scenery." Daron shook his head. "There's no time to waste." Ser Brynden nodded grimly. "Our scouts report more movement each night. Without your presence, they were testing our lines, probing for weakness." "They won't have long to test now," Daron said. "We'll move within the week." There was a beat of silence before Ser Arthur stepped forward. "And what about the north?" "Uncle Benjen is managing things there. The west coast is secure. The Ironborn threat has been put down, at least for now." Ned's lips pressed into a thin line. "I only hope the threat doesn't rise again." "You've done well, Your Grace." Daron looked around the room, at the men who had followed him into war and who now looked to him for victory. The morning sun filtered through the high, narrow windows of Castle Stokeworth's solar, catching the edges of a map spread wide across the table. Daron Targaryen sat at the head, his jaw set, gray eyes fixed on the siege map of King's Landing. Around him stood Lord Eddard Stark, Robb Stark, Ser Arthur Dayne, and Ser Brynden Tully, the war council that had guided his campaign from its first strike in the Riverlands to the current standoff outside the capital. Ned pointed to a drawn line along the bay. Lord Montford Valerion's fleet has established a blockade at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. With the Redwyne fleet held in check, Renley cannot expect naval support from the Reach. That is a comfort, Ser Brynden added, stroking his beard. But even without the fleet, Renley commands a host of 100,000 men encamped outside King's Landing. Robb leaned forward, his fingers trailing over the roads snaking from the south. Feeding such a massive army is no small feat. If we disrupt their supply lines from the Reach, we could weaken them significantly. Daron shook his head. I could send Lyrax to burn their supply lines. That would be simple enough, but the first to suffer would be the people of King's Landing. Starving the city would take months, and the small folk would bear the brunt of it. The room fell quiet at that. Each man in the room knew the horrors that would follow a long siege. Starving mothers, dead children, desperate men turned to monsters within the walls of a city left to rot. Robb exhaled slowly. So, a siege is out of the question. That leaves open battle. Can Lyrax withstand the scorpions mounted on the city walls? Daron nodded. Lyrax has spent most of her life in the skies. Those scorpions are mere annoyances to her. Ned's voice was grave. We know the devastation Lyrax can bring. But against such a vast host, even a dragon's fire won't scatter them as it did the Lannister forces. Ser Arthur, silent until now, spoke. You could shatter their center, cut the head off their command. That would still leave tens of thousands, but without leadership. Daron ran a hand through his hair. His stomach churned, not with fear, but something darker. That would mean burning thousands alive. No one spoke. He leaned back in the chair, looking past the stone ceiling as if he could see Lyrax circling the skies beyond the walls. Is this how my reign begins? He thought. With fire and death? By unleashing fire upon thousands? With screams echoing off the stones of the city, to rule? He wondered if his Targaryen ancestors ever hesitated before letting their dragons loose. He looked up, determination hardening his features. We have no other choice. I've sent multiple requests for parley to Renley, all refused. We cannot allow him to continue his charade as king. The others nodded, understanding the necessity. Robb's face hardened, because he knows if he accepts your terms, he gives up his crown. Ser Brynden sighed. And that's something no man with a crown gives up easily. Daron's voice was quiet, but it cut through the room like a blade. Then we end this. The others nodded, grim but resolved. Before anyone could speak again, there was a knock on the solar door. A guard entered the solar, bowing low. Your Grace, Ser Barristan Selmy requests an audience. Daron's eyes widened. He exchanged glances with his council. Show him in. As the guard departed, Daron stood, steeling himself for the conversation ahead. The path to the Iron Throne was paved with fire and blood, and there was no turning back. The door opened, and in stepped a tall, white-haired man in plain traveler's leathers, his bearing regal despite his modest appearance. The years had lined his face and silvered his hair, but his back was still straight, his blue eyes calm and clear. He carried his helm under one arm, and at his hip hung a long sword, simple but worn with care. The room fell into silence as the knight dropped to one knee before Daron. I, Barristan Selmy, he said, voice steady, once Lord Commander of the King's Guard. I come to swear myself to your grace, Daron Targaryen. My sword, my shield, my life, in service of the rightful king. For a moment, no one moved. Then Daron stepped forward, his boots echoing softly on the stone floor. He extended his hand, placing it gently on the old knight's shoulder. Rise, Ser Barristan, he said. Your service is accepted, and your honor is known across the realm. It will be my honor to have you among my King's Guard. Barristan stood, his expression unreadable, but his eyes shone faintly. Daron turned to the others in the room. There is no need for words as everyone here knows Ser Barristan. Ser Arthur gave a nod of respect, and even Ned Stark dipped his head. Daron looked back at the knight. We hadn't heard from you since Joffrey dismissed you. Where were you all this time? I returned to my family's lands to settle my affairs, Barristan said. I was preparing to leave Westeros in search of your kin. I had not yet heard that Riella, Viserys, and Daenerys had already returned. By the time I boarded a ship across the narrow sea, word reached us halfway to Pentos, word that the dragons had returned with the wolves of the north. Daron smiled faintly. You've been on quite a journey then, but you made it, somehow, and I'm glad for it. To have a knight such as you in my Kingsguard. He nodded. It means more than you know. The fire crackled in the hearth, and outside, the wind rustled the banners of the direwolf, and the fire in the solar burned low, casting flickers of gold across the stone walls. The heavy air of strategy and war hung over the room like a storm cloud. But for a moment, all was still as Ser Barristan Selmy, a new white cloak draped neatly over his shoulders, took a seat at the table. Daron Targaryen, king, dragon rider, and son of Rhaegar, studied the old knight with curiosity and respect. Barristan's arrival had been unexpected, but his timing impeccable. With Lyrax back at Castle Stokeworth and Renley Baratheon seated on the Iron Throne, time was running short, and the last thing Daron needed was another bloody battle for a crown. We were discussing how to deal with Renley. Daron began, his voice steady. He refuses to answer any of my ravens. And with a host that size, there's no path left but battle and taking the city by force. Ser Barristan nodded. Your Grace, I may not be a master of whispers like Varys or a spy master like Littlefinger, but I spent most of my life in King's Landing. I still have a few men I trust there. I was able to speak with them before making my way here. Daron raised a brow. Go on. Ser Barristan leaned forward, his weathered hands clasped. Tyrion Lannister, before he vanished, had the Alchemists' Guild working day and night. They were stockpiling wildfire, thousands of jars of it, stored beneath the city. The solar went still. Wildfire, Ser Brindan repeated, brows drawing together in disbelief. Barristan nodded. I doubt Renley knows. It was a contingency, meant to be used against either the king or Renley, whichever threatened the gates first. The problem is it's volatile, unstable. If a dragon breathes fire in the wrong place, half the city could go up in flames. Ned muttered something to himself and turned toward Daron. We could have killed thousands without even knowing why. The realm of blamed the fire on Lyrax. Robb's face turned serious. Even if we win in the field, if Renley retreats back behind the walls, we'll be forced into a siege. And now we know the city's a trap. One spark, one mistake, and everything burns. Daron clenched his fists at the edge of the table. All because Renley wanted a crown that was never his to begin with. I gave him chances. A chance to meet on the field. A chance for single combat. But he's too craven to face me himself. And now his greed puts the lives of hundreds of thousands in danger. Silence followed. The crackle of the fire was the only sound. Then Ser Barristan spoke again carefully. There might be another way, Your Grace. One that doesn't require Lyrax or a siege. But the path is narrow, treacherous, but it leads straight to our victory. Daron's eyes snapped up as he moved closer. Everyone here has heard stories of your valor and bravery. You say there is a way? Then I trust you, no matter the danger. Barristan nodded slowly. My people in the city, men I've trusted since I first drew sword in service to your grandfather, can get a few people into the city. Maybe 3 or 4. No more. From there, I know a passage. Littlefinger used it to send his whores straight into King Robert's bedchamber. And that bedchamber is now Renly's. Robb blinked. You mean to sneak into the Red Keep? Barristan nodded again. I'll lead a small group. Through the tunnels. We get into the keep, enter the bedchamber at night, and then I will only return with Renley Baratheon in chains. Even though he didn't say it, everyone in the room know that the other outcomes won't lead to Ser Barristan returning. Daron stared at him, weighing the words, feeling the possibilities swirl in his head. He then says there is no need for men, Ser Barristan. Ser Arthur and I will join you on this endeavor. Daron then turned to Ser Arthur. The Sword of the Morning spoke first. Let me go with him alone, your grace. You should stay here. The realm needs you. Uncle Ned nodded in agreement. This is what Kingsguard are for, protecting the king from risks like this. But Daron stepped forward, his voice firm. No, I won't sit on my ass while you risk your lives for my war. This is my throne, my family's legacy, my battle, and if it ends tonight, then it ends with me. You are the king, Ned began. I'm also a Stark, Daron interrupted, softer now. And I will not send men into danger I won't face myself. No one replied. It was clear nothing would sway him. Ser Arthur met Daron's eyes and gave a solemn nod. Then we'll go together. Ser Barristan inclined his head. It will be my honor, your grace. Daron placed a hand on the table, then looked around the room, at the men who had followed him through fire and blood and crownless beginnings. If this works, the war ends. No more marches, no more sieges, no more burning fields. Ned exhaled, and if it doesn't, Daron smiled faintly. Then Lyrax will know what to do. The flames in the hearth cracked louder, as if echoing the king's words. Outside, the wind shifted, and in the distant courtyard, Lyrax let out a low, rumbling growl beneath the clouds. The storm was coming, but Daron would walk through it on his own. The chamber was dim, lit only by the faint orange glow of the hearth. Daron Targaryen stood by the tall, oaken chest near his bed, methodically stripping off his Valyrian steel armor. Piece by piece, the polished black plates, with their dark red inlays, were laid to rest on a nearby table. It was strange to remove it, not out of defeat but by choice. Tonight was not a night for kings clad in steel to face each other in open field and banners blazing. Tonight was for shadows moving through stone and silence. Setting aside his Valyrian steel battle-axe next, Daron reached down into the chest and pulled out a far simpler weapon, a short sword, ordinary and unremarkable. It gleamed dully under the weak firelight. No ornate engravings, no famed Valyrian steel, just cold, honest steel. Something any cell's word might carry. Daron pulled on the dark leather armor next. The material light and flexible against his skin, made for speed and stealth rather than protection. As he adjusted the straps and pulled the worn black cloak over his shoulders, his mind drifted to Ser Arthur Dayne. Arthur, too, was laying aside Dawn tonight, the sword that no Dane had ever willingly set down. Seeing the Sword of the Morning without the fabled blade would feel wrong, like seeing the wall without snow. But it had to be done. In this endeavor, they were not heroes of the old. They were faceless men moving through the veins of a sleeping city. As Daron adjusted the leather gloves on his hands, he heard the soft padding of feet. Turning, he met the steady, burning red eyes of Ghost. His direwolf sat by the hearth, ears pricked forward, gaze locked onto him. A deep sigh escaped Daron. I know, he muttered, moving toward Ghost and kneeling to scratch behind the great wolf's ear. Ghost leaned into the touch, but a low, impatient rumble sounded in his throat. I know you want to come, Daron said, voice low and affectionate. But we need to be quiet tonight. Can't have a dire wolf the size of a horse trailing after us. Ghost huffed, a short, sharp breath through his nose, as if offended. Daron chuckled, resting his forehead against Ghost for a moment. Don't sulk. We'll have other battles. I'll need you for those. Ghost gave a final, indignant snort before padding to the far corner of the chamber. He flopped down heavily, turning his back to Daron, his way of showing that he is sulking. Daron smiled faintly and turned back toward the table, checking the straps of his sword belt one more time. He had just finished securing the blade when the door creaked open. His smile died the moment Rhaella Targaryen entered. His grandmother carried herself with the grace of queens long past, her silver hair braided back severely, her violet eyes sharp and shimmering with emotion. She was dressed plainly, without crown or jewels, and that alone spoke volumes. You're really going through with this, she said. No greeting, no pleasantries. Daron nodded, facing her fully. I have to. Riella stepped closer, her expression tight. You don't. You are the king. It is not your place to throw yourself into danger like a common knight. Daron said nothing. His gaze held hers, unflinching. You've already survived so much, she continued, her voice breaking slightly. Your father, my Rhaegar, he fought because he had no choice. But you, this is madness. He moved to her then, closing the space between them with slow, deliberate steps. When he spoke, his voice was soft, but full of iron. I cannot ask others to bleed for my crown while I cower behind walls. If Renley falls today, it will be by my hand. It is better if I end it now, with as little bloodshed as possible. Riella's hands clenched into fists at her sides. She searched his face for some sign of hesitation, some opening she could exploit, but found none. Only calm, stubborn resolve. At last, she exhaled, defeated. If you do not return, she whispered, the words catching in her throat, I will never forgive you. Daron stepped forward and pressed his forehead gently against hers, as he had done so often to Arya, to comfort his little sister throughout their childhood. I will return, he promised, though deep inside he knew that in war, nothing was certain. They stood like that for a moment longer, two Targaryens alone against a storm far larger than either of them. Then Daron pulled away, offering his grandmother a final, reassuring nod. Riella watched in silence as he turned, grabbed the black cloak from the chair, and strode from the room, the door closing behind him with a soft but final thud. Ghost lifted his head briefly, but made no move to follow. The chamber was silent again, save for the soft crackling of the dying fire. The iron-studded gate loomed before them in the moonlight, cracked open just enough to allow a man to slip through. Daron Targaryen adjusted the heavy woolen cloak draped over his shoulders and shifted the battered sword at his hip. His simple brown tunic and worn boots completed the image of a road-weary Sellsword. A face half covered with a beard that just started coming in before the war started made it, so that the guards barely glanced at him. At his side, Ser Arthur Dayne, stripped of the shining armor, his sword drawn and clad in similarly rough clothes, played the part of another anonymous sword-for-hire. Only the keenest I might note the way he moved, a little too balanced, a little too precise. But no such sharp eyes watched them here. The third member of their party was the true deception. Ser Barristan Selmy, once the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, now wore the robes of a traveling merchant, complete with a walking stick and a medium white beard he had grown naturally during his months away from court. He looked every inch the cautious old man seeking fortune in a troubled city. Daron felt a flicker of admiration for the old knight. Few could shed their pride so completely in the service of duty. They moved in single file under the torchlight, passing through the iron gate without a hitch. Ser Barristan's carefully laid connectios inside the city had seen to that. The gold cloaks barely raised an eyebrow, more concerned with staying awake in the dull hours before dawn than scrutinizing weary travelers. As they passed into the streets of King's Landing, Daron caught the scent of the city, the sharp salt of the Blackwater, the heavy stink of unwashed bodies, rotting refuse, and smoke. He wrinkled his nose, but pressed on without comment. The city slept uneasily, its taverns quieter than usual, the tension of looming war weighing heavy in the air. It didn't take long to reach their destination. They navigated the crooked alleys and narrow, filthy streets until they came to the side of a brothel owned by Littlefinger. Daron could still hear faint laughter and music leaking from within. Life went on, even as armies camped outside the walls. Behind the brothel, half hidden by a leaning stack of broken crates and broken barrels, lay the opening they sought, a small, weathered door sunken into the foundation of the building. To any casual glance, it was just another forgotten part of the city's rot. But Ser Barristan knew better. Ser Arthur slipped forward first, checking the street for any watching eyes. Then, with practiced hands, he pulled the door open. The hinges groaned softly, too loud in Daron's ears, but no shout of alarm followed. One by one, they slipped inside, closing the door behind them. Darkness swallowed them whole. The secret passage stank of damp stone and old, stale air. It was cramped, the ceiling low enough that all of them had to stoop slightly. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, echoing like the drops of rain falling in the distance. Their boots made only the faintest whisper against the stone floor as they advanced. Daron led the way, his senses stretched thin, every breath tasting the air, every footfall measuring the sound. His blood sang with tension. It was a dangerous dance they played, but it was a dance he had prepared for his whole life. They walked for what felt like an eternity, weaving through the spiderweb of tunnels that snaked beneath the city. Once or twice, they paused to listen to the distant sound of movement above them. Scores of men making their patrols, oblivious to the danger slithering below their feet. At last, they reached a crossroads deep in the tunnels. Up ahead, the tunnel curved sharply to the right, toward the cellars beneath the royal kitchens. From there, it would only be a few corridors and stairwells to reach Renly's chambers. Daron was just about to signal them forward when a prickle raced down the back of his neck. His body stiffened. He stopped dead in his tracks. Ser Arthur and Ser Barristan halted instantly, falling into a ready crouch, hands near their weapons despite the narrow quarters. They trusted his instincts without question. Daron inhaled deeply through his nose, filtering the stagnant air for the faintest hint of threat. For a moment, there was nothing, just the smell of mildew and wet stone. Then he caught it, faint but undeniable, the scent of oiled leather, iron, and sweat. Multiple men, armed men. Daron raised his hand in a silent warning. He crouched lower, one hand brushing the hilt of his sword. His mind raced through possibilities. Had Ser Barristan's men been found out? Or had Littlefinger left more traps behind than expected? He turned his head slightly to murmur low enough that only Arthur and Barristan would hear. Trouble ahead, Daron said. Arthur's lips thinned into a grim line. Ser Barristan merely nodded once, his face as calm as if he were taking a stroll in the garden. But they all understood the implication. This was no random patrol. Littlefinger was few steps ahead of them. He must have told Renly about this passage, mostly likely to show his loyalty or earn favor with Renly. The way forward was barred. Daron stayed low and pressed himself against the side of the passage. His heart pounded, not with fear, but with cold, clear focus. They could go forward and risk an ambush, or they could find another way. A choice had to be made, and it had to be made now. Daron closed his eyes for a heartbeat, reaching into his mind for the instincts that had never led him wrong. He turned to Ser Arthur and Ser Barristan, speaking barely above a whisper. We can't reach Renly through here. We have to find another way. Ser Arthur nodded grimly. Ser Barristan looked frustrated but composed. This wasn't over, not yet. The Red Keep was riddled with secrets. If one door was barred, they would find another. They had to. They would find another way to end this tonight. The tunnels beneath King's Landing were a maze of damp stone and whispered history. The scent of mildew and rot clung to the air as Daron, Ser Arthur, and Ser Barristan carefully retreated from the dead end they had just encountered. Daron took the lead again, ears perked, senses sharpened beyond the limits of any normal man. The low torchlight flickered against the walls, casting dancing shadows as they moved silently back through the narrow corridor. Daron's mind raced. There has to be another way. There must be. The Red Keep was old, older than most remembered, and full of forgotten paths used by spy masters and kings alike. He focused, trying to feel the subtle shifts in air currents, the echo of voids behind stone walls, the faintest draft curling through hidden cracks. After several tense minutes, just as Daron was beginning to doubt there was another way towards Renly's chambers, something changed. He stopped again, holding up a clenched fist to halt the others. There, he whispered, eyes narrowing at a section of wall to their right. It didn't look like much, just worn stone and cobwebs, but the scent of fresh air was different here. Cleaner, more open. Daron pressed his hand against the wall, running his fingers over the seams until he found the catch. With a gentle push, the panel shifted inward with a low groan. This way, he said quietly. The three of them slipped inside. This passage was narrower than the last, dustier, and older by the look of the cobblestones. Twice they passed old torch sconces that hadn't held fire in decades. The path twisted downward, then back up again, and branched once before Daron steered them with sure instinct through a series of forks. Each step closer, he could feel it. They were moving beneath the royal quarters now. The last stretch was miserable. The tunnel narrowed so much that they had to crawl on their hands and knees, their weapons scraping softly against the stone. Even Ser Barristan, old and proud, pressed on without complaint. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Daron raised a hand and stopped. They had arrived. Through a thin gap in the wall ahead, Daron saw a wooden door with golden handles, the entrance to Renley's chambers. Only 2 guards were posted, both wearing Tyrell colors. Daron frowned. No Kingsguard, or the Rainbow Guards, as Renley likes to call them. Odd. Renley should have at least 2 Kingsguards and multiple guards guarding his chambers. So why are there only 2 guards, and why Tyrell men? Where are the Baratheon men? He considered the possibilities. Either Renley was overconfident, or he hadn't expected any threats within the walls. Either way, Daron wouldn't complain. He reached into his belt pouch, pulled out a smooth stone he'd pocketed earlier, and hurled it with practiced precision. It struck the farther guard in the temple with a dull thwack, sending the man crumpling instantly. The second guard stepped forward, confused. Won the 7 hell. That was as far as he got before Ser Arthur was on him, silent and swift. With a firm blow to the back of the man's head, the second guard dropped like a sack of flour. Daron's eyebrows lifted. Arthur Dayne, even without Dawn, is a force to behold. Then they opened the door, carefully not to cause any noise. Then they crept slowly into Renly's chambers. The room smelled of lavender and summer wine. Moonlight spilled through the high window, casting a silver glow over the ornate bed. What Daron saw there made him stop short. Renly lay asleep, snoring lightly, and beside him, nestled under the same covers, was Lyrax Tyrell. Daron blinked. So the rumors were true. He had always assumed it was just Lannister's ways meant to undermine Renly's claim. But seeing it for himself left no doubt. Lyrax's arm was draped loosely across Renly's chest, their breathing in sync. Daron had no time for judgment. They were here to get Renly. Getting Lyrax alongside him is a blessing. Silently, he pulled 2 folded cloths from his belt, each soaked in the potent sleeping draught given to him by Archmaester Marwyn. Daron crept forward, cloths in hand, his footfalls silent on the polished floor. Just as he neared the bed, Lyrax stirred. The knight's eyes fluttered halfway open, but before he could fully awaken, Daron pressed the cloth firmly over his mouth and nose. Ser Arthur did the same to Renly. Lyrax squirmed weakly, his limbs struggling, but within moments his resistance faded and he slipped back into unconsciousness. Renly had hardly stirred at all. Marwyn hadn't exaggerated. The potion worked fast and thorough. These 2 shouldn't wake up for the next few hours. Daron exhaled and stepped back. "It's done," he whispered. Ser Barristan and Ser Arthur nodded and began preparing the bindings. They had brought softer cords rather than rough rope, careful not to cause marks or bruises. Renly still needed to be presented alive and relatively unharmed. As Daron helped secure Lyrax's wrists, he looked down at the once pretender king and his lover, now subdued and harmless. He thought, so this is how the war ends, not with fire and blood, but with shadows and sleeping draughts. The room was quiet again. Only the whisper of night wind stirred the curtains. Daron allowed himself one brief smile before they began the journey back. The chamber was quiet save for the gentle crackle of the fire and the slow, steady breaths of the direwolf stretched out beside her. Rhaella Targaryen sat on a cushioned chair near the hearth, her hands slowly running through Ghost's thick, snow-white fur. Ghost's red eyes, reminiscent of the weirwood trees, reflected the firelight, offering a silent companionship that Rhaella had come to cherish. His warmth was a comfort, a living presence in a room that felt far too empty. She had been there for hours now, ever since Daron had left with Ser Arthur and Ser Barristan to slip into the city and right into the Renly's den. The very thought of it made her stomach twist, but she had not begged him to stay. She now knows him better than that. Riella had not even attempted to go to her own bedchamber. Sleep was an illusion, a far-off dream that held no meaning on a night like this. How could a mother or grandmother close her eyes knowing her blood was walking willingly into danger? She looked down at Ghost. The great white beast, quiet and alert, had not left her side. Daron's wolf, bound to him by connection Riella could only begin to understand, was her only company in the lonely hours of waiting. She stroked him again, grateful for the comfort he provided, the steady presence in a world that felt ready to collapse. "It is always the waiting that kills us," she murmured to no one. "Never the moment itself. The waiting slowly steals the breath from your lungs." She did not let herself weep. She was a Targaryen, born of dragons. But even dragons feel fear when it is their kin who walk into fire. Ghost suddenly lifted his head. Ghost stirred. His ears perked, and his glowing red eyes sharpened, alert. Riella watched him, sensing the change. A low rumble started in his throat. Not a growl of warning, but something else. Riella sat straighter in her chair, her heart suddenly pounding. "What is it?" she whispered, as if he could answer. Ghost rose swiftly, muscles tensing, tail swaying with anticipation. He turned to the door, then bolted from the chamber without a sound. Riella stood, her body moving before her mind caught up. She knew. Somehow she knew. Her boots whispered across the stone floor as she followed Ghost down the halls of Castle Stokeworth, her knight cloak trailing behind her like a shadow. The halls were quiet, the few torches lit casting long lines of flickering gold across the darkened stone. They made their way through the corridors. The castle stood peacefully silent in the late hour. She reached the courtyard moments after Ghost. The wolf stood at attention, tail swishing, eyes fixed on the gate. Riella's breath caught in her throat. Then the gate slowly creaked open. Slowly, steadily, 3 riders came into view. Daron at the front, tall and silent, his face shadowed beneath his hood. Ser Arthur Dayne and Ser Barristan Selmy followed, just behind, and behind them came a small wagon covered with a simple cloth. Ghost huffed once, a sound that was half joy, half greeting, and rushed forward, his paws thudding against the stone. Daron dismounted with practiced ease, just as Ghost leapt up, placing his massive paws on the young king's shoulders. Daron laughed softly, wrapping his arms around the direwolf's neck in a warm embrace. The reunion between man and direwolf was brief, but filled with mutual joy. Riella approached, her eyes scanning Daron for any signs of injury. She could feel the tension bleeding out of her chest with every step she took toward them. She stood there for a moment in the courtyard, letting herself breathe again as she saw her grandson, whole, safe, and smiling. He turned to her as Ghost stepped aside, and Riella didn't hesitate. She crossed the remaining distance, her hands reaching up to cup Daron's face. "You're all right," she said, more to herself than to him. "I'm great," he replied, his voice calm and warm. "No scratches. I promise." She looked into his eyes, searching for any trace of pain or weariness. Finding none, she gave him a small, tired smile. "Well," she said, letting her hands fall, "did you get what you wanted out of this foolish endeavor?" Daron grinned. "Not just Renley," he said. "We got Loras Tyrell, too." Riella blinked, then gave a slow nod of approval. "You always go beyond what you set out for, like your father used to." Daron didn't reply to that. He only smiled. The name of his father still lingered like a shadow between them, but there was pride in that silence. "Now," Riella said, suddenly feeling the weight of the night settling over her shoulders, "go get cleaned up. I'm going to bed before the sun rises. I've waited long enough for one night." Daron gave her a small bow, and Riella turned, her steps slow but steady as she finally made her way back inside. The weight of her worries lifted. This time, she knew she would sleep. The sun had barely broken the horizon when the alarm rang out across the Red Keep. The sharp clang of the bells echoing through the stone courtyards and corridors, calling guards to arms and sending attendants scrambling from their posts. Ravens were halted mid-flight, and servants froze in their steps. The castle stirred with confusion and fear. Word spread quickly. King Renly Baratheon was gone. Not just Renly, but Ser Loras Tyrell too. Within the hour, Queen Marjorie Solar was filled with tension. Her chamber was still draped in the soft, silken hues of Tyrell influence, but the warmth they once gave now fell hollow. A bitter chill had replaced the springtime charm. Marjorie stood by the window, her face pale. Her grandmother, Olenna Tyrell, sat calmly, her hands folded in her lap. Her father, Mace Tyrell, paced the room, his brow furrowed with worry. The door opened, and her brother Ser Garland Tyrell entered, his expression grave. He held a small banner in his hands. "Well?" Olenna asked, her voice steady. Garland nodded to his grandmother. "We found 2 of our Tyrell guards unconscious outside Renly's chamber. They know nothing of the attack." Inside, the room was empty. Renly and Loras are gone. Mace Tyrell's jaw dropped. "What do you mean gone? How does a king disappear from inside the Red Keep?" Garland shook his head. The only thing of note was this. He held it up for all to see. A small black banner, embroidered with a 3-headed dragon. House Targaryen. The banner fluttered slightly in the morning breeze. Its edges were neatly folded, but its presence spoke volumes. There was a beat of silence before Mace erupted. "7 hells," he muttered, stumbling backwards. "He has them. Daron Targaryen has them both." He began pacing, a nervous rhythm overtaking his breath. "The same boy who burned Tywin Lannister alive. He has my son and the king. What if he burns Loras too?" "Mace," Olenna snapped, "shut up and sit down. Your unnecessary pacing is irritating, and your foolishness is wearing a hole in my patience." Startled, Mace froze. Marjorie, her composure straining, gently took her father by the arm and eased him into the nearest chair. "It's all right, father," she said softly, though her eyes remained fixed on the banner in Garland's hands. "We'll find a way." Olenna stood by the window, tapping her fingers against the carved wood frame. Her eyes, sharp as ever, hadn't left the Targaryen sigil since it was revealed. "He left that behind deliberately," Olenna said. "He wants us to know who took them." Marjorie looked to her grandmother. "Then he wants us to fear him." "No," Olenna replied. "If Daron Targaryen wanted Renly or Loras dead, he wouldn't have left that banner behind. He would have left ashes." Mace gulped, his voice low. "But what if he plans to use them to force our surrender?" "Of course he does," Olenna said dryly. "But not by slaughter. Not yet." Marjorie walked to her brother, taking the banner from his hands and holding it in front of her. The red dragon seemed to leer at her. "So what do we do?" she asked. "How do we get them back?" Olenna turned, her face suddenly weary. "I don't know about Renly," she said. "But getting Loras back? That's simple enough." She walked slowly to the center of the room, her voice quiet but firm. "All we have to do is surrender. Open the gates, and let Daron Targaryen in." The silence that followed was suffocating. Bitterness clung to Olenna's words like dust on stone. The matriarch of Highgarden stood tall, but her eyes betrayed the sting of defeat she had never known before. She had seen kings fall, lords rise, and houses burn. But being forced to kneel? That was a different kind of war. And for the first time in decades, Olenna Tyrell had no answer. Renly's perspective. Cold stone pressed against Renly Baratheon's cheek as he stirred awake. He woke to darkness and the cold bite of iron around his wrists. His head throbbed. His limbs felt heavy, as if he had slept in full plate. A low groan escaped his lips as he blinked against the dim torchlight flickering from a nearby wall. Stone, bars, chains. Renly was in a cell. He turned his head, eyes widening at the sight beside him. "Loras," he whispered. Loras lay beside him, still unconscious. His golden hair was disheveled, his breathing soft and even. A leather cuff bound his wrists and ankles, and faint bruises marked his hands, signs of a swift capture, but no lasting harm. Renly reached out toward him instinctively, only to be pulled short. His own chains clanked as they snapped taut, binding him to the wall behind him. Pain crept up his arms as he sat up, slowly, back pressing against the cold stone. He turned and froze. There, standing in front of the cell, calm and still, was a young man cloaked in dark leather. His hair was black as coal, his eyes like cold steel. Though no crown sat upon his brow, there was something regal about him, something ancient. Renley knew him. Everyone did by now. Daron Targaryen, he whispered. It all came back at once, as Renley was stuck with the cold reality that it was over. His kingship had ended not on a battlefield, but in his own bedchamber. He looked down at the chains around his wrists. One damn night, Renley Baratheon, king of the Seven Kingdoms, beloved by crowds, was now a prisoner. He didn't have the strength to speak again. He didn't know what he'd say if he did. He simply bowed his head, the weight of Daron Targaryen's perspective. The cold light of dawn filtered through the small slits in the stone walls. The cell stank of damp, iron, and the heavy breath of defeated men. Daron stood quietly before the two chained prisoners, his posture straight, his hands behind his back. Loras Tyrell still lay unconscious, breathing softly. But Renley Baratheon was awake, sitting with his back against the wall, eyes distant, shoulders slumped. He looked like a man who had aged a decade in a single night. Daron studied him for a moment. This man who had crowned himself king, rallied an army, married a queen, and believed he could rule Westeros. Now he sat on a stone floor, his wrists chafed from the chains. There was something tragic in it, and a tiny flicker of pity sparked in Daron's chest. "This is no way to treat a lord," Daron said, stepping closer, his tone deliberate. He waited to see if Renley would react to being called a lord. And there was a small twitch in the corner of his mouth, a subtle tightening of the eyes. But he said nothing, not even trying to protest. He sat there, too defeated for that. "Release him," Daron said. Two of the men standing guard outside the cell moved swiftly, keys jingling as they opened Renley's shackles. The moment the chains fell away, Renley tried to stand but stumbled. One of the guards caught him under the arms and steadied him. He was still sluggish from the sleeping draft. Daron gave him a nod of recognition. "Don't worry. You'll be treated with the respect worthy of your station." He turned without another word, leading the way out of the dungeon corridor. The guards helped Renley walk behind him. Their boots echoed along the stone floor, a rhythmic thud-thud-thud as they climbed the narrow passageways out of the prison level. At the threshold of the stairs, just before they stepped into the daylight, Renley's voice broke the silence. "What about Loras?" he asked, stopping in place. Daron turned slightly, enough to glance back at him. "He stays in the cell for now." Renley's jaw tensed. "This is between me and you. You don't have to punish him for my actions. Or is it because of what you saw in my chamber?" His voice cracked but then steadied. "The Septons may call it a sin, but we love each other." Daron met his gaze without flinching. "What you do in your bedchamber, Lord Renley, is of no concern to me. I assure you, Loras Tyrell will not be unnecessarily harmed while he is my prisoner." The fire that had risen in Renley's voice cooled, his shoulders sinking slightly. He gave a reluctant nod, lips pressed into a tight line. Daron resumed walking. They passed through a quiet courtyard, across the stone-paved yard where guards saluted Daron as he passed. Eventually, they reached the Solar, once part of the Lord's wing of Castle Stokeworth, now Daron's temporary seat of command. The guards opened the heavy oaken doors, revealing a spacious chamber lit by morning sun. A round table sat near the center, already being set with tea, bread, cheese, and dried fruits by two quiet servants. They bowed and quickly withdrew. Daron entered and took a seat at the table without a word. Renley hesitated at the threshold for a while before walking in, the two guards flanking him. He sat across from Daron, but did not touch the food or the tea. His hands were still trembling slightly, though he clenched them into fists to hide it. Daron showed no such restraint as he poured himself a cup of tea, the scent of mint and lemon wafting up. He took a slow sip, then selected a piece of honey bread and chewed it thoughtfully. Renley held his silence, unwilling to be the first to break it, though confusion flickered in his eyes as he watched Daron break his fast as if it were any other morning. The silence stretched. Daron calmly drank his tea and reached for a date, eating with a casual ease that made the tension more unbearable by the second. Daron saw the cracks in Renly's composure. as though the silence pressed too heavily upon him to bear much longer. Finally, Renley could take no more. "You didn't bring me here to break bread," he said, voice tight. "You brought me here to negotiate my surrender. So talk." Daron set his cup down and smiled faintly. "To negotiate would imply the war is still undecided." "It isn't." He leaned back in his chair, the morning light catching the dark crimson of his tunic. "I've already won." Renly's face went pale. "All you are to me now, Lord Renley," Daron continued, emphasizing the title, "is a problem. You declared yourself king. You wore a crown that was not yours. And you know how a kings deal with such problems." Renly's throat bobbed as he swallowed. The guards remained silent behind him. "This is not a negotiation," Daron said, his voice hardening. "This is me giving you a chance. A final mercy. Convince me. Give me a reason why I shouldn't relieve you of your head and put on a spike for all to see." The silence that followed was deafening, and in it, Renly Baratheon felt the full weight of his uncertain fate. The Gate of the Gods stood wide open. For the first time in years, its towering iron doors did not signal the arrival of a pretender, a conqueror, or a would-be king, but of the true heir, the rightful king, returning to claim what was always his. Daron Targaryen sat atop his black destrier, armor polished to a mirror shine, his crimson cloak rippling gently in the spring breeze. The crown rested lightly upon his brow. He looked every bit the King Westeros had waited for and needed. Beyond the gates, the wide city streets were lined with thousands of people. Men, women, children, the old and weary. They had come not just to see the end of a war, but to see who had won it. As Daron entered the city, the crowd erupted into cheers. Some threw rose petals. Others lifted their children onto their shoulders just to catch a glimpse of him. A chant rose, wave-like and rhythmic. "Daron! Daron! Long live the king!" Daron gave them what they came for. He held his chin high, his expression composed but not cold, regal but not aloof. He raised a hand in acknowledgement. The people roared louder. Then came the sound that silenced all. A roar. Thunderous. Majestic. Terrifying. Lyrax. She soared high above the city, her obsidian black-blue scales gleaming in the sunlight, wings cutting through the sky with powerful grace. She circled once, then let out another mighty roar that echoed off the walls of the Red Keep. It was not just sound, it was declaration. The dragons had returned. That House Targaryen had taken back its place on the throne. Daron allowed himself the smallest smile. Behind him, riding in tight formation, were his two Kingsguard, Ser Arthur Dayne and Ser Barristan Selmy, flawless in their white armor. They looked like carved marble knights brought to life. Behind them rode his uncle Ned, ever solemn, ever steady. Then came Robb, proudly holding the Stark banner as a sign of their allegiance. Ser Brynden Blackfish, Tully rode beside him, face unreadable. And near the rear of the mounted retinue rode Daron's uncle. Viserys remained quiet, trying to maintain a steady composure, his expression shifting between pride and nervousness. Further behind, in a gilded carriage draped with crimson and black, sat his grandmother Rhaella and his aunt Daenerys. Rhaella looked out of the window with serene grace. Daenerys, her face close to the window, watched the cheering people in awe. The victory procession moved slowly through the city. The banners of House Targaryen flew high above, draped from windows, tied to poles, clutched in the hands of children. There were cries of joy, weeping, laughter. And yet, beneath it all, Daron could feel the truth. He heard it in the quiet spaces between the cheers. Relief. That's what this is, he thought. Relief. Not loyalty. They weren't chanting his name because they loved him. Not yet. They were celebrating because the fighting was over, the city would not burn, and their lives, such as they were, could continue. They do not care who wears the crown, he thought. As long as the baker bakes, the blacksmith hammers, and their children sleep safely at night. He did not resent them for it. He understood it, perhaps better than any king who came before him. Still, he had a role to play. So he sat tall in the saddle, face composed like marble carved in the image of justice and strength. He waved when he was supposed to wave. He nodded when he was supposed to nod. He was no longer just Daron. He was the king. The procession climbed the long hill toward the Red Keep. With each step, the weight of his crown grew heavier, not just in gold, but in expectations and burdens yet to come. And yet, Daron Targaryen rode forward unwavering, toward the throne forged in fire and blood, towards his destiny, Rhaella Targaryen's perspective. The wheels of the gilded carriage rolled over cobbled stone, the echo of hoofbeats and cheering fading slightly as the Red Keep loomed ahead. From a moment the massive doors of the Gate of the Gods had opened, Rhaella Targaryen had been silent, her gloved hands resting neatly on her lap, her back straight despite the fatigue that clung to her bones. She gazed out the window now, watching as the familiar crimson walls of the Red Keep rose higher and closer with every turn of the wheels. Home, or something like it. The last time she had seen these walls, she was a queen in name, but a prisoner in truth, bound by fear and duty to a mad husband and king. The castle that once housed her family had also held her grief and pain like a tomb. She had walked these halls with blood on her clothes and tears that refused to fall. There had been laughter too once. Quiet moments with Rhaegar as a boy, the sound of Viserys playing in the gardens, the rare smiles that broke through Aerys' madness in their early years. But time had warped those memories. Most were soaked in dread, in whispered screams behind locked doors. Now, the Red Keep stood before her once more, not as a cage, but as a seat of triumph. Rhaella turned her head slightly. Beside her, Daenerys pressed against the carriage window, her violet eyes wide with wonder. Her silver hair shimmered in the morning light. Her breaths rushed in excitement as she leaned forward to glimpse the great towers and walls. She looked like a child seeing a storied castle come to life. Rhaella smiled. For all the pain the Red Keep had given her, it would give Daenerys something else, something new. A beginning. "My sweet girl," Rhaella whispered, her voice soft over the rumble of the carriage. "You deserve to see this place with eyes full of hope, not fear." The keep grew closer. Rhaella closed her eyes briefly and inhaled. The air smelled of roses and ash and history. She would not let the ghosts of her past haunt this return. Not for herself, and not for her children. For Daenerys, for Viserys, and now for Daron, her grandson, her pride, she would reshape the legacy of this place. It would no longer be a monument to fire and madness. It would become a haven, a court of peace and strength. A home again. No more chains, she thought. No more silence. From this day forth, the Red Keep shall bear only good memories for my family. The carriage turned, and the great gate to the keep yawned open to receive them. Rhaella Targaryen took her daughter's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Welcome home, Daenerys," she said aloud, voice steady. And for the first time, the Red Keep was not silent. It breathed with life and vigor. The courtyards bustled with activity as banners bearing the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen unfurled from every tower. Servants rushed through the stone halls, their steps quick and eyes alert, polishing, sweeping, preparing chambers for the newly arrived royal family. Gold cloaks stood straighter at their posts. Even the air carried the scent of fresh beginnings, of lemon oil and lavender from hastily cleaned chambers, of smoke from newly lit hearths, and the faint tang of sea wind drifting through open windows. Daron stood in the Hand's Tower, his tower for now, looking out through the tall windows at the city sprawled beneath the Red Keep. He is not yet used to his recently forged crown yet, but power already rested heavy on his shoulders. He didn't say it aloud, but he felt it. This wasn't just a victory. It was a return for their house. Behind him, Ser Arthur Dayne and Ser Barristan Selmy stood in quiet discussion about the new patrol arrangements. Uncle Ned had taken Robb and Ser Brynden to inspect the city's gates. Viserys had already vanished somewhere inside the keep, likely chasing shadows or ghosts of his youth. And Rhaella had retired to the Queen's Solar, with Daenerys in tow. Daron glanced toward the Solar. He knew his grandmother needed this moment, this place. The Red Keep had taken so much from her. Now it offered a second chance. He stepped away from the window. "I'll leave you to it," he said to Ser Barristan and Ser Arthur. Make sure the guards rotate every 6 hours. No complacency. Both men bowed, and Daron left them behind. The corridors of the keep were lined with memories. Some Daron recognized from stories. Some he saw in the eyes of others. The older servants would pause as he passed, some with awe, others with unease. They had seen dragons once before, and they had seen them fall. Now, they walked among the ashes, hoping this dragon would be different. Rhaella Targaryen's perspective. Rhaella stood in the queen's solar, her fingers running gently over the edge of a carved table she had once sat at, long ago. The chamber had been cleaned and polished, but the cracks in the wood remained, small reminders of time that no scrubbing could erase. Behind her, Daenerys walked through the room like a child in a dream. She touched the curtains, examined the tall bookshelves, and stood silently at the hearth as if trying to imagine what this place might mean to her. Is this where you lived? Daenerys asked quietly. Rhaella turned. I spent many years here. Daenerys nodded, then walked toward the balcony, where she stared out over the training yard below. I feel like I'm walking through someone else's memories, Daenerys said, not turning around. You are, Rhaella replied. But soon, you'll make your own. She stepped beside her daughter and placed a hand on her shoulder. This castle is stone and mortar, she said, but it can be shaped. What matters is the people within it. What we build now. Daenerys smiled faintly. Then let's make it ours. Rhaella's heart warmed at that. Yes, she thought. Let's. Daron Targaryen's perspective. By late afternoon, the royal family gathered in the Great Hall. Not for ceremony. Not yet. Just a moment of stillness. Daron stood at the foot of the Iron Throne, staring up at it. The swords, twisted and blackened by time, looked less like a seat of power and more like a monument to every man who had bled for it. Rhaella stood beside him. Viserys behind. Daenerys to the other side. Robb, Grey Wind, and Ned entered a moment later with Ser Arthur and Ser Barristan. Ghost padded silently to Daron's side and sat. The Iron Throne looked cursed. The thought came to Daron's mind. How many kings had died on it, he wondered. Daron didn't know the answer. He walked slowly toward the throne, then stopped before the iron steps. Why would anyone go to such lengths, lie, kill, burn the world, just to sit on this throne? Daron stared at the jagged iron, each blade a memory of conquest, each step a whisper of betrayal. Was it power they craved, or the illusion of control? He had seen what the throne did to men, how it twisted their hearts, made them mad, cruel. And still they came. Still they bled for it. He couldn't help but wonder, was it the throne that was cursed, or the people who desired it? Daron looked around, taking in the throne room. I can't change what this place has been, he thought, but I can decide what it becomes. He turned and looked to Daenerys and Robb, then to Rhaella, finally to his uncle Ned, whose silent nod said more than words. Ser Arthur and Ser Barristan stood in solemn silence, like statues of honor carved in white steel, ever watchful, ever loyal, as true Kingsguards were meant to be. He would not rule with madness or cruelty, not use fire for its own sake. He would build something better, and he would not stand alone. They were with him, steadfast and resolute, every step of the way. Daron turned back to the throne and let out a quiet breath. Not yet, he thought. I'll sit when it's earned. He stepped down and motioned to the others. Come, he said. Let's begin. The Red Keep was still in the early morning. The kind of silence that settles only after a war has ended. The kind that follows bloodshed and noise, where peace feels unnatural but not unwelcome. Daron sat at a small table by the open window of his solar, the breeze off Blackwater Bay gently stirring the crimson curtains. A teapot steamed between him and his grandmother, the aroma of mint and honey wafting between them. The clatter of cutlery and servants' footsteps in distant corridors was faint, background noise to the conversation that had not yet begun. Rhaella sipped her tea with calm grace. She wore a dark blue gown with a silver clasp at her throat shaped like a dragon in flight. Years of exile had not dulled her poise. In fact, Daron thought she wore her return to power like a second skin, familiar, quiet, and composed. How are you adjusting? Daron asked at last, watching her over the rim of his teacup. Riella set her cup down with a soft clink. I'm doing just fine, she answered with the faintest smile. Daron smiled back, but his mind remained elsewhere. He tried not to show it, but the slight narrowing of Riella's eyes told him he'd failed. What's bothering you? She asked, her voice calm but firm. Daron blinked. She has learned to read me too quickly. He took a slow sip of his tea to stall. Littlefinger fled the city on ship before we took the city, he said finally. Riella's brow rose slightly. Why would he flee? Because he's been stealing from the crown for years, Daron replied. And he knew I wouldn't show him any mercy. Riella nodded thoughtfully. Do we know where he's gone? The Vale, most likely, Daron said. Or one of the free cities, if he's smart. Riella folded her hands in her lap. Is this about the crown's debt? Were you hoping to squeeze the gold out of him? Daron nodded. That was the idea, but there's no cause for worry. The crown owed the Lannisters nearly 3 million dragons. That debt died with Tywin. As for the rest, after seizing Littlefinger's brothels, warehouses, and trade contracts in King's Landing, we'll have enough coin to manage payments for the next few years. Then that's not what's truly troubling you, Riella said. Daron exhaled and leaned back in his chair. It's Renley. Ah, Riella said, with a knowing look. The obvious answer is to execute him, Daron said quietly. That's what a king is expected to do with usurpers. But Renly's not like Stannis. He's charming. The Stormlords like him. He's married to Marjorie Tyrell and is close with her brother. Just cutting off his head might satisfy the letter of justice, but it would spark discontent in the Reach and the Stormlands. And if you don't punish him properly, Riella said, you'll look weak. And there is nothing more dangerous for the crown and the realm than a weak king. Daron nodded grimly. Exactly. The chamber went quiet again. The wind picked up. Far below, in the outer courtyard, he could hear the clatter of weapons, Ser Arthur drilling the new recruits. Then Riella smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the kind of smile that made Daron sit up straighter. I might have an answer for this, she said, her voice smooth as silk, but sharp beneath it. Daron's eyes narrowed. I'm listening. Riella set her teacup down and folded her hands atop her lap, her rings catching the light. You can't execute him, but you also can't let him walk away untouched. So you let the court deal with him. Daron arched an eyebrow. Ow! We make sure that what you found in Renly's chamber is no longer a secret, Riella said, her voice calm and deliberate. We let it slip, subtly, carefully, but openly enough. That Renly Baratheon and Loras Tyrell are more than king and Kingsguard. That they are much more that. Daron frowned, unsure he'd heard her correctly. You want to spread it? Not officially, Riella clarified, as though they were discussing dinner seating. Let the gossipers do what they do best. A knowing whisper at court spreads faster than wildfire. Daron leaned back, uncertain. But what does that accomplish? Riella smiled again, this time with a cold kind of confidence. No lord of the realm will kneel to a man they call a sword swallower behind closed doors. No proud bannerman would raise his banners for Renly on the battlefield again if they believe he cannot provide an heir. Even the faith of the Seven, no matter how much they pretend to love peace, would rather choose a dragon-riding heretic who worships trees over a king whose very manhood is questioned. Daron shifted in his chair. That feels underhanded. Yes, Riella said softly. It is. She met his eyes. And that is the way of the court, Daron. You don't destroy your enemies only on the battlefield. You destroy them here. With secrets. With shame. With the weight of what people believe, not what they know. You plant the seed of doubt and let it rot the tree from within. That is how you protect your reign without turning King's Landing into another graveyard. Daron looked away for a moment, letting her words settle. He felt the weight of them more than he wanted to admit. She was right. The battlefield might win wars, but this is how kings kept their thrones. The crown on his head suddenly felt heavier. That crown doesn't come without sacrifice, Riella said, reading the conflict on his face. You either destroy your enemies cleanly with the sword, or you destroy their ability to fight you at all. The first is honorable. The second is effective. The second keeps the realm intact. Daron turned quiet. He looked down at his tea, now going cold. Is this what it means to be king? He let out a slow breath, steadying himself. Then he nodded once. Do it. Riella gave a single satisfied nod and reached for her tea again. The Game of Thrones had already begun. Sunspear Dorne. The sunlight filtered softly through the open lattice of the Tower of the Sun, warm winds trailing in from the sea. Doran Martell sat beneath the carved dome, a scroll in his trembling hands. His daughter, Arianne, stood beside him, arms crossed, her expression unreadable as her father read the words again. So, it's true, Doran said at last, his voice thin. Renley is defeated. King's Landing has fallen. The dragons now sit the Iron Throne once more. They say Daron did it with hardly any bloodshed, Arianne said, barely hiding her intrigue. He took Renley alive, and the small folk welcomed him. The dragons done what the lions and stags could not. Doran nodded, though slowly. Oberyn was right. This boy, this Daron, is no fool. He's carved his name in a history before half the realm even knew his face. He sighed, then folded the letter. We cannot afford silence now. Dorne has waited too long in the shadows. The dragons once betrayed us, but this one may yet prove different. It is time we moved. Arianne turned toward him, one eyebrow raised. You mean to ride to King's Landing? Doran shook his head with a faint smile. No, my health is no longer what it was. You will go in my place. You, and 100 spears, bearing the banners of our house. Arianne's eyes gleamed. To bend the knee, to pledge peace, and to watch, Doran said softly. Learn what kind of man this new king is, and if he is worthy of the loyalty he now demands. Arianne bowed her head. As you command, father. Dragonstone. The sea crashed against the rocks below Dragonstone's black fortress, but Tyrion Lannister hardly noticed. He leaned back in the hard chair of his chamber, a goblet of sour red in his hand, and reread the raven's message for the third time. Daron Targaryen, he muttered aloud. Victorious, crowned, and with a dragon no less. 7 save us. He shook his head in disbelief. A knock came at the door. Lord Montford Valerion entered, armored and direct. You've heard. Tyrion waved the letter. Hard not to. What now? Montford clasped his hands behind his back. The king commands the presence of all notable persons in Dragonstone. You, Lord Stannis, and the children. Tyrion tensed slightly. Tommen and Myrcella are barely more than babes. They are Lannisters, the son and daughter of a usurping queen. Their fates are not mine to decide. And Stannis. The king wants all pieces on the board in front of him. Alive. For now. Tyrion swirled the wine. How Targaryen of him. Montfort said nothing. He turned and left the room, leaving Tyrion staring into his cup. Dragged to King's Landing like trophies, Tyrion muttered. Let's hope this dragon has a better sense of justice than his ancestors. Pike, the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy stood at the top of the sea tower, the wind howling around him, tugging at his damp gray cloak. Salt spray lashed the stones below, but he did not move. His face was carved from grief and fury. The raven had come hours ago, but he had not spoken since. He'd read the words. Again and again. A dragon now ruled the mainland. Victarion was dead. His daughter, the last of his line, was a captive in the north. His Ironborn had returned shattered and broken, half their strength gone in his invasion of the north. Balon dropped the letter and raised his fist to the sky. Drown God, he roared. Hear me, the wind answered, howling louder, as if mocking him. This dragon, this false king with his wings and fire. Curse him, curse his house, burn him in your depths. Let his wings rot, let his flames drown. He dropped to his knees, the wind tearing at his hair, salt stinging his eyes. Why do you take my sons and leave me this shame? He whispered. Where is your justice? But the sea gave no answer, only the crashing of waves and the far cry of gulls. Balon Greyjoy, once proud, now knelt on the stone tower, screaming into the wind as the world moved on without him. Red Keep, King's Landing. The great hall of the Red Keep stood silent. Dust motes danced in the early morning sun filtering through the stained glass, casting fractured colors across the black stone floor. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end of the hall, jagged and twisted, forged from the blades of 1,000 conquered foes. It had witnessed centuries of kings, tyrants, and fools, and now it waited once more. Daron stood alone before it, cloaked in dark velvet, his raven black hair barely moving in the stillness. At his side sat Ghost, quiet as ever. He said nothing for a long while, only stared. The throne had always seemed distant in his mind, a symbol, a goal, a curse, but now it was real, sharp and cold and close. He stepped forward. Each footfall echoed through the hall as he climbed the steps slowly, deliberately, as if testing each one. Ghost padded behind, stopping just short of the base. Daron paused at the final step. For a brief second, he hesitated. Was this it? The weight of it all pressed on him. His victories, his sacrifices, the names of the dead whispered like ghosts behind his eyes. He thought of Uncle Ned's quiet strength, Robb's trust, Riella's wisdom, Viserys' faith, Daenerys' wide-eyed wonder. He thought of the men he'd spared, and those he hadn't. Then he exhaled and sat. The Iron Throne did not cut him. The jagged metal did not groan beneath his weight. It accepted him. Ghost moved softly, staring at Daron, as if sensing the moment. Daron looked out over the empty hall, the seat of power now beneath him. It didn't feel triumphant. It didn't feel like conquest. It felt like duty. He leaned back slightly, resting one hand on the cold steel of the throne. I am Daron of House Targaryen, he whispered to the hall, to the realm, to himself. Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. In the ruins of the dragon pit, Lyrax roared. The dragon's cry echoed across the city, and the realm held its breath. The Dragon King had taken his rightful place. A few days later, the sun hovered low in the sky as Daron rode through the streets of King's Landing, its golden light casting long shadows behind the procession. Ghost padded silently beside his horse, his pale fur catching the glow like frost beneath fire. Greywind trotted just ahead, massive and wild, his yellow eyes constantly scanning. Robb rode beside Daron, quiet for now. Behind them came Ser Arthur Dayne, ever watchful, and a score of gold cloaks that moved like a trailing tide of steel. Daron kept his eyes forward, but his mind wandered. This is the worst part of being king, he thought as he caught the steady sound of armored boots and the jingle of bridles behind him. Everywhere I go, I'm followed by shadows wearing armor. He glanced over his shoulder at Ser Arthur, ever dutiful. The Sword of the Morning had barely left his side since their meeting. Daron respected him more than any man except a few. But sometimes, even respect was a chain. Will I ever be truly alone again? The thought didn't settle. He turned back toward the road, and the ancient dome of the dragon pit rising ahead, a crumbling relic of a forgotten age. When they reached it, the silence that fell was not born of reverence, but weight. The once mighty structure loomed before them, broken and blackened by time. What remained of its dome was a hollow cage of scorched stone and twisted iron. Wind howled through the holes like the cries of ghosts. Daron dismounted and stepped forward, his boots crunching on soil and gravel. Ghost followed without sound. Robb came up beside him, eyes scanning the ruined, skeletal remains of the dragon pit. I don't like it, Robb muttered, giving the broken stones a wary glance. There are caves in the cliffs and hills all around King's Landing. Why would Lyrax choose this place? It's like a grave. Daron stared at the ruined dome, his lips pressed into a thin line. I don't know. She just does. Says it feels like home. Robb snorted, shaking his head. Strange creature. He turned toward Ser Arthur, who had remained respectfully back, his hand resting lightly on the pommel of Dawn. And what do you think, Ser Arthur? Robb asked. The knight's violet eyes scanned the ruins before settling on Daron. How can a man claim to know what stirs in a dragon's mind? He said, voice calm and measured. They're older than our houses, older than our wars. Perhaps she remembers more than we will ever know. Daron nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the cracked walls. A memory stirred. A child in Essos no older than 6, sitting on the edge of his bed beside Leaf, watching the fire and asking what about dragons. She had smiled, brushing hair from his eyes, and said, Dragons possess a memory longer than man can comprehend. The gates creaked open with a long metallic groan. The dragon pit's insides were dark, vast, and smelled of old ash and dust. Something in the air made the hairs on Daron's neck rise. He turned to Ser Arthur. "The guards stay here." Ser Arthur's brow furrowed. "Your Grace." "She won't tolerate them," Daron said, already stepping forward. "This is her nest now." Ser Arthur hesitated, but then gave a single nod. "As you say." Daron, Robb, Ser Arthur, and the Direwolves passed beneath the blackened arch, disappearing into the belly of the past. The light behind them dimmed, swallowed by shadow. The dragon slept beneath ruin, and her king walked among the bones. The inside of the dragon pit was quiet, save for the soft echoes of their footsteps crunching over ancient gravel and bones older than memory. Shafts of pale light filtered through the broken dome, casting angular shadows that shifted like ghosts around them. The air was thick with the scent of dust, char, and something far older, something that clung to dragon fire and memory. Daron led the way, his hand brushing Ghost's thick white fur as they descended deeper into the hollowed ruin. Beside him, Robb walked silently, one hand resting lightly on Greywind's scruff. Ser Arthur followed close behind, his sword belt clinking softly with each step, though Dawn remained sheathed on his back. None of them spoke. Finally, they turned the last bend of the collapsed corridor, and there she was. Lyrax. The dragon lay curled in the heart of the pit, her massive wings folded over her body like a cloak. Her scales shimmered like burnished obsidian veined with molten sapphire, and her breathing rumbled softly through the silence like distant thunder. She looked peaceful, dreaming perhaps. Then her nostrils flared. Daron stopped, and the others paused behind him. Slowly, her golden eyes opened, slitted, ancient yet warm. The great beast raised her head and released a deep, low rumble. It wasn't a growl or a roar. It was something softer, deeper, a purring sound, warm and guttural, like a massive cat recognizing its companion. "She sees you," Robb whispered. Daron stepped forward alone, hand extended, not in caution, but in greeting. Ghost and Greywind stayed still behind him. "Hello, girl," Daron said softly, his voice echoing beneath the dome. "Settling in well." "I am," Lyrax's voice responded within his mind, smooth and proud. "The waters here are rich. Big fish. They leap like birds. I catch 3 a day, sometimes 4. Daron smiled. "And the pit?" "It remembers," Lyrax replied. "The walls. The stone. It knows my kind. It feels like home." Daron stepped closer until her great snout was inches from his chest. She huffed, exhaling warm breath that ruffled his hair. Then her thoughts grew playful. "You never sent the bards, or the musicians. You promised." Daron sighed. "I never promised. I said I'd think about it. And no bard in the 7 kingdoms is foolish enough to play music in a dragon's nest." "Cowards," Lyrax grumbled, snorting a hot breath through her nostrils. "They'd come if you asked. I'll behave. You scorched a boar the last time one walked too close to your tail. It snuck up on me. I apologized." Daron chuckled. "You grow more dramatic every day. I've learned from you." With a final huff, Lyrax turned her head, curling it beneath one wing. Her tail flicked once, deliberately dismissive. She resumed her nap, the giant mound of muscle and fire settling back in her bed of ash and stone. Daron lingered a moment longer, gazing at her sleeping form. A creature of myth, now real, and his. He turned and walked back toward Robb and Ser Arthur. "She wanted bards again," Daron said dryly. Robb blinked. "She what?" "She wants him to play for her." Robb shook his head. "Gods help the poor fool with the harp. She says she'll behave." "Liar," Robb muttered. As they exited the pit, the light of day spilled across the cracked floor once again. Ghost and Greywind loped ahead, more eager to leave than they had been to enter. Daron cast one last glance back. Lyrax did not stir. The last dragon to sleep in the dragon pit now slumbered there again, not as prisoner, but as queen. The stone beneath Daron's boots was damp, cold, and uneven. The air in the dungeons clung to him like a second skin, thick with mildew, rot, and the unmistakable scent of despair. A torch crackled in the iron sconce beside him, casting long, flickering shadows down the corridor as he moved forward. Ghost padded silently at his heel, his white fur unnervingly bright against the gloom. The direwolf's red eyes flicked between the iron-barred cells they passed, though most were empty now. The war had left few prisoners still breathing. Daron finally stopped in front of a heavy door reinforced with bronze rivets. Two guards stepped aside wordlessly at his presence, unbarring the cell with a metallic clunk. He entered alone. The figure inside didn't rise. He sat slouched against the stone wall, his once golden hair matted and dull. His beard had grown out in patches, and the grime clinging to his Lannister armor spoke of months without sunlight or dignity. But even so, his eyes were sharp, dangerous. The Dragon King, Jaime Lannister, greeted him, voice thick with irony. "Your Grace is here to see me at last." Daron said nothing, stepping into the room as Ghost patted him behind him, lowering his massive head with a low growl. Jaime's gaze briefly flicked to the direwolf before resting back on Daron, a twitch of caution in his jaw. The cell was large, meant for highborn captives. But no comforts had been spared for Jaime. A straw mattress, a rusted chamber pot, and chains set into the wall were all he had. "You don't speak much," Jaime said. "Must be the Targaryen in you. All brooding and no manners." Daron pulled out a small stool and sat across from him. "You talk enough for the both of us." That drew a faint smirk from Jaime, but it didn't reach his eyes. He looked worn, not just by captivity, but by loss. The kind of loss that scoured a man hollow from the inside. His father, Tywin, dead at Daron's hand. His son, Joffrey, the boy king, dead in the chaos of the riot. His sister Cersei dead by the hands of his brother Tyrion. Daron studied him for a moment. Jaime Lannister looked like a man with very little left to lose. "If you're here to offer mercy," Jaime said, leaning forward, "save your breath." "I don't want it. I'm not here for that." Jaime tilted his head. "Then what? You want me to beg? Tell you where I buried my honor? Maybe you want to hear me apologize for loving my sister." His smile twisted. "Or for killing your grandfather?" Daron's eyes narrowed, but his tone remained calm. "Tyrion and the children are being brought to King's Landing." Something flickered in Jaime's face, too brief to name. Surprise, maybe regret. It vanished quickly behind a cold stare. "Good," Jaime said. "Save yourself the trouble. Just send Tyrion straight to this cell. I'll kill him myself." Daron's expression didn't change, but inside, something coiled tight. He'd heard about the rift between the Lannister brothers. He knew Tyrion had killed Cersei. But to hear Jaime speak of fratricide so casually, it was another glimpse into a man unraveling. Ghost let out a low, warning growl, and Jaime glanced at the beast again, his bravado briefly slipping. "Don't worry, I wouldn't try anything," Jaime muttered. "Not with your demon wolf watching." Daron stood. "I didn't come here to threaten you," he said quietly. "I came to see what was left of the man they called the Kingslayer." He turned to leave. Ghost lingered for a moment, baring his teeth, then followed. Behind him, Jaime leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. As Daron reached for the door, Jaime's biting words about his brother still echoing in his ears, he stopped and turned back. "You clearly don't care about your brother," Daron said, voice colder now. "But what should I do about Tommen and Myrcella?" Jaime raised a brow. "What are you asking me for?" "You're the king." "I am," Daron replied. "And you of all people should know what kings do to the children of previous kings." The smirk slid from Jaime's face like blood from a fresh wound. Daron stepped closer, voice low and steady. "Your father ordered the deaths of my baby brother Aegon and my sister Rhaenys. Had them slaughtered in their beds during the sack of King's Landing. Wrapped Aegon in a crimson cloak and handed him to Robert Baratheon like a prize." Jaime looked away, jaw tightening. "So tell me, Kingslayer," Daron said softly, "what do you think I should do with Tommen and Myrcella?" The silence in the cell stretched. For the first time since the war ended, Jaime looked stripped of all arrogance, just a man facing the weight of consequences. After a long pause, Jaime muttered, What do you want? Daron didn't look away. I'm here to give you a chance. To save your children. Jaime's gaze snapped back to his. If you confess, publicly, in court, that Tommen and Myrcella are your children, not Robert's, then they're no longer claimants. They aren't threats. They're just two children born to incredibly foolish parents. The words hung heavy in the air. Jaime exhaled like the breath had been punched out of him. And what sort of life would they have then? He asked bitterly. Raised as incest-born bastards of the Lannister twins, marked by shame until the day they die. It would be better for them to just die now. Daron's eyes narrowed. If that's your choice, then so be it. He turned once more, hand reaching for the door latch. Wait. The word came out like a broken sword from Jaime's throat. Daron stopped. I'll do it, Jaime said, swallowing hard. I'll confess. Just promise me. Swear you won't harm them. Whatever comes after, they're just children. Daron looked back at him. He studied Jaime's face, saw the torment there. The war between pride and guilt, between love and ruin. You have my word, Daron said, voice steady. They will not be harmed. Jaime leaned back, eyes closing briefly. Then we're both damned men, aren't we? Daron didn't answer. Threatening innocent children, even as a ruse, left a bad taste in his mouth. He simply turned and left the cell, Ghost silently trailing behind, the cell door closing behind them like the toll of judgment. And in the darkness, Jaime Lannister sat alone, waiting to destroy what was left of his family to save it. The bells of the Great September tolled through the city, but their sound was a faint echo inside the vast stone belly of the Red Keep. The Great Hall had never looked so full or so silent. Hundreds of lords and ladies stood shoulder to shoulder beneath the vaulted ceiling, their silks rustling like leaves in the wind. The banners of the great houses flanked the hall, and above them, high on the walls, the dragon of House Targaryen unfurled like wings in the dim torchlight. Rhaella stood near the base of the Iron Throne, her hands folded in front of her. She wore a gown of deep Targaryen red and black, trimmed in silver. A dragon clasp fastened her cloak at the collarbone. Her long silver hair was woven back into a regal braid. She stood tall, proud, and yet beneath it all, her heart pounded like a war drum. She had lost her son to the waters of the Trident. She had fled with her children into the dark, into the cold, into exile. For years, she clung to survival by sheer will. And now, here she stood again, where it all began and ended and began once more. The doors of the great hall opened, and the sound of booted feet echoed off the stone. Daron entered alone. He wore black and red armor chased with gold, his sword at his hip, his hair tied back in a warrior's knot. He looked every inch a king already, taller than Aerys, broader than Rhaegar, steadier than any Targaryen she had ever known. Behind him came his Kingsguard, Arthur Dayne and Barristan Selmy in white cloaks, twin pillars of legend, and behind them, the major lords of the realm. Stark, Tully, Martell, Tyrell, Valerion. Viserys stood still and silent, dressed better than he had for years in their exile. Somewhere near the front, she saw Daenerys, watching her nephew with wide, shimmering eyes. The High Septon raised his hands and began the ceremonial prayers, intoning the blessings of the Seven over the assembled court. The warrior to give Daron strength, the father to grant him justice, the mother to keep his heart merciful. But Rhaella barely heard it. She watched her grandson kneel. He bowed his head. The hall fell silent. The High Septon stepped aside, and the hush deepened. Hundreds of nobles turned their heads toward her. It was not the Seven who had raised Daron. It was not the faith that had kept him alive. It was her blood and their Stark kin. Fire and the winter in his blood had carved his path, and fire and blood would bless his rule. She stepped forward. A hush of silk and steel followed her as she ascended the small stone steps toward him, the crown cradled in her hands. The crown was made just like Aegon the Conqueror's, not Robert's circlet of stag antlers, but of blackened steel and deep red rubies. The true crown of dragons. As she reached him, her hands trembled, not from fear, from awe. She placed the crown upon his brow. I crown you Daron of House Targaryen, she said clearly, voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling. Third of your name, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. He looked up at her, and their eyes met. For a heartbeat, she saw not the king, but the boy. The boy she had held for the first time not so long ago. Now he rose. The crown caught the torchlight. The great hall erupted in cheers. Lords shouted his name. Banners waved. Steel rang against stone. Daenerys clapped her hands in joy, and even serious Ned Stark allowed himself a small nod. But Rhaella didn't move. She only looked at Daron. The dragons had returned, and she had lived to see her grandson crowned. Daron Targaryen's perspective. The Red Keep that night. The great hall looked entirely different, bathed in firelight and laughter. The long tables overflowed with roasted meats, spiced wines, sweetbreads, and fruits glazed in honey. Minstrels played soft tunes in the gallery above, and the hum of conversation filled the air like a distant tide, rolling in waves of toast, laughter, and carefully veiled tension. Everywhere Daron looked, there were eyes, some warm, many watchful. He sat at the high table beneath the iron throne, no longer merely a presence in the room. His crown sat heavy on his brow, not physically, but in his bones. He had worn it for hours, and already it felt less like a crown and more like a burden waiting to slip. Rhaella sat to his left, regal and composed, but Daron could feel the pride radiating from her like a silent fire. On his right sat Daenerys, practically buzzing with excitement, her violet eyes dancing as she took in the splendor of it all. Viserys sat further down the table, quiet, focused entirely on enjoying the feast. Seven hells, Robb said from beside him, not bothering to keep his voice down. This feast put Winterfell's to shame. Daron smirked. I am king now. Lavishing gold on such trifles is expected of me. Robb snorted. Grey wind had curled up beneath the table, calm for once, ghost lying beside him like a pale shadow. No guards had dared shoo them out. Across the hall, Daron's eyes found the gathered lords. Prince Doran's emissaries stood with Arian Martell, who had arrived only the night before. She smiled when she noticed him looking her way, cool, curious, calculating. The Tyrell sat across from them, mace puffed up with pride, while Loras seemed less interested in the food and more in brooding in the corner. Stannis Baratheon, dour and brooding, had not spoken a word all night. He'd arrived only hours ago, escorted by Montford Valerion, with Tyrion, Tommen, and Myrcella in tow, both under heavy guard. Daron had ordered them treated with dignity. They were children, after all. They would not be harmed. Not unless Jaime went back on his word. Tyrion sat beside them, sipping from a goblet and cracking jokes no one asked for. He looked like a man accepting his death with a jape on his lips. Daron's gaze swept further. Every alliance and every threat in the realm sat under this one roof. Every house, every voice, every ambition now rested on the boy with a crown and a dragon, and the question of whether he was strong enough to hold them together. He raised his goblet in silence, staring into the red wine before him. This was the easy part. Smiles, toasts, applause. His fingers brushed the goblet rim before he drank, and somewhere nearby, he heard a bard beginning to sing, a soft ballad about dragons returning and kingdoms reforged. Daron set his cup down and leaned back, the weight of the Iron Throne behind him. The great hall thundered with cheers, toasts raised high in his name. But Daron Targaryen, once Jon Snow, felt no triumph in his chest. He was king now, but not of peace.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.